You, it was just for fun. Oh, oh, oh. Now I feel like you're the only one. Oh, oh, oh. Now I'm feeling like we just begun, just begun. Now I feel like you're the only one, only one. We got too much time to hold back, hold back, hold back. And we got too much time to hold back, hold back, hold back. I've been waiting on you just to take me over, baby, take me over the edge. I've been waiting on you just to take me over, baby, take me over the edge. I've been waiting on you just to take me over, baby, take me over the edge. I've been waiting on you just to take me over, baby, take me over the edge, over the edge. When I met you, it was just for fun. Oh, oh, oh. Now I feel like you're the only one. Oh, oh, oh. Now I'm feeling like we just begun, just begun. Now I feel like you're the only one, only one. We got too much time to hold back. Hold back, hold back. And we got too much time to hold back, hold back, hold back. I've been waiting on you just to take me over, baby, take
Good morning. What a Saturday for COD. It's about as exciting as it's been in 4 years. It is the ROG Invitational, brought to you by ASUS, Republic of Gamers. Our friends at Metal State, Intel are here as well, and we are ready to get going. We've got 3 teams who are chomping at it today. I'm joined in the booth today by Woot and by Captain Trout. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are we feeling?
Nervous for the teams.
And you know that feeling before a rugby match? I'm not sure you guys play rugby, but if you're standing and you on the line and you get that super set of nerves, that's what I feel like.
Okay.
First time in studio, but
Good.
thanks for having us.
We're going to break down everything. The 3 teams we have, Vibin, Nixa, and Spartan COD, all standing by. Everyone is ready to play today. We'll run through the formats for you in just a second. I want to start with last night, though, which was the last of the qualifying games coming into this competition. And drama is an understatement. Take us through what happened last night.
Trout, you wanna start this one off?
Right, so for anyone who's been living under a rock in the COD scene, there's been a dominant team, and they played under several names, but they were, last night, went from... So there's 2 big juicy pieces to talk about here. First off, they got dropped from GigaHub, which was their banner, to become Orgless, and they were the top team reigning champions for the last 4 years, and then they get knocked out, placed 4th in this tournament. They're not even here on a champion Saturday.
Yeah, it was insane. We started off with Hardpoint last night, and you think, okay, this is going to be typical run of the mill. It started off on 250 to 127 points, and okay, everything's going to be the same. Then there was a comeback on S&D, which went 6-5, and then we had that, well, call it break in transmission, but on Control, they managed to pull one out, did Vibin over Orgless, and then it just started to roll for them. They started to come back in the next hardpoint, and they won in dramatic fashion on map 11 on map 5.
Yeah, it doesn't get closer than that. I mean, they closed it off at the end, securing themselves here. They're waiting for the losers of the game that's coming up in the bracket. But I mean, just to topple the giants, if you will, is something unbelievable and unheard of. So, to put it plainly, this is the best Call of Duty has been in this country for the last 4 years.
Yeah, 100%.
That's really exciting, because now there's an opportunity for someone else to really make a name for themselves today.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And these top 3 teams, we got Vibin, Spartan and Nixa, these guys are all champing at the bit to take that championship today, because for the first time they have the opportunity, right?
Yeah, and two teams will be on a high. Well, actually, Nixa will be on a high, obviously having taken out Orgless, and then Vibin as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they take through that confidence into the next games. And it's going to be such a letdown if one of them, like, obviously we can only have one winner today, and it's so cool to see how COD has developed over the last 4 years, and that we actually have a brand new 3 fighting out for the #1 spot.
So take us through very quickly what today's games are going to be, who's playing who, what the format is, who needs to do what, basically, to ensure that they're going to come out on top today.
Right, so we're going to be starting off with Vibin, not Vibin, Nixa versus Spartan. It's a best of 5, so first to 3, HP, S&D, Control, and then repeat HP, S&D, usual standard format. And this is going to be the winner's bracket. The loser of that goes down to meet Vibin in the loser's bracket final, and then the winner of that game meets the winner of the previous game. I know that sounds quite confusing, in the grand final. And Woot, give us some keys to victory.
So even if a team loses now in the what we call the winners final, they still have the ability to come back, but they are going to have to play against a very, very optimistic Vibin team who will be waiting for them down there. So, I mean, Spartan and Nixa, they are very good. Having seen them play, I mean, there's a lot of obviously familiar names, some new names that have come in, but these are just guys of tremendous skill. And it's going to be interesting to see, because they vary, like we were actually discussing it earlier, how polar opposite they are. So I think the team that can maintain the mentality and basically just follow through with what their plan is exactly what happened last night. If you follow through with what your plan is, maybe adjust a little bit here and there, that's what's going to determine, because, I mean, we all know COD, it can turn around so quickly.
So talk to me, you did mention contrasting styles, and the first game we're going to watch today, the first match, Spartan up against Nixa, they are very different teams. They approach the game very differently. If you've watched any of the qualifying matches so far, Spartan are very sort of in control, and you know, they seem very set in their structure, whereas the opposition play a little loose, play a little wild, it's a little bit more unpredictable. How do you see it going today?
You talking predictions, or do you just want to talk about the map?
I just want to talk about the difference in style between the two teams.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you put it in such a perfect way. Nixa is this like ball of chaos. Think of it like just flying through the map. They got crazy SMG players, that being Mage and Bevan. And Bevan, when he gets control and he starts really feeling out and playing around the map, he just gets kills that don't even look possible. But to contrast that, Spartan, like you said, they get their AR set up on the points, they get their cutoffs, and their SMGs stay in and around the point. And these contrasting styles, they can either really complement each other, and we'll see a game like really going the distance, 250, 240 maybe, but if they don't, it's going to be like completely one-sided.
Yeah, I agree. It's just going to be interesting to see how Spartan's going to be able to hold off on that aggressive play coming out by Nyx, especially on hardpoint, because hardpoint's all about spawn control, and if you start to get stuck in spawn, it's going to be very difficult to break out, especially if those early rotations are coming and the team that holds that structure. So I don't know. I'm not going to put a prediction. I have to put a prediction.
We are going to force them for a prediction in just a couple of minutes. Do you feel like there's any other game modes that are going to suit one team more than the other? Do you feel like there are any maps that are going to be important today? How are you feeling about sort of the day itself and how we're going to end up playing?
Well, I haven't actually seen the map set for the specific match, but I can tell you that Nixa is very, very scary on the smaller maps where the SMGs can really take over. So like Bocage and Tuscan, they do very, very well there. But on the other end, the AR power from Spartan is just almost unrivaled at the moment. So you're going to have to see where the teams are going to try and pick out their strongest maps. So I predict there's going to be a lot of Bocage, maybe 1 or 2 Berlins, but Tuscan and Bocage is where we're going to be seeing the majority of today's game.
Yeah, and to answer your question a little bit more, I think that Spartan will dominate on the S&D, maybe on control. I think that's where it's really going to be the differentiating factor between these two teams, because that is a map where you can either play in chaos or you can play in structure, and they both work depending on how you follow through with those tactics. Obviously, I think that hardpoint is going to suit Nixa a little bit better, but if this goes the distance, which I think it will, it's going to be very hard to put anything between these two teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting game. Probably not, but let me ask the question anyway. Are you expecting anything different from the meta today? Are you expecting teams to run anything unpredictable?
Probably not. I mean, we actually spoke about this a little bit earlier. In the middle of last night, there was a most recent GA for the European League where they took out the Volkswagen. And I don't know if we're going to be playing with that or not. I'm not entirely sure what the teams have decided. But that gun obviously came in and broke the meta completely from the previous major. So that is the new meta at the moment, is probably 2 SMGs, 1 Volk and 1 Automaton. But whether or not we're playing with the GA will determine if the meta would have changed or not. Yeah,
if they have decided on the GA, which it's going to be interesting to see, but that does change things, and I think the way that they're going to approach. So I do think the team that's going to take slightly more risks might just be able to pull out on top. But again, it's Call of Duty. It's like as predictable as Cape Town weather. You can't. You just can't.
Well, I said we're going to force the guys into a prediction. I will give you mine in a moment, but I want to hear from the experts first. What are you feeling about round number 1, match number 1? Who do you think is going to go through?
I'm going to go with Nixa.
Damn it.
Put you on the spot here.
Well, I'm going with Nixa as well, purely because of how they play on hardpoint. I've known like a lot of the players, and I've casted with them. Well, I've casted them for quite a few years, and you just can't take anything away from that, from just that rushing into sight in those early rotations. So I have to give that one to Nixa.
Okay, so a pair of Nixa predictions coming in here. Just to be different, I'm going to stick my neck out and say Spartan. I've watched a couple of their games leading up to this competition. Their points coming in the group stages right at the beginning were absolutely impeccable. In fact, all of the teams who are here today absolutely dominated. I don't think anyone lost a game anywhere. In the qualifying process, Spartan are very... I like a structured team. I like a team that rotates well. I like a team that knows all of their roles and is. I feel like that wins out over a bit of chaos. But we'll see how it's going to go today. We have had the boys saying that Nixa team, if they get going, is going to be a very interesting thing to watch, and it should make for a really, really good game. MVPs, who are we watching today specifically in terms of players? Who are we hoping is going to do well?
Right, Reed, you can give your predictions first.
I think if we Mage always seems to step up when it comes to these types of tournaments. He's one of those players that he coasts along, obviously always putting in good kills, but I think he's going to be one to watch, because when it comes to big BMT type of mentality, he's there.
Okay, well, the team's just about ready to go. We're waiting for one more player to get connected in. We're coming at you live from Johannesburg, from Bravado HQ today. It is the ROG Invitational number 4, Intel with ASUS, with our friends from Metal States, and we are here. Chloe is here as well. She'll be chatting to team captains and post-game interviews, so we'll cut to her in a couple of minutes' time. But we are just about ready to go with game number 1. I can't wait. It's going to be really good. And as we've said, this is about as exciting as COD has been in 4 years. It's massive to lose out a team that's been so dominant in the scene for such a long time, and this is a massive opportunity for someone to step in and just take control. So game number 1 is on the way. I can't wait.
Welcome to the show, guys. We have got a massive game in store. This is the winners final. It is Nixa versus Spartan. I am actually joining Trout, my main man, my casting buddy over here. Hope everyone's feeling well. We are about to get into it.
Well, we couldn't ask for a better map, and it's not going to be Bocage for a change. So it's going to be all on Nixa to see if they can get something open. And of course, it's going to be Mr. Beats who opens it up.
Yeah, good shots there. Already 2 kills coming in as Bevs does take out Frosty. We are pushing for that point, and it is a little bit of play around as we see Bevs just was skirting on the flank there and is going to push up. So it's going to be a nice little start here for Nixa.
Well, that was an interesting thing that we spoke about in the pre-game, whether or not the GA was going to be enforced or not. It looks like it's not, as Bevan's got this Voltron in hand here, pushing up to see if he can't trap them in the spawn and secure a bit more time for his team.
Oh, beautiful there by Jar Jar, as actually, who did he take out there? It was Scorpio, just to get on site, but they are going to get that little bit of scrap time, 15 seconds, as we will see the rotation surely coming out now, and it's going to be very important for Heroes here.
Well, in that rotation, it was Nixa who managed to start off on the bad side, keep the spawns, and get the rotation in. But of course, it's going to be Frosty. That heads-up player trying to make the play in the front here is able to find nothing as of right here, as of right now.
Frosty will eventually get taken out after playing a little bit of hop, skip, and jump, and that's going to be Nixa on point. So they are going to be able to go into the lead again. But the quick rotation's coming out from Frosty, but there's also a rotation coming in from Mage, who actually gets taken out.
Well, back into the hill goes Nixa here, securing it for the time being. And it is going to be blow for blow, as we expected, between these two teams, with the structure and chaos complementing each other. Not going to be a runaway like we also thought it could have been. And at the moment, Bevan just soaking up the time for his team.
Yeah, it's going to be so early. It's going to be so important to see the early rotations coming out of this team. As you can already see, Scorpio and Premium are going for that rotation. But this is going to be a very important one, as they're going to be taking the lead, and it's only scrap time for Spartan. But this is kind of going towards prediction, as they are playing that aggressive style.
Absolutely, but now this is some interesting structured play coming out of Nixas. They've rotated, they've got players in the back holding the spawns, and they're picking up scrap time here.
Yeah.
So if you are a Spartan, you're in a bit of a tough situation, as they need to get on through and break into this hill, and everyone knows that this hill can be an absolute money hill, and at the moment, they're spawning on the other side of the map.
Well, Mage has got a beautiful position there, manages to pick off Latib, and that's going to be more points in the bag for Nixa. They're going to have to wait and basically get some form of formation as Frosty does take out Bevs, and that's 2 kills. Heroes take out Mage, and they'll be able to fly into that site, but we do have Bevs coming in from behind.
Well, that was a perfectly executed pinch there from Spartan, as they managed to get in the back, kill the spawn holder, and now they get some time for themselves as they have secured the close spawns. But because of the squad spawn system here, Nixa is straight back into the action.
Yeah, they did have the favorable spawns, and now you'll see that Spartan's just hanging off on the edges. But I mean, the points difference is not too bad. They can actually just skirt around a little bit and then just push onto side, get a couple of points, so long as they're keeping Nixa off at the moment.
Well, they're doing a fine job at that as they managed to pick up the scraps, and we're going to be going into the next hill here, pretty much even Stevens. But again, with the heads-up play, it's going to be Nixa on the next hill with 3 kills to their name. They're going to get the first 15 seconds or so uncontested.
Well, I think Spartan's actually going to be happy with picking up the scrap there. So there's going to be a lot of learning on how these teams are going to play, because everyone comes into a tournament extremely differently and everyone reacts to a tournament. I mean, the pressure these guys must be under is immense. I mean, it's a massive prize pool that's been put forward by ROG.
Oh, absolutely, but here comes the full team push from the front. The first kills go their way. It's just Premium last alive holding it down. He can't take out them all. And just like that, Spartan break their way onto the hill.
We do have Scorpio just hanging on an off angle, waiting for his teammates, waiting just to get that structure back. But Frosty, oh, sorry, that was a Mage taking out Frosty. And geez, what a push. That is a full team wipe. It's just going to leave Jar Jar man alone with Kyle coming in, or Frosty rather, coming in.
Well, this is pretty much the best example of anything you can do, we can do it better, as they lost the hill game straight back into it. Nixa, they pick up the scraps, the rotation is in, but of course it's going to be, for a change rather, it's going to be Spartan up there next to see if they can hold this hill, where Nixa has been doing so great at that.
100%, and they have to actually get a nice hold. So what we're going to actually probably see here from Nixa, you can see they're going to do a top-down push, and immediately Mages on the point, and they've been pushed off. On the first try coming in from Nixa, they have been pushed off the point, and they'll start to get that tally, and it's not looking good here for Spartan.
Oh, absolutely. Another 3 down now. Make it 4 as Bevan finds a 2-piece. Really starting to feel his way out with this Voltron Klavier in hand here. Lead now starting to develop for Nixa, and I mean, this is exactly where they're chaotic. I suppose they found a balance at this point, as they're keeping it chaotic, but they're playing the time correctly. They're not all flying at the hill, team pushes, you name it. They're doing a fine job, but Bevan is still going big.
Man, What is he on? He's on a streak of 5 as he gets another one. So that's going to finally put him down, and that streak will end. But Nixa starting to run away with the points. They're going to get basically an entire hill to themselves. I think it was only about 3 or 4 points lost on that hill as we are seeing the rotations come out. And Spartan has to do a good hold on this one. Otherwise, this is looking very dire for them.
Oh, absolutely. This is a crucial hill for them because they need to start finding something as they're almost 100 points down now. But Bevan is still getting the kills. He's just doing it all for his team at the moment. Keeping them off, and that's good enough. If they have the lead and they can bleed the second clock, right?
Well, Premium's holding. Premium, did he get that? Yes, he did. And that's another. That's 5 kills in a row coming out here for Nixa. So that hold has immediately just been completely negated by Nixa on Spartan. And look at the rotation coming out there from Mage. Okay, it didn't work out for him that time, but that is such perfect play.
Well, I mean, they held their hill so well, and finally they managed to flip out the spawns again. This is clinical hardpoint coming out of Nixa. I eat my words on the chaos. They're doing structured gameplay at this point and winning their ones. They got the spawns for next. They're going to get the rotation. They picked up the majority of time here. They're 100 points in the lead. Spartan, really, you're going to have to start scrambling at some point.
Yeah, they're going to have to change things around here, and they're going to have to do something really, really soon. I mean, as soon as it starts to get to this point, it does become a little bit untenable. As you're also playing against a clock, I don't think the clock is going to come into this at all, especially on this map. But Nixa doing really well. Organized chaos.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. On the pop, it's going to be Nixa back in the hill with Scorpio. And Bebs. Bebs is still keeping it going. What is he on at the moment? 21-9.
What?
Guys, this is a winner's final.
That is almost unheard of. As you'll see, Major's taking the off angle there. He'll be able to shoot anyone coming on the flank. And there's just no answer by Spartan at the moment as Nixa's going to have firm control on this hill. They won't be able to take the win on this hill, but they're going to get about, call it 16 points shy of that win if they have the full hold here by Premium.
Well, they're doing a fine job at that. There's really nothing being brought out from the side of Spartan here. They're getting traded at every kill. Almost like 100 points down for Spartan to get almost a 100-point club is really unheard of. But if they're going to get something doing, they're going to have to get it now. But look at the minimap. It's going to be Scorpio against Mr. Hero. That's a huge one to win, as that might determine whether or not the spawns are going to be flipped out to Nixa. But here comes the cavalry.
Oh, look at that double by Scorpio to make sure that they get the spawns and they're going to get the heal as soon as it opens up. Mage is pushing in, and there's going to be a big play that needs to come out here by Heroes. He needs to get that double to give his team a chance as Frosty's going to be able to get a call or a big shot there at bottom map as Mage is actually looking for him, but he's long gone.
Well, that was a perfect actually return there from Spartan. They looked like they'd lost it all, but they managed to secure the spawns and get on through. But here comes a play in the back. It's Mage. Mage with his pinch. He might have slipped the net. He does exactly that. He finds a two-piece and Premium's in the hill.
That was such beautiful play, and they can win at 15 points and counting. 13. Okay, they're off heal now. He'll get on heal. Just stay on that hill. Give yourself less to do on the next one potentially. But nice by Spartan holding on by the skin of their teeth.
And honestly, if you're on Nixa here, you've gotten enough time of this one. You've kept it ugly enough. They're going to get the rotation. That's exactly what's happening here. Jar Jar beats the only one alive for the side of Spartan here, trying to get something going on the next hill. Potentially finding something, but he gets turned on as Hero is there for the trade, but he's traded himself only 8 seconds. It's coming down to the wire, Woot.
That was a little bit ugly. That was, get turned on. That was very savage as they'll get that heal. This is pretty much a GG here unless Jar Jar can do something really special. Premium's going to get taken out. The heal is contested. Good job coming in from Heroes. He'll get hold, and Mage is just holding. Oh,
trades. Well, a little bit desperate, if you will, from Spartan at the moment as they're trying to keep everything out of the control of Nixa's. It's only 3 seconds. So Nixa, they can take their time. They can There's 2 down. That's 3 down. Into the hill they go. Heroes lost and alive.
That's
it. Game 1. Going the way of Nixa. Quite dominantly, I might add.
That was so beautiful coming out from Nixa. I mean, they had their number at every single point of that game. The early rotations were coming out. Everything was absolutely stunning.
I couldn't agree more, Mr. Wilson. What a first map to start us off here.
3,700 damage almost. Wow.
Okay, hats off everyone in the studio. Hats off to Bevan. That was a 30-17. You don't get better than that.
Absolutely great start coming out for Nixa. That is going to take us into S&D, and this is, we did predict this, and I'm going to put it on the next prediction because we are going into S&D now. This is where Spartan really does perform. So I'm going to change my prediction from Nixa to Spartan for the S&D.
Well, look, I'm going to have to disagree with you, man. The way Nixa is currently playing, if it moves, Bevan's going to kill it.
Yeah.
So I think if they can ride that momentum, I'm not sure exactly what the map is going to be, but if it's on Bocage, it's going to be tough for Spartan. And I mean, that's not the start we expected from them. We expected the games to be a lot closer than that. And at the moment, Knicks are just playing like absolute speed demons.
Yeah, well, it was Spartan who were playing catch up the entire game. They were basically just having to react to whatever Nixa was doing on that, and all those kills are just coming. I mean, those turns were insane, and whenever they were on point fighting for that point, it was Nixa coming out on top. There wasn't a single example except for that one retake by Spartan where they actually got the rotate out early and held hill. They tried it twice and they failed on both occasions.
Absolutely. Outstructured, outslayed, and out-rotated. I mean, what else can you do? If you're playing against a team that's shooting straight and getting the structure down, it's pretty much impossible, and Nixa did exactly that. I'd love to see the next map, if at all possible. I'm not entirely sure. It's Bocage, like I called it, so it is going to be a tough one for Spartan.
So you're going on Nixa again?
Absolutely.
Okay. What do you think they're going to be running?
How do you mean?
On guns, on loadout.
I think that
Bocage
is going to be definitely. I don't think we might not even see a single automaton. I think it's just going to be a Voltron Praviers and MP40s, and we just might see the Nixa side take over and play super aggressively. But that's when the absolute heads-up play from Spartan is going to have to come on out. They're going to have to play a little bit slower and counter them where they can, get control, get that first pick, get the bomb down, and play to their strengths. Yeah. Don't try to mend and try to take on Nixa and play their style, because then that's when they're going to start dominating.
100%. That's so well said, and I do think that Spartan, if Nixa carries on in the way that they played this hard point with that aggression, that actually could play into Spartan's hands if they do overextend.
Looks like we're jumping into map number 2 here, Bocage SND, which I'm excited. Are you?
I'm so excited as we do see kills there, but they are not. They are just spawning in. It is going to start. And this is going to be so exciting to start off. We do have Nixa. If you've just tuned in, Nixa is in the lead on 1-0 on map count. This is a best of 5. This is the winners final. So if you are a fan of either team and you do see them falling out, they are not gone. They'll play next.
Absolutely. 5 more seconds till we get to see what happens. And my prediction is absolutely nothing until there's a first blood.
Well, we're going to see that typical standoff in mid. I'm pretty sure of it, as we are going to have Nixa on the bomb. It's been carried by Mage on top, and it looks like an A push. But look at that aggression coming out. They've really pushed past halfway. Oh, as I say that, Latif with a great shot into Mage, and that's going to give a 4-3 advantage for Spartan.
And the bomb has been placed in a pretty precarious position at the moment.
It's dropped in sight, yeah.
So exactly like you said, they played super aggressively, but in this case it didn't pay off for them. So now they man down, but the trade is almost there. But again, who else to put your eyes on than Bevan, as he fried everything that moved in the previous game?
Just take a look at Heroes. Heroes literally has not moved, besides, the little bit of jostling left and right. He is making sure that A is going to be called if it does happen, but I don't know. Has he seen that Scorpio has pushed across?
Well, not right now, but still Scorpio's there for the first trade for the side of Nixa, so it's currently going to be a 3 versus 2. Make it a 1 versus 3. Bevan in a bit of a tough position, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, you can't write Bevs off on a 1v100. He
no way.
Just do it. Wow, good shot, and that's going to put it on a 1v2.
Oh my goodness! Okay, it's possible. It's on! There's no way he starts the map with a 1v3.
Oh my word, what the actual... That was so beautiful. Coming in from Bez, drops a 3, clutches for his team. Nixa stealing victory from the jaws of defeat, 1-0 up.
I'm going to be honest with you, I think Bevan's back must be so sore. Having the whole team there for 2 maps in a row now, it seems. He's just absolutely keeping it going, running with that momentum of his. And I mean, how can you compete with that? Everyone shot first and they still lost.
Well, he's on a 3-0, and that's going to be good for his streak. He's going to need to keep that. I do think streaks are going to be important. Not obviously as important as they're going to be on control, but I mean, I'd rather have one than not.
Well, first blood now in the favor of Nixa on defense here. So again, Spartan already reeling after that. I mean, the mental to start you off with getting 1v3, and now you're down a player to start off on the next round, down 2 players. Oh, Nixa just really gunning everything that moves. Heroes all of a sudden in a 1v4.
Okay, I'm being made to eat my words very early on, as Heroes is in a 1v4 with the sniper. He tries to flick onto that, not going to happen. He is on a 0-for-1, so, and he's already getting, man, he's getting pinched. This is going to be ugly.
Well, 2 rounds quickly in a row there for Nixa. as they continue their momentum. And like I said, okay, it's their bread and butter, man. They're just doing what they do.
I want to know if you're sharing universal energy with Nexa, because wow, they are playing on, wow, they are on fire.
Well, maybe it's possible. We've got to send out the positive vibes. But now for the side of Spartan, this is where they've got to change things up a little bit, because what they're doing currently isn't working. I know it's only 2 rounds, so it's early days. But if I was Heroes, I'd put away the sniper, because at the moment it's not working out, and that actually cost the 1v3 because he had the position to shoot him in the back, but unable to clutch it up. But anyways, let's see what Nix can do on attack.
Well, talking about vibes again, the loser of this will go up against Viben, but I mean, don't write off Spartan. Nexa are playing. And he pulls away at that last second. That could have been a nice little headshot as Bevs will take out Latif. Advantage for Nexa again. That's 3 in a row. Jar Jar will trade out.
Well, 3 apiece now. And Bevan still keeping it going. He's still alive there. That's 5 in a row from him. He is 2 away from streaks, which are also crucial. Bomb is now down. 3 versus 3 retake, but Frosty, he might be able to make the sneaky play here.
Well, Beats has always been a good player on, especially on ARs, but eesh, this is really looking. I mean, look at Bevs on a 5 for nothing.
Well, Bevan's finding another one. Is eventually traded. That's all of the players down, and finally Spartan are going to be the ones to find around here. I see Frosty's still looking for players.
He's skating around.
Didn't realize that the kill came in, and it traded out to the end to be a 1 versus 1 by Mr. Frosty. And finally, on the board is Spartan.
Well, if you're watching at home, just remember that it is a 7.5 second defuse and a 5 second plant. So if we are getting to those very tense moments where time is running out, you'll be able to see a clock. And the clock sometimes, we saw it last night where we even forgot about the clock, and the clock sometimes wins.
Absolutely. We always say it in S&D, if you get the bomb down and you are alone, it's actually a 1 versus 5. Because you have to play the clock as well. But anyways, let's see if Spartan can convert something on attack now. But immediate, looks like a hard counter from the boys over at Nexa. Bevan pushing all the way up.
Well, we haven't seen a single Kobe yet, and I'm very upset about that, but I'm sure they will come in. We saw quite a few last night. We even saw a double. We got a popcorn. But that not so much happening on this one, as both teams are standing off against each other.
Well, at the moment, still a stalemate. No first blood to come as of right now. But Frosty and his buddy Heroes slowly making their way around the right-hand side. Your Premium being the one to slow it down for now.
He's going to back off. They can slow it down because Frosty's got to get that bomb down. But we do have Bev, who I don't know if they know his position. I don't know if there's any sign cues. Oh! Frosty managing to escape with 9 HP. And he'll get that bomb down.
Well, that was a perfect bait and switch there from Frosty. But the mate is there for the trade, and it comes in. It's just chaos. Chaos, but the bomb has been denied. So 2 versus 3 advantage now for, well, completely now. It's a 1 versus 3 for Spartan. GG, but it's going to be Premium who finds 1. He gets away with his life for the time being. Bomb is now picked up. The challenge is in, but he can't win. It's 1, and Spartan answering back with 2 rounds for themselves.
He had to win that fight. There's no way that he should have lost that fight. He had the angle, but I think the react was just coming out a little bit slow there, as Heroes basically got the peek onto him and managed to take him down. But was that actually crossfire?
No, I think that was a complete win from Heroes there, but like you said, he might have been a bit slow on the trigger to start him off. But regardless, it seems like Spartan have found some form of energy here. Maybe they're hearing me talk about how they need to change things, and they're doing just that, as we are even Stevens going into round number 5.
Well, let's see if we are going to actually get more of a B. I mean, it's been pretty split up, but A is always a favorite on this map, especially. Plenty of bullets flying as Heroes will get a nice headshot onto Bevs there to start things off. Nexa a man down. Spartan seem to have found some form of ascendancy.
Well, exactly right. But never to write off Mage, as he's darting around here around the A site. But there's something that you mentioned a little bit earlier about the A site being so dominated. It's slightly less now. Scorpio finds the nade, like you said. Is slightly less dominated, simply because of the movement of where the bomb is actually placed. But Mage, sound cues. He finds the kill potentially, but he gets spotted out.
Yeah, he's going to back off. He's rather going to play life, which is clever. Sometimes we do get those flexes in where you just want to go for that kill, and sometimes it's actually wiser to save your life because you can put your team in awkward situations.
Well, the trade is there. Scorpio finds 3 versus 2, sorry, at the moment. And A side completely in control for the boys over Nexus. They can get this bomb down, which is precisely what's going to happen. Hero spots him out. Goodness, you can shoot through that. No, it's Beats with the trade. 2 versus 2.
So Mage onto Beats, and really good shots coming out there, but I mean, now we got that 2v2, and now the clock does come into play. Well, actually it doesn't, and it's going to be Spartan who take the advantage and go into the lead for the first time in this. It is a 3-2.
Absolutely. I mean, that round was such a pandemonium. I actually couldn't finish the point I was trying to talk about. Can you see how A-bomb has now been moved out onto the platform?
Yeah.
Previously, it was inside the building, and then that bomb site was so desperately dominated
Yeah.
that was you wouldn't even see a B. If it was a B, it was a damn miracle.
Yeah.
But I like how they've changed things up a little bit now, making it a little bit more open, so you can deny that plant a little bit easier.
Well, we've had 3 denies so far on A, but they're obviously still pushing for it. But what do you think? What do you think these teams have to change? I mean, I can't really see anything. No team is doing anything wrong. It's just coming down to the wire, and they're playing time.
Well, first nade coming through there again. Advantage in favor of Spartan.
Guys, a man advantage in S&D is massive, because that means that if you are doing splits, if you're doing a 2-2 or a 3-1 split, you're immediately creating an advantage for your team, where you can create basically the buddy system so that those trades come out immediately, and you always hold that advantage.
Well, Bevan and Mage going back-to-back, making the 2v2. The bomb will be going down, but Bevan might be able to get the perfect timing here. Oh, he knows he's in the area. He sees him, he gets the kill. 1 versus 2 now for
Beautiful.
Heroes.
Oh, well, we see that Ninja.
Oh, sound cue coming in there. Might have been heard. He gets spotted out. Bevan gets the kill, and Nixa are back into the game and evening it up 3 apiece. If we're being honest now, I think Mr. Premium needs to pick up the sticks a little bit at the moment. He's having a bit of a slower run at 1 and 5.
Yeah.
But it is certainly possible.
Well, sometimes we see this so much, where one player really shows up and one slack has to be picked up, but it's not something abnormal. Sometimes you're just not getting a good run. We just don't have luck of the draw where you're getting Kobe'd, or you're basically just getting mowed down on flank.
Absolutely. I mean, and there always has to be someone at the bottom of the leaderboard, right?
Yep.
In this case, it might be Premium, but he can turn things around as Nixa go back onto attack here, as we might be seeing a B potentially, but probably not. They play for the first pick, but goodness gracious, Beats got the shots, but unable to finish the kill.
Honestly, I don't know how many ticks there were, or how many hit markers he got there. That was quite a few. I was definitely trying to see if that player was going to go down, but nothing doing at the moment. He's going to hold that angle again. He knows Premium is there, and he's not going to be, well, he's not going to be pushing. Ooh, this is going to be interesting.
No, banks off the wall. Banks off the wall, so again, stalemate, waiting for that first pick to get the bomb down, but of course it's Bevan and Mage. Pushed all the way up, looking for the first pick. It's going to be Mage, just get some tags, but unable to finish it. Oh my goodness, Mr. Frosty! As the trade is in, and it is going to be well, another trade followed up by that, so 3 versus 2, but some nice shots coming out of Mage there to potentially swing the round.
Well, they want to show that they can also, that they've also got the gun skill, and I mean they do. All of these guys have such a high skill levels that, yeah, when you play against them, it's honestly, yeah.
Well, Beats is either going to make the perfect play or get taken out. He's going to get taken out as Premium snips him.
Makes that 2v2.
So now, 2v2 retake, well, 2 versus 3 if you count the clock, 7.5 defuse time, do not forget.
Yeah, 7.5 seconds, there is 30 seconds, so not too much pressure, but now the timer goes red as it goes below, and we are on 25 seconds. The players are still trying to feel out for where they are, but something's going to have to be done on the side of Spartan.
Well, Heroes just slowly pushing it up. Premium might get some good timing here, but it's Mage who finds Heroes. Premium might get some good timing. He gets burnt. So 1 versus 1 now, but all you have to do if you are Mage is play the clock, check the bomb. He does exactly that.
Beautiful.
And Nixa win the round.
Yeah, it looks so easy. It's like, yeah, he's defusing. He had to hold that defuse. If he let go, the 7.5 seconds basically becomes null and void. So it's really good by Mage to basically hang back there and wait.
Absolutely. I mean, they played that round in the 2v2 situation really, really well. And it was actually a 2 versus 3 that they clutched up there. And they did a fine job at that. And now taking the lead. And this is a crucial, crucial round for Spartan. Because if they win this, it places them onto map point and potentially forces the series point coming out of Nixa here. So if there was ever next to round 11, this is the round that you have to win on the side of Spartan.
Yeah, 100%. And we do have the bomb there with Frosty, but Bevs is drawing first blood, and that is not looking good for Spartan, because now they have got to get bomb down as well as challenge. But that is that's a team kill.
That's a TK indeed. So a 2 versus 3 at the moment, as unfortunately teammates like shooting each other in this game mode, and putting the advantage squarely in Nix's field.
Yeah, they will be able to basically force, as I say that, beautiful shots coming out from Frosty, seeing him through the gaps there. He'll take out Scorpio, but the trade comes in for Premium. We've got 2 and 1, and if they play buddy system, this is going to go 5-3, and they do have to get bombed down. Oh,
Nice
never
shot
mind.
From Clark. No. Frosty there, as he will be able to get this bomb down onto the side, but Premium is there. He might have seen it.
I don't think he did. I don't think he did.
He either did, and he might push it right now. He could have seen that. That was definitely line of sight. That's why he was posted up there.
Yeah, but it's like he didn't see. I don't understand.
He's like you, Woot.
Listen, I know I'm bad, but I'm not that bad. I used to play.
Well, regardless, still time now burning down slowly as Premium needs to find this player. He has picked it up a little bit, 3 and 6 now, but if there was ever a play in the game to make, it's got to be this one. And Frosty, he's just playing the time.
Sanku, he's got it. Oh, but he gives away his position. He gives away his position! Why?
Cool, that was just trigger discipline not coming through from there, and of course Premium catches the one that matters most and puts Nixa up.
Sometimes the right decision is not to shoot, and that was a pure example of that, as it gave him the ability to get turned on. It was so good here coming in from Premium, but he was obviously assisted by Frosty there and saying, okay, cool, I know where you are now. Now I just need a turn, and he got burned.
Absolutely, and I couldn't agree more. This is indeed a map point here for Nixa, as it's going to be very difficult for Spartan to pick things up, as they need to win 3 straight rounds of S&D to clutch up here, and not allow Nixa to take 2 quick maps, let alone rounds.
Yeah.
But I think to quickly talk about what Premium did there so perfectly in the previous round is he actually baited out the sound cue there and then moved.
Yeah.
But here comes the aggressive play coming out of Nixa at the moment as Bebs finds one leap by 2.
Oh, he gets a hit marker there.
They want it bad.
Oh!
Heroes now last alive. Bevan taking out Mage, but it doesn't matter. 2 versus 1. If anyone's going to do it on the side of Spartan, it is going to be Heroes.
Well, it actually might come in. We do obviously Premium Bevs. Bevs on a 12-5. Don't want to write him off, but not going to happen. Nixa is going to go 2-0 up, and this is going to be game point, match point.
Absolutely. So now they are 2-0 up in this first to 3. So great job there to Nixa as they carried on their momentum and played exactly how I predicted. Chaotically stuck to their guns and came out on top. 2-0, 2 quick maps to the side of Nixa. Tell me, was that what you were expecting?
It was not what I was expecting. I honestly thought that Spartan was going to take that, but it was 2-0 up, and then they managed to come back to Spartan. But it was just, I haven't seen this come out of Nixa. Just this discipline. They're on a whole new level today, where they got shut down and they were converting clutches that they really shouldn't have.
Absolutely. That 2 versus 3 is a good example of that. And I mean,
the 1 versus 3.
1 versus 3 to start off the game. I mean, Bevan carrying on his momentum, keeping his composure, ice in the veins, getting the kills. It's just like all lights are on Nixa at the moment. But if there was ever going to be a reverse sweep, it starts in map number 3, and that's going to be Control.
I haven't seen a good reverse sweep in a while. It's been a good while, but if anyone can do it, they can. Spartan can do it, but it's going to be so hard to hit Nixa now because they must be feeling invincible.
Absolutely. I mean, they're riding off of a win over August. Coming into this one, 2 quick rounds to them, and I mean, the HP was so dominant. We're going to another respawn. If I could see the map from here, it's going to be Tuscan, where the first map was where it was working for them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Nixa, all is, like I said, all lights on them.
So what do you... Okay, so I obviously have a different point of view on how Control should be played. Everyone's got a point of view. It's such a dynamic type of game that you can literally try anything, and anything could potentially work depending if you can, have the gun skill to back it. But what would you do if you were Spartan now?
If you were on the side of Spartan, it depends on who picked the map and whether or not they have defense. Because if anyone at home is wondering how the sides work,
very important.
If we run the distance, defense is very, very strongly favored on this game mode. So the way you determine in round 5 who gets defense is the amount of ticks that you get. So whoever starts on defense generally has a greater advantage of winning the map. And then if you start on defense and then win your attack, then you're pretty much away for winning. So whoever's on an attack, it's going to be so crucial for them to get that first round and set the tone for the map. But to answer your question on what was the strat or what would I do if I was in their shoes, is I'd do something completely different.
Yeah.
Because now's the time.
They have to. So as I say, sometimes attack is the best form of defense, and defense is the best form of offense. You can never get those right. But attacking in this game is a disadvantage because it's so much easier to do a 2-2 split and also even do a 1-1 and then have basically two floating players to back up either side where you see the push coming in. So if I was Spartan, this is kind of my default tactic, but to go for that split and then force where someone is not, and then try cap as quickly as possible, even if you're going A, B, A, B, A, B, and just capping it off, leave themselves less to do.
Absolutely. I mean, if they could do something like secure the most difficult point to cap, which is B on this map, if they can pick that up first and then quickly rotate over, I've seen Viben do that perfect control, where they find the most difficult point to cap, then rotate over. I think Spartan certainly has the potential to do that, but I'm not entirely sure who is going to be on attack or defense, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
But like we said, attack, crucial to win to start off the game.
Yeah, if you want to take control, if you want to give yourself a fighting chance, if you are on attack first, you need to take that first. Well, that win. Otherwise, you leave yourself with a mountain to climb. It's very deceiving in that it goes 0-0, 1-1, 2-2, because again, how crucial or how much of an advantage defense gives you.
Absolutely. But now I want to talk a little bit about the mental and the mentality of these players here. Like, if you're in the shoes of Spartan and you've just gone down 2 maps, what are you going to do to get out of that slump? I mean, you got taken out. You get 1v3'd. I mean, we've all played Call of Duty and SD. If you get 1v3'd, that's demoralizing, man.
Yeah. That is completely demoralizing. But these guys are all seasoned players. They should be able to say, this won't be the first time a reverse sweep has happened, and it's not going to be the last. They can do it. They do have the skill, but they are going to have to try something different. They are going to have to win those crucial 1v1s and the 1v3s.
Apparently. But yeah, so I agree. You've got to win your ones. You've got to be able to get things perfect. But at the moment, it is the straight shooting from Nixa is almost impossible to compete with.
Yeah. I mean, they're just so dominating in pretty much every single tight angle. I mean, I have so much respect for these players because I've always said, no, if it's a PC game or if it's a first-person shooter, it should be on PCA and it should be on mouse and keyboard. And to see what they do with controllers it's not natural.
Okay, well, we hear from the people in the back that it's time to get into map number 3, Control on Tuscan. Looking for a 3-0 is going to be Nixa. Looking to deny that and start the reverse sweep is going to be Spartan.
Very weird sport.
Yeah, he's not allowed to go any further forward, said the game.
Yeah. You will spawn away from your teammates. You will maintain a 10-meter barrier. But guys, we are about to go in as we actually are not about to go in. We've got the lobby has been closed. One of the players disconnected.
Well, that gives us a nice opportunity to talk about who was on defense there. I couldn't actually quite tell. It was too quick because as it started, we got reset. But regardless, what are your thoughts going into the map? What should they do perfectly?
I think Nixa, all they have to do is just play their defense. If they play the defense, they've got a natural ability to be able to take this map. But what's going to be interesting is to see if they've got that discipline to be able to say, we're going to back off. And I honestly didn't think they would do it on S&D, but they did. They didn't go for those ego challenges.
Well, they did in the last round.
Well, yes, but... Well, okay.
They did in the last round, but I think that's just them riding the high of how they were playing. But I agree with you. But we saw it perfectly in the hard point and at the start of that S&D. And they need to keep that going because they're shooting so straight at the moment. And on the side of Spartan, this is the point where you've got to keep your guns up, like you said. And they are veteran players. They will be able to do that. But you got to come out of the gate strong as well, because all eyes are on Bevan and Premium. He picked it up in the last round. He got that crucial kill.
Yeah.
And now it looks like everything's a little bit lackluster from Spartans. They're not even getting their ones because they're getting two-pieced left, right, and center.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard, especially when we saw in Hardpoint where they would just finally get some form of advantage and immediately it gets shut down so quickly. What do you do when that happens? I mean, I've played, you've played, and when you're just getting shut down so quickly, you're like, okay, we're not doing anything tactically wrong. We know our gun skill is there. We're just being outdone.
Well, yes, I agree with you to an extent, but often what happens in these situations is when they start playing and the other team is playing so well, you start to panic and you start to lose your fundamentals, and then all of a sudden you're challenging a hill by yourself, expecting to be the hero, and then you get frustrated with your teammates. Look, I've been there. Like, why aren't you guys helping me? Why aren't you guys helping me?
Yeah, we did.
But they were all dead, and you're trying to do it all on your own. So, like, that's the kind of thing that they need to watch out for now. And but like we said, they're veteran players. If anyone's going to do it, it's definitely going to be them.
Well, if they can, I mean, they're a good bunch of guys. I've been in comms with them, you know, when we sneak into their audio channel to hear what they're saying. But they're very calm. They will be able to pull themselves together. Yes, there's going to be a lot of frustration. There's going to be a lot of nerves, because I do think that one saving grace for them is like, guys, let's just play. Even if we lose, it's okay. We're still going to go through and play. We're going to play vibe, and if we lose. So I think that they need to just actually use this time and feel out Nixa, because I don't see Nixa losing this.
Honestly, neither do I. So if there's ever going to be a time for them to get it going, sorry for the day, everyone in the chat at the moment. We're just trying to get the lobby back up and running. So you're just going to have to listen to us for a little bit longer. But like you were saying, they are calm, cool, and collected. And on the polar opposite side of that, Nixa in the comms, they are calm when they need to be, but they thrive off of their energy. I mean, Bevan, when he's going, he's screaming.
Yeah, he's screaming.
So, I mean, there's not much else to speak about other than to see what has changed from the Spartan side now, because they've been outdone 2 maps in a row.
Well, it would be interesting to see if Spartan does manage to take control, what that does to Nixa, because Nixa have been riding the wave for pretty much this entire competition. I haven't seen maybe a bit earlier, but they haven't dropped a point. They've been so dominating.
Well, they beat August.
They beat August. So how if Spartan can manage to shut them down, even if it's just on one map, what that's going to do to mental state, because it is a mental game, and it can get frustrating. It's COD.
Absolutely. And, well, like you said, riding the wave is a good way of putting it. And they've been riding the wave since the group players. They went through undefeated, now in the grand final, no, not grand final, sorry, winners finals, and they 2 are up. Spartan has also been undefeated, and it's interesting that they meet them here. Are we into the game?
I think we are looking to continue.
looking to continue with the conversation. As we're waiting to see if things have worked out in the map. It looks like we are in the game, as it's got to be Nixa on defense. So if you're on the side of Spartan, it's going to be a tough one.
Again, just hold that calm demeanor and just do what you can. Again, have that reassurance in the back of your mind. Okay, let's just give it everything, and let's see, because what happens if in the grand final Spartan does manage to beat Viben, which is obviously up in the air at the moment. We don't know who's going through, but they can at least get a feel for the tactics and who's been doing their homework.
Well, absolutely, and this is exactly what we were talking about to start this map, as the whole team from Spartan is trying to make their way onto B. They're finding the first picks as well, but here comes the potential pinch, but all 3 players now down on Nix's side, and onto the point fly Spartan.
See, and this is a really good attack, but I'm waiting to see. We only have Bevs who's sitting mid-map, no rotations coming out, but there we're gonna see Latib, who's gonna be pushing onto A. He's gonna be met there by Scorpio. Gonna be a very important fight, and they're doing exactly what I thought they would do, in that they are splitting A/B, because you can see Nixa did have a bit of a commit to B.
Well, they managed to get the hill in there at the last second, that being Nixa, to relieve the pressure somewhat, but they still lost 2 ticks. So if you're on the side of Spartan, that's all you got to do, right?
Yeah.
You have now the position to push up, get this A side. They're doing a fine job of that. But
Oh,
Bevan,
did they get the tick?
Bevan,
I think they got it.
no, the contest is there, but Jojo Beats comes out on top, so the second tick is found at A, and now 2 ticks total to be found on this map.
Okay, now if you are watching, if they manage to get this full on A, they will give themselves an extra minute to only get 1 tick on B. So brilliant start here by Spartan.
Well, they do exactly that. A is now secure. The lives are pretty much even. Only a 2 life advantage for Spartan. But as I said, that Bevan finds 2 for himself and evens it up anyway. But like you said, 1 tick, not impossible. They have 2 minutes to work with. They can work their way around the back and get it up. But now, onus completely on Nixa to hold this defense.
Well, Frosty is playing out of his socks, as is Jar Jar, but they're gonna need to get on the point. But we can see that a Premium is just holding there, just waiting for the push. We're gonna have Heroes who's gonna go down on the challenge to Mage. And I think I wanted to say it a little bit earlier, but as soon as they're on that A, you could see that tick was going to go their way. Obviously, they can't see where the opposition plays on, but I think an early rotation should have come out there just to give themselves a little bit less to do.
Well, absolutely. But having a look at the minimap there, it was Frosty who was pushed all the way into the back there for the good amount of time, and he made enough noise for his teammates to work their way up into the map and also make their way to the back. But here comes the crucial set of kills to come on through. Scorpio finding 1. Bevan finding the other, so it's looking like this push also might be stopped, but Jar Jar Beats on that plat position to see if he can find Nicholas.
Oh, beautiful shot there coming in from Jar Jar. They are going to be able to get on the hill. It's going to be a big job for Mage at the moment. They're just standing off it. Now they'll finally get on it as Frosty gets on it. But they're going to have to get the full tick because if it's challenged, they can relieve all that pressure, which is exactly what's happened now. And that's forced Jar Jar to go off.
Well, now he's the last player pushed all the way up for his side. He's going to get sniffed out by Mage, potentially. Scott's cursed. No, it's not going to be cursed today, as eventually the second push is stopped in its tracks. But Heroes, he slipped the net. But Lives now completely back in favor for Nixa, 6v10. They are holding this one tick somewhat perfectly.
Well, do look at the time because we've got 52 seconds and counting, and that can sneak up on you really quickly. But they are playing these lives, and it is 3. So, guys, that means there will be no respawns for Spartan. It's Frosty, it's Lateeb and Jar Jar. Make that just Frosty.
Make it no one, as Nixa secure the defense off of what looked like
a
almost,
sure win.
Yeah, perfect play from Spartan as they managed to
But
get
the
on
ticks
through.
do count.
Yes,
The ticks do count.
That is a good point. If we do run the distance to round number 5, there are currently 5 ticks for Spartan.
So, good job there by Spartan. Now it's going to have to be re-emanated by Nixa, who did fail in defense there on A. They actually got taken over. It started off on B, got 2 ticks on that, then they went and got the full A, and then managed to get the secondary on B. Actually, no, they got there was only 1 more tick left on B.
That's right.
But they're capping so quickly. What is Spartan doing? They are leaving it for them completely open.
Well, at the last second, here comes the contest. But Frosty, you see, this is where it starts to get a bit dangerous. But as I said, I eat my words. Scorpion takes him out. And the trades work on out for Bevan, as per usual, as he's the last one alive. But Lateef finding a 2-piece and getting a bit of control, denying that final 2 ticks on A. And getting a bit of a life advantage. So, defense also being played super well by Spartan here.
And look at the early rotations coming out from Spartan to curb what Premium's doing. Premium's going to push there, and he's only going to find the barrel of Lateeb, but he's backed off a little bit, and now we're going to have Heroes pushing an aggressive point. But they do have a little bit of control here. There's Nixa on A.
Well, as you say that, they might be able to find one, but Lateeb finds a 2-piece in the mid-map, slows the push even further. Heroes takes out the A player, and I'd even go as far as saying they are playing defense better than Nixa were.
Well, I mean, the score speaking for itself here is that that's only 1 tick on A, and every single time, what's beautiful to see, it's almost like they're clairvoyant in that their rotations to be basically stopped any push from Scorpio as well as Premium. Sorry, Frosty as well as Jar Jar.
Well, of course, it's going to be Frosty, last one alive on that B site, but the A, this should be A given up. If you're on the side of Spartan, I wouldn't recommend throwing lives unnecessarily at it, but it's going to be the nade that draws the first blood on this retake.
No, if they can take this kill, that leaves only 30 seconds, so that's going to leave a very desperate Nixa to try and start pushing.
Oh, absolutely. So I eat my words as per usual, as Spartan push on up, deny the tick, 20 seconds to work with, 3 life advantage, as it's just Bevan.
Look at Heroes.
Oh,
word! 3 kills in a row. That is going to put all the pressure, but a massive push coming in for Nixa onto B. That's only going to leave Frosty with a lot of work to do. He gets 1, gets taken out by Mage, and they're going to storm that site. Have they left themselves with too much to do and too little time? It's going to be Lateeb to try and curb that. He cannot.
Well, the trade's currently working out for Nixa as they're still getting a bit of time here. I believe that is almost 2 ticks, but no one on either side. Streaks are coming out somewhere. I wish I could see where.
If they just put it on site.
It's going to be Bears who clears the site, gets them a little bit more control. They find 2 ticks, but 11.8 seconds. It's going down
so
to the wire.
broken. It is so broken. They do get the reset. 1 minute, 11 seconds. It is everywhere at the moment.
Well, this might be out of the hat. Plays coming out of Majors. He finds a 2-piece here, and he's still capping the point. His teammates nowhere to be found, but they managed to get away into the back of the map. So it's almost like a full rotation, as it's going to be Premium opening it up.
They have got almost a spawn trap going on here, and it's going to be a lot of work here for Spartan, but they do... Where's that spawn coming from? It's coming mid-map.
Well, now there's no more respawns, a minute to work with. It has to be perfect control from the boys over at Nixa. And if you look over to minimap, Bevan just playing his time, waiting for his teammates, make it a 7 versus 3, but only 1 tick, so it's not impossible, but they need to play perfectly.
Well, Nixa have left themselves with a lot to do, but that was absolutely well done from them in order to cap A. Didn't look like it was going to happen, but this is very good by Spartan. They just need to hold the angles here. They've got a basically 7v2, and, well,
A 1v7.
yes, yeah, make that a 1v7. That's going to be a lot of work for Scorpio to do by himself.
Yeah, 20 seconds to work with. It's a game of TDM at this point. I mean, it's got to be the nades that do it at the end as a Spartan answer back with a defense round of their own. But this is the beauty of control.
5, 5, and 6.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of control. It was really just, we thought it could have gone either way at the end there.
That was really well done by Nexa, but so brilliant by Spartan just to hold their metal at the bottom on B. But now we go and swap sides again. It's going to be Spartan on attack, Nexa on defense. I think we might just see a little bit of a change. Yeah, we've got an absolute scrum coming in here, a full push from Spartan on to A.
Well, left alone to defend it is going to be Premium, as he's waiting for Heroes to push his way on up. But look at Mr. Bevs trying to be that root man once again. Get round the back. He's going to go for a huge flank. As the push finally comes in, Scorpio finding the first. Heroes is there for the trade. Heroes finds 2, being the hero of the story so far.
That is Premium Scorpio taken up by Heroes. Bevs does manage to trade on to Latif. I mean, we've got to see these kills as they almost got A capped, and they're on B as well. And that's left completely open for Frosty. It could have been, well, something could have been done there by Bevs, and he rather pushed towards A, which is obviously nothing doing at the moment. They're going to get that first cap. Can they get the second? This is Nexa in a lot of trouble.
Oh, perfect. This is a perfect conversion from one point to the other from Spartan there. They have 2 minutes to work with. They have a 3-life advantage. Premium trying to do everything he can. Latif, last one alive. He is eventually cut down. So pressure relieved mere momentarily.
What actually happens if they go into last round with the same amount of ticks? It's actually going to force it to reset to normal, and that's going to mean Spartan's going to be on attack.
That's a very good question. I don't think I've ever been in a position where that has happened, but Heroes, he is really the sung hero of the story, as he's got 5 in a row, looking to pick up some streaks here.
Well, it's going to be Bevs get taken down again. Bevs struggling a little bit at the moment, but as I say that he is on 20 for 13. He's just been taken out twice in a row with no answer, as Latif's going to get on site and he's going to be absolutely minced.
Well, I don't think that Heroes managed to pick up streaks there in the end, so there are no streaks for the boys over at Spartan in the back pocket.
But 2 for Premium.
Well, Bevan pushed up, trying to get some kills up close here, but unable to do something as of right now. He throws a nade all the way over and looking for the spawn kills.
So they're going to go on that long rotation, but a lot of time for Spartan. We are very close on lives. It's 17 to 18 in favor of Nix, so make that 16 to 17 as we had a couple of kills there coming out from Beats and Bevs respectively for their teams. But a good job at the moment. It's going to be Premium just baiting down on site, and Heroes, what can he do?
Well, nothing at the moment as his teammates are falling in the spawn, so it's all slowed down. Mage finds Heroes. This push slowly being picked apart by Nixa, and I love what they're doing with their positional play here. He's just playing his time. Look at Mage, he's just baiting and switching for his teammates, and then they look and they start to push out, get more map control, look for the spawn kills, which is how you're supposed to play defense, and they're denying the push, and Bevan! 5 in a row!
That was so beautiful coming out from Bevs. He's looking for a 6th to, well, keep on his current streak. He's going to get it!
Bevan starting to warm up. His HP play is coming out. His 1v3 coming out, it seems, as he is 1 away from securing a second set of streaks in this game. 27 seconds.
Look at the lives.
15 to 6. Nixa really starting to flesh out their defense at this point.
15 lives in favor of Nixa, 2 Spartans, 5, and this is looking really good. Don't hate on a Spartan too much. They've managed to get 4 ticks in total, but they're on site at the moment. This is the last 4, and almost in no man's land at the moment as Mage will go down. Can they cap this?
Well, they have it. The kills are going their way. They have found 2 ticks. It's the stack.
They're going to push.
Through. The stack has to come through, and the contest
they cap it.
They get it!
How?
After all of that, coming out of the boys over at Nixa, Bevan finding 6 in a row, getting 2 pieces, 3 pieces. It doesn't matter. You only need 4 players, and all of them on the point, as it's going to be Spartan going 2-1 up and forcing the map point.
So, welcome to COD, where kills actually don't matter. They were literally, they had 4 players. They managed to steal 4 kills and sit on that point in order to make that. And now they're sitting on the advantage with 11 ticks to 5, as well as having won their attack.
Well, exactly. The first team to actually win their attack. So all they need to do is win this defense, and boy, oh boy, there is a potential for a reverse sweep.
Ooh, on the cards. Jar Jar looking, and he will get taken out by Bevs. That's a good control. They're coming up from Bevs, who saved Premium, but Heroes is like, no, I'll get him. Oh. And Latif with the beautiful double. Heroes taking one out on Bevs, and that all that pressure is going to be relieved. That A was almost ticked through, but Nixa immediately pushing on for B. They're going to be jumped into by Frosty, who manages one. Oh, gets taken out.
Well, now the push also being picked apart by Spartan, as this is almost perfect defense, as there is only one tick in total for the side of Nixa, as they look to find something, but beats with some nice shots, but unable to do anything as he's caught with his panther throwing an aid. As Lateeb.
It's almost like he thought he had a Semtex there.
Yeah,
He was going to get a stuck.
Exactly. But look at your minimap. It's Lateeb who was pushed up, but he gets cut down eventually, as finally a little bit of pressure is being placed onto A by Nixa.
So if you have just tuned in, at the moment on map count it is 2-0 to Nixa, but Spartan with what seems to be the beginning of a reverse sweep. If they're obviously going to make it happen, they do have to take control, playing extremely well. But look at the team at the moment. Heroes on 20 for 17, Frosty is on 21 for 26, Lateeb is on 19 for 25. Yes, there's some negatives there, but they're all playing together. And we do have a dropout. Nixa's lost a player in premium.
Oh, no. So his driver's crashed, everyone. Anyways, it looks like we're going through with forwards with a 3 versus 4. And that is a real dagger, if you ask me, as now it's almost impossible. But maybe not for Bevan, as he's still 33 and 17, really trying to do it all for his team. And they did, in the chaos that was the disconnect, manage to find A.
No, I don't think he'll be able to come back into the lobbies, because these lobbies will be closed. Well, I will eat my words if that does happen, but a Spartan doing a really good job at defense here. Nixon, they just tried, they can't do anything.
But this is exactly what you have to do as a defensive side. You've got to push on up, get these spawn kills, and not allow them to get close to the hill. And they're doing a fine job of that, as Lateeb has found 2 in a row here for himself, with 2 HP to his name.
Ooh, that was ugly.
Well, he gets cut down, but it doesn't matter. 54 seconds, pretty much even in life count. Something needs to happen here from a Nixa.
Well, they have managed to get A, which is something, but Spartan obviously going to be pushing all resources onto B. Lots of nades coming out as Bevs does get stunned. Oh, the nades are just coming out. Some streaks to be able to use there from Spartan. Make that another one as Heroes. Oh, sorry. I'm reading the wrong thing. But Heroes on a 2. Do we actually have any streaks to work with?
I don't think there are any usable streaks at the moment on the field. Not at the moment.
No, all grayed out.
But regardless, it looks like Bebs is still really trying to do it all for his team. 15 seconds, they need to make something happen here. But if you look at the minimap, they've got all angles covered. And Spartan just looking to drive the dagger into Nixa, slow their momentum, and potentially start a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I think that is all she wrote, as Spartan will make that comeback. Welcome to the ROG Invitational, Spartan.
Spartan going 3 rounds in a row, 1 map into the series, so it is 2-1. And this is exactly what we were talking about, everybody. This is where Call of Duty, or the best of Call of Duty in the last 4 years, as we really don't know who will win. We really don't know.
Well, Control, again, is such an important game, and we saw Nixa had that one in the bag. It was on the second one where they lost. They had it in the bag. All they had to do was commit to sight. They had the lives. They had everything. And they were just sleeping. They got caught. They got caught with the proverbial pants down.
Well, I wouldn't call that sleeping. I just think that Spartan pulled it out of the hat, right? They got their ones. They won their ones off of Frosty finding a 2-piece there and making those players spawn out enough time for them to all stack the point. They had, I think there was like a 10 or 12 life advantage there for Nixa, but didn't mean a thing.
At one stage it was 15 to 4, 16 to 4 if I remember correctly.
Exactly, 11 lives, anything like that. I mean, just clinical control played by the boys over at Spartan, and they're really showing that they're not out of the series at all.
No. And I think that you can feel a little bit sorry for Nixa having lost that player, because that is such a demoralizing thing to happen when you do lose a player. But we do go to another hard point now. If that is won by Sparta, means we are going to go to a final on the Search and Destroy, which is going to determine who is going through and who's going to place that top spot, who plays the winner between X and Fiben.
Exactly. Well, I'd like to say that maybe it's not the most demoralizing thing to lose a player, because you can actually use that, well, I'd say psychologically
exactly.
You can use that. You say, okay guys, we dropped that map, but that's because of a technicality,
Exactly.
not because we actually got taken out completely. But
they were.
They were. So if I was them, that's what I'd be saying in the comms. So you got to keep your guns up. But Hardpoint is their bread and butter. Like we saw go, they went up, I think it was 127 to 250 in the previous game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Not out of the woods is Spartan. They still have a mountain to climb to force that round 5 or the game 5.
It's going to be interesting to see which map it's going to be played on, and obviously Premium was the one that disconnected. Hopefully it's not going to happen again, because this is going to go down to the wire. Nexa is going to want to cut this off, because what's really important about winning this, and the one thing that you do need to take from it, is that if you do get this win, you get a break. It's very difficult, because whoever loses here is going to go from game to game to game, back to back to back. It's exhausting. It's high levels of concentration for high periods of time.
I'll agree with you, and I'll give you devil's advocate on this, right? So it is exhausting, and you have to use your mentality the whole time, but you've got to keep playing. It's hours and hours. But then, think about it, after that time, you are going to be so tweaked out that you're going to be shooting everything that moves, and then that gives you the advantage because you are truly, well and truly warmed up. But I think that also might have been what was happening in this game, as it took the 2 maps for Spartan to really start getting into their groove, and now it shows through in the control as they managed to get that map.
Well, maybe that's exactly what they needed. They needed those first 2 maps as call it the wake-up call. It's really nice because we just have the advantage of being able to see everything from the top and seeing how well Spartan did manage to come back in that. And again, take nothing away from Spartan. They deserve that win.
Absolutely. Coming off of that clutch, I mean, that's where you got to use that to your advantage. You've done what we all thought was the impossible, as Nexa was flying on a super high, and they get taken off. And as soon as we get back into the lobby, we're going to have to see whether or not they can convert that to the HP.
Oof, the team captains must be having good chats with their teams at the moment, and I think if you're in the Nexa room, you can do Sparta. I'll do Nexa.
Okay,
and
fair enough.
they're going to be saying, guys, okay, we lost the player, that whole disconnect, that's fine, we'll write it off. But they can't say, like, look how well we did in the hard point in first map. All we need to do is just re-emanate that. Now time for Spot.
On the side of Spartan, you've got to ride it. You've got to be like, okay, we've taken them up, we've slowed them down a good amount, we've shown that we've got the gunny as well. I mean, heroes. He was the sun hero of that game. I can't remember his exact stats, but he really took off. He got streaks. And I mean, if you got that and your teammates are starting to warm up a little bit, Lateef started off really slowly, but he got his crucial ones towards the end. They're winning the important ones.
Talk about Bevs.
But
I know.
On the other side, but Bevs has just been so consistent in all game modes.
I think he finished on a 33-17, if memory serves.
Maybe even a bit more.
Wow, he played out of his socks. I mean, he's going to be a little bit angered to lose, but that's COD. It's a team game.
Yeah, you're only as strong as your weakest link, but I think either side don't have many weak links at the moment, and it is coming down to the wire. Okay, so everybody, we have been told by the men in the back, we're going to go into a quick break between games.
Guys, we will be right back. Don't go anywhere, as we are going to be playing on Hardpoint.
Welcome back to the ASUS Republic of Gamers Invitational number 4. We're playing Call of Duty today, brought to you by Intel and our friends with Metal State. Welcome back to the stream. It's been dramatic. I think that's the only way to say it. It's been dramatic. Nixa came out guns blazing in the first couple of rounds, first couple of maps. It's been dramatic performances. I want to talk to the boys about Bevs, who's been unbelievable so far. And then we had a dropout. We've lost a player, and now there's just drama.
If you've just tuned in, welcome to CODs. Guys, unfortunately, these things happen, and Nixa didn't have their sub ready, so it is not all over for them. They are going to be able to drop, but it's just so important for obviously the connections. These things do happen, but the show, as they say, must go on. But Nixa looking really, really good at the moment. They will be up against Viben in the losers final, so everything to look forward to there, and maybe some aggression.
Absolutely. What I was saying, what we were just trying to say is they got DQ'd from that match, and they got forfeited down to the losers bracket because their player wasn't ready, couldn't get set up. All of these technical things. Welcome to South Africa. Anyways, but to go back to what you're saying about Bevan, he's doing it all for his team, and then his team gets taken out like this. I can't imagine the emotions in the comms.
Yeah, there must be a level of frustration, but one does have to. You do. It is South Africa, and you do have to be prepared for the worst. You have to be prepared for internet, load shedding, Uber being late. I don't know.
Yeah,
like there's just a lot to prepare for. So, but again, we are going to see them in the finals, or the losers finals, and then they're going to go through to play Spartan, whoever wins out of the Viben Nixa.
Yeah, I mean, there's still all sorts of permutations here. Nixa are not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. If they can sort themselves out and sort the team out and get back together, I suppose now it becomes a real mindset sort of thing. You know, if you have someone like Bevan playing as well as he is on their team, I mean, that back must be so big. The amounts of kills he's been putting in, and then to have that happen to your team. And now you have the opportunity to, okay, either you can take this as a frustration, or you can go, listen, guys, we've been pushing really well, we've been playing really well, this has happened, let's settle, let's regroup, let's move forward together.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Now more than ever, you've got to really show that you've got ice in the veins. You've got to take all of this with a grain of salt, to be like, put it behind you. It's the way, it's the rules, they're there for a reason.
100%.
You've got to listen to them, and they've got to come back out of the gate flying. I mean, they're playing Viben, so nothing to be taken away from. They have a big match up ahead of them, but they certainly can still meet Spartan in the finals.
Well, one thing I did want to make clear, and if you go back and look at all the teams, we had 20-plus teams entering right at the beginning stages of this competition. And if you go back and look, the top teams that have gone through, there were so many teams that were almost there in terms of points and games that might have been in the mix to qualify for the finals. And they were just forfeits. There were forfeits here and there. And preparation is such a key thing, to have a team together, to have the team ready to go, to not have to forfeit matches, and qualifying is an important part of thing, and then the preparation and getting set up so that things like today unfortunately don't happen to a team. So Nixa will be sorting themselves out. Let's talk quickly about Spartan though, because I mean, no slouches. Heroes has had an absolutely amazing game. We're going to chat to him in a couple of minutes time. Chloe's going to have a conversation, but they pushed back well, they came back well. They are looking a very solid team, even though, you know, Nix's that bundle of chaos you were talking about rolling through. But Spartan must be sitting there quietly confident.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. They brought it back, and it came off like serious, like individual players, and then one massive team play that turned the tide of the whole match. Talking about control, round number 3, where they managed to clutch a 4 versus 11. Like, that doesn't happen.
Well, you got to hand it. The high point was a rollover. You can't take that away. They were starting to look like they were going to be rolled over in S&D. They made a good comeback. They really honestly did. And then that in control, they just dominated in control. There was that point, obviously, where it was the 4 kills to 16 left, and arguably Nixa could have taken that, but they didn't, and that's the point. They played so well, did Spartan, that they're able to get on site and cap it, and again, well played to them. They definitely, it could have been a reverse sweep.
Absolutely. Oh, and look, it is technically a reverse sweep because they won the map.
Sure.
So they were 2-0 down. Even if it was technical, they did get back into to take the map, and the match, sorry, and now they secure themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah. Yep.
This is the ASUS ROG Invitational number 4 Republic of Gamers Medal States, proudly brought to you by Intel as well. We're in for a massive, massive afternoon's COD. If this morning's just the way that first map opened up, the very first rounds of today have been unbelievable. We're in for a very, very good day. We're going to cross now to Chloe, our good friend, and she's chatting to Heroes from Spartan COD.
Okay, hello. I am speaking to Heroes, aka Caden, captain of Spartan COD. How are you feeling, Heroes?
Hey everyone, I don't know. I'm not feeling too happy. Obviously, no one wants to win the way that we just won, but yeah, I'm excited to be in grand finals.
Sure. I mean, your last round was fantastic. Definitely a turn of events. And why do you think that was? Why do you think the last round you guys started to sort of pick up there?
Well, yeah, the first and second map we came out quite flat, like we weren't playing how we usually play, and then we just said, yo, it's now or never, or it's all or nothing. So we just focused up on that map 3 and worked together as one unit and pulled it through. It's just unfortunate that premium timed out, but I think even if he's still there, I think we still take that map.
Absolutely. And what do you think worked in your favor up to this point? What are you going to take through to the final that you think will be beneficial for you?
Definitely going to use the Volk. That gun seems to be a bit broken.
Right,
So
right.
we're going to be using more Volks and stick to our game plan.
Right. Lots of talk of the Volk, and why is that?
Well, as you see in the past CDL Major, it was used, and the team that was using it won the event. And I don't know, the gun's just absolutely broken. It kills super fast, close range, long range, medium range. You can just do everything with it.
Right. And how would you sort of commend your teammates on their performance today?
Oh no, I think I've got the best teammates in the whole country, man. I'm so happy and proud of my team. I wouldn't trade them out for anyone.
Absolutely. So going into the finals, what are you sort of thinking? How are you feeling? What are you thinking? What are you going to take through from your performance in this round to the finals?
Well, obviously, we're a bit warm. Just make sure that we warmed up before finals. Make sure we don't come out flat like we did in this series. Going to be watching this next game, losers bracket finals, study the teams a little bit, and take that all into finals and hopefully win it.
Right. What are you most concerned about going into the finals? What is something you think what are you anticipating in terms of challenges for the finals?
I mean, I think like our strongest game mode is actually hardpoint and then search and destroy after that. In the hardpoint, we were quite blown out on the Tuscan against NXH, so I think we just need to play our game and we should dominate every single game.
Right, absolutely. Awesome. And lastly, what would you like to say to Nixa? Considering this is a little unconventional going through to the finals, what would you like to say to your opposition in the last round?
They shouldn't get their heads down. I mean, it's unfortunate. No one wants to lose that way. I'm pretty sure they're a little bit angry, but they can't let that stick with them. They need to focus up, go into this next game strong, and hope to catch us in grand finals.
Absolutely. Well, good luck, Heroes. You guys have been absolutely amazing. I wish you the best for the finals. And I
Thanks so
hope
much.
that you perform as you wish.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, back to Rob, Jono, and Trout.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Chloe, you're hearing from Heroes there, talking, it's going to be, yeah, team is obviously feeling good. Team is happy with their performance. He was the first to admit that, maybe they came out a little bit flat, and they did. It's interesting when you come out a little bit flat and someone on the opposition team comes out absolutely flaming. And yeah, I think they're going to be, do you think there's an opportunity to learn anything useful if you're watching the next game? They said they're going to keep an eye on things. Do you think there'll be practical intel they can pick up for the final?
I mean, it's much the same at the moment, I'd say. I think if they're going to learn anything, they're going to have to watch the way that Viben plays, because they've obviously just faced up against Nixa. So if there's any team that if they face Viben and they need to know how they play to counter them, as they really know how Nixa plays. So other than that, I think that's pretty much about it.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the predictions and the thought that's going to be in everyone's head is like this. It's going to be Nixa who's going to take Viben, but I think that Nixa still has to. I know we talk about Spartan, the Spartan mentality to go through, but Nixa definitely cannot rest on any laurels. They can't say that this is going to be a complete walkover, because as soon as you do that, that's when you start to create issues for yourself. So I think that Spartan is going to be seeing. I mean, if I'm Spartan captain, if I'm looking at this holistically, I want to see how they change. if what just happened actually affects him mentally, if it forces him to make mistakes, because it does. I mean, we're all human, and games can be extremely frustrating. So there was that one saying, it's like, I play games on easy mode because they were meant to be enjoyed. These guys obviously enjoy it, but they enjoy it too much.
Or maybe.
So I think that it's going to be very important. Heroes is going to have to watch to see how they play, because, I mean, that first HP was definitely dominated. Yes, he did say that they were a bit flat, but you cannot deny that Nixa was definitely on top of them, and they just couldn't basically get out of holds. And then on the Search and Destroy, yeah, they certainly poked up towards the end, but I mean, there's always something to learn from every game.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, we will be back in a little bit with match number 2. It's going to be Nixa up against Vibin. There's been all sorts of drama. Long may it continue this afternoon without any dropouts. We just want to see the COD at that level. This is the ASUS Republic of Gamers Invitational number 4. It's brought to you by Intel and Metal State. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the ASUS ROG Invitational number 4, brought to you by Intel, by Republica Gaming, and by Metal State. It's been a dramatic start to the day, but that's fine. We move into match number 2, and it's going to be Nixa and Vibin, who we haven't spoken about at all today. So what are we expecting, friends?
Well, we can talk about Vibin simply by the fact that they're the second team to take out August. They took them out in a Game 5, Round 11 yesterday.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. I didn't think it would go down to the wire like that. I think we all expected, and again, I'm a huge fan of Vibin. I think they're a good crew, they're a good bunch of guys, but I honestly didn't expect for it to go down like that. It was a surprising but awesome change.
Absolutely. Now we're poised in the position for 2 Titan Slayers to go up against one another. And I mean, what more could you ask for? The side of Vibin being Java, Lee Java, and Shellbot, and all those veteran players, fighters, they just have what it takes to be those top tier players like they showed last night. And now they're coming up against a team that's sort of down and out, and they got taken out by a technicality, which is absolutely valid. Now there's we have to show that we're still in this game. We've beaten August, and then Nix is we've been hard done by. That's what they'll be feeling, and then they got to come back out and secure themselves back into the grand final. So I think it's going to be a fantastic series.
Well, they can both. We beat August, but so did we.
Exactly. Titan Slayers.
Yep. Well, yeah, okay, fair enough. it's going to be, I think you cannot write off, yes, it's going to be Nixa going into the game as favorite, but you cannot write off Vibin. They are playing out of their socks.
We've seen really, really high quality COD today. Oaks have been hitting shots. Oaks have been clutching when they've needed to clutch. Oaks have been holding down areas. The ticks have been coming in really, really tight. The scores have been really tight, apart from game number 1, which was Nixa just dominated on the control. It's going to be very interesting to see how close this ends up being.
Are we calling predictions?
I think in all realism, it is going to be closer than I believe that the first 2 maps of Spartan went, because both teams have really got something to prove. This is the one where they want to get in there, they want to play for that big prize pool. Well, I mean, they've all made a little bit of money, top 3, but I mean, everyone wants the big one, right?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, if you ain't first, you're last. You want to go for that grand prize pool. You want to state your name as, now we are the number 1 in South Africa, because that is on offer. Take nothing away from any of these teams, take nothing away from history, but if you win today, you are stamping firmly that we are the number 1 team, and no one can say anything because all the top teams have played.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really, really good to see. And I'm just thinking about Nixa having played and then having been DQ'd. Now you're straight into a game again, and if you win this, you're straight into a 3rd game today. Obviously, Spartan COD have a bit of downtime now. We heard from Heroes a couple of minutes ago. He's going to be, the team's going to be watching this game. They said they're going to be seeing what they can take out of it. I suppose there's a scenario where if you are Nixa and you're going through this and then into the grand final, 3 games in a row, you're warm, you're focused, you've been doing the things. Spartan have got some downtime now. Vibin obviously sat out the first one. Do you think Vibin might take a moment to come up to speed?
I think in all honesty, that's probably what's going to happen. But hopefully they do that wake up in the first game, because that's going to set the tone. But I don't think it's fair to say that it was a full game for Nixa to play. They only played 3 maps out of 5. So it was a game, but both teams are they were just really finding the groove. And I think they're going to have all the teams, when they play again, are going to have to pick it up, because there's been downtime between matches now. And now Vibin's their first map. And then there's that big break for Spartan waiting for the winners. So I think it's going to be fresh, if you will.
Well, remember what happened yesterday. We started off on hardpoint, and it was 250 to 127, and immediately we were going, okay, cool, rinse, wash, repeat. And then all of a sudden, Vibin just came out of nowhere. They won that, yes, it was a 5-6 on S&D, but then they won the control, and they ramped up. They lost the second hard point, and I do think that is going to be a major factor. I do think we're going to see a definite Nixa win on hard point, and it might just be a bad one, but I don't think Vibin should take anything, or they shouldn't be bogged down by that. I think you can go into that one expecting Nixa to be a little bit aggressive. If they hit their shots, I think it's going to be a bit of a slay in the beginning.
Cool. Well, we are just about ready to go. Players are in lobby. I'm looking forward to seeing lots of Valks and watching everyone play like Bevan does this next match. Let's jump straight in. This is match number 2. It's going to be Vibin versus Nixa.
And we are going to be going straight into it, guys, but I want to get a little bit of prediction going from your side. What do you think that they have to do?
Which side? Viben? or-
Viben.
Okay, so Viben, I think they need to come out the gates hot. They need to shut down Nixa as quickly as possible, because the moment that they start getting their groove, spreading out on the map, that's where they're going to start taking over. But anyways, no more time for that. We're going into the map. It's going to be Bocage on HP.
Yeah, it's nice to see a Bocage for change, eh?
Well, this is where Bevan, if you guys think Bevan is good on Tuscan, you should see him on Bocage. So if I was in Viben's shoes, I think I'd be a little bit stressed.
Well, Viben does have very good tactical play, but take nothing away from what Nixa did.
All right, it looks like we're going to be going a little bit of a reset here, waiting for a mere moment. But anyways, going back, I do have the maps to talk about here, as we are now back in the game. Back in the game, round number 1, Viben v Nixa.
And Shellbot going to draw first blood. I wanted to actually chat about Shellbot, as Mage and Bevs will go down from Viben's side. Shellbot did open the account, but the first point's going the way of Nixa. Predictably so, Shellbot is going on the flank. You can see him chasing Scorpio, looking for a bit. He should get taken out.
Oh, nice shot from Shellbot there.
Get turned on, son.
Get turned on indeed. We're going to keep rolling with this as Premium and Mage go back to back. Securing the first bit of time now is going to be Nixa. They're doing a fine job at that.
And they'll go into the lead for the first time, but I mean, this is going to be, they only have to take out Vitals, and then pretty much they've taken out Vitals. Now we're going to have Shellbot pushing through mid. He gets taken out. That's going to be all that scrap time, and it's going to be advantage Nixa.
Well, exactly, and they managed to get the first good chunk of time here on P1 and secure the spawn, so this is where it starts to get a little bit stressful. If Nixa is starting off like this, they're going to be looking very, very strong. But as I said, that Vitals and Shellbot go back to back and secure the first bit of time on P2.
Nice little wall bang. They're coming in from Vitals, so he will be on that point. They're going to be ticking that down. I honestly didn't see Nixa being broken down so quickly on that point.
Yeah, exactly. They managed to lose their spawns almost immediately, but it's looking to be taken back. But as I say, that 3 go down for Nixa. It's just Premium up. He gets taken out. Spawns flip out. Control back for Viben.
Viben has done extremely well. They need to get onto that point. He's actually hovering outside. There is Enigma that jumps straight onto it again. But it is a challenge. We do see Scorpio go down. But immediately on was Mage, who gets taken out. Vitals with a big double.
Well, now a huge fight to win at the back of the map here to secure spawns on the rotations. The 2v2 is currently won by Java and Shellbot. It's just Mage to make something happen here. But Vitals and his teammates are going big. They flip out the spawns. Premium, last ray of hope to try and find something, as it's been Viben chaining heals together.
Yeah, Viben has really come out trying to prove a point here. And, I mean, they had the first 5 points. Yes, it was rotated out. But they got onto that point. They broke down the play coming in from Nixa. Now they're on the next hard point. It is challenged at the moment, but they're in a lead, 55 and counting, as we do have Java and Enigma. Scorpio just breaking that play. But another 2 kills coming in for Vitals and Enigma.
That's just another push, completely cut down. Enigma beaming people off of head ledges. This is looking very, very strong from Viben. Not what we were expecting coming out of Nixa here. Maybe it's a bit of a mental thing. But Enigma's still going. I believe that's 4 in a row for him.
Finally gets taken down.
My heart.
That was a good double there by a Premium Mage, getting 1 on to Vitals. Now they will start to tick some points in their way. It is only scrap time, but it is vital scrap time, so that'll take them to about 44, 45 points, and a Viben on the early rotation, but it's going to be challenged by Mage.
Oh, nice shots there coming out of Mage. He secures a potential huge one there, as into the point it is going to be a contest to start us off here. But I mean, that's the beauty of this map. It feels like it's been so dominant by Viben, but there is only 30 seconds between these two teams. It's so small, everyone can get back into the action almost immediately, as Java finds a quick 3-piece for himself, almost looking for 4. He does indeed. That's 5 in a row. Wow, this Viben side really coming into its own.
Finally gets put down by Scorpio, but more importantly, that hill is being controlled by Viben at the moment. As I say that, it gets contested, and it's only going to be, who is that on? Vitals on the hill. Might get rotated out here, but beautiful play coming in from Vitals to take 2. Java with the team assist onto Mage.
Well, they've just done a fine job of holding off Nixa for as long as possible. They haven't gotten a lot of time, but they have kept their lead, which is also important. TK's even coming in now from this Giga-Hub, sorry, my words, Nixa's side, as Vitals is still going huge in the hill.
Well, let's look. I mean, Vitals is on a 6 unanswered kills at the moment, 15 for 7. Good KD coming out from him. That's more than 2 to 1. That's probably like 2.1 to 1. Mathematics failing me at the moment, but it's a good KD.
Well, I mean, there's something absolutely massive that we need to talk about here, which might be the reason for Nixa being down. Bevan is currently 2-15. This is the slowest start I have ever seen coming out of him. He really hasn't been able to find anything. Maybe this is the change if he gets a little
some camera
spotlight.
time. Yeah, he just needed some camera time. As soon as he did that, he managed to get that. He's on a streak of 2, so he'll... Ooh, a little bit of a 50-50 challenge going in there, but won by Enigma. Java, ooh, Enigma as well. Vibin is doing phenomenally well.
Well, they're doing exactly what I said they have to do. They are shutting down Nixa at every turn, getting the rotation, securing time, holding defenses, and now looking for the rotation as they're going to be chalking up 10 seconds or so, but that doesn't matter as they are a good 60 points in the lead.
So, exactly, their last 2 players there was actually Shalbot and Vitals, who have gone down again. It's Mage just seems to have their number. But we are going to have Scorpio on point now, as who was that that went down? It was Java that went down, and he was the last bastion of defense on that point. But now we got a full rotation coming up. This may be the first bit of good time for Nixa.
Well, having said that, this map, this hill on the second set of rotations is normally quite chaotic as it's being currently contested. Vitals gets cut down. That's 3 down now for Nixa. And finally, like you said, it's going to be Vibin with a good amount, or Nixa with a good amount of pressure in the hill.
Well, see, this is exactly what you need to do. As the reload comes in there from Bevs, you can see they hold that hill and then they actually overextend. Not overextend in a bad way. They push a little bit more forward, which actually buys the man on point more time to tick into their basket.
Absolutely, and now they've chipped away considerably at this lead, looking to be back into it almost 100% as Java's trying to find something, but his teammates are there to help. But that overextend might have just cost them, as if you look at your mini-map there, Enigma gets in the back, securing the spawns for B2, and just like I flipped on its head, it's going to be Vibin in on the next hill first.
So that was really good play by Vibin. They had to win those challenges, but they are going to get stormed here. Bevs has a big job to do. He manages 1. Can he get a second? He's going to have to back off as he lost health, gets mowed down by Enigma. And Vibin straight back into increasing that lead.
Well, Premium, he's got a huge role player. He gets in the back, he finds 1, flips out the spawns, and all of a sudden, just like Vibin did in the previous rotation, they managed to flip it back out and secure a bit of time for themselves as they've gotten back within 30 seconds in this game.
No, this is really good work by Nixa. They broke that hill pretty well. Vibin did let it go a little bit too easy, but I mean, what can you do when you're dead?
Absolutely, and I mean now, testament to Bevs picking things up just a little bit more, but all four go down. Vibin back in the hill now. They're saying, you might be able to have it for a few seconds, but that's all you get.
Well, they did manage to actually decrease the deficit below 30, but it obviously is ticking Vibin as they will get those last bit of scrap points. It's going to take them to 53 if they hold hill, but they are completely out-rotated. This is all Nix's now.
Well, not necessarily. If you look at Enigma, he's in back. He's got a huge play. He finds 2 pieces that he definitely shouldn't have. Flips out the spawns, and again, Vibin securing the point.
Absolutely well played there. Vibin had no right to take that hill, and just with a matter of seconds managed to change that for their advantage, as Java will get taken out by Bevs. Good job by him, but Shelbot with the trade. This is going to be chaotic.
Well, Scorpio and the boys doing huge work there as they managed to break back into the hill, even though they were flipped out, and secure a little bit of time. It's still blow for blow. It's not really dominant by either side at the moment, as it's going to be Nixa who are all taken out. I can't get the moment any team gets anything going, the other trades it back.
It's literally blow for blow at the moment, but it is still Vibin on the advantage. Nixa will get taken out. Premium's left last alive. Gets taken.
Java just frying everything that's moving. You see, this is what you need from your SMGs. I know him as an AR, but he's doing a fine job with an SMG in hand. Get the rotation through. They've secured the spawns. Like, I know that it seems blow for blow, like we're saying, but Vibin seems to be that one step ahead, and it's just the pure chaos of Bocage that allows that Nixa side to get back into the hill as quickly as they do.
Shot by Bears, but immediately traded out. Shelbot and Enigma will get 1. Premium does manage to, well, 2 actually. Java with the trade onto Premium, and that's all the hard work undone. Now, if Vibin can just maintain this, they can actually afford to leave this hill now. Go rotate out straight for next. It's going to take it to about 200 to 160, but great job by Vibin.
Scorpio standing so strong in the hill, but as I said, he gets cut down. But finally, a little bit of pressure coming through. But the spawns are in disarray at the moment as they've been flipped out again, which is exactly what Vibin wants. As they're going to be going to the next hill with 15 seconds to spare, they can chalk it up. They have just about 200 points under their name. It's coming down to the wire. Would you love to see that?
I was about to say there's a good challenge coming in from Shelbot, but he was mowed down by Mage. But now we actually have a bit of a standoff as Bevs is just waiting for someone to push. it's obviously going to be on levels. So we can't see as levels from the mini-map. A good shot there by Bevs. He'll take out Enigma, and this is going to give Nixu some more value time on point.
Absolutely, and it was a crucial one to win in the back, unable to do so as the trades come on in, but in the point, it's going to be Nixa slowly ticking away at it, but I believe it's going to be won by Shellbot and Java as they're going big.
Great job there by Shellbot, and he'll get on point, and that's going to mean that the whole team's going to come together, but they're going 1-for-1 at the moment. As you can see, player number 4, which is Scorpio, he gets a kill, gets taken out straight away by Vitals, and sometimes you do have to get that double.
Unfortunately, unable to close it out there, but his teammate is there for the trade, but it's just trades on trades on trades on this hill. No one really getting assertive, but still, having said that, Viben over 200 points now. Every second takes them closer to winning, and we're going into our third set of rotations here, which is not something you often see. And spawns for this hill in favor of Viben, and this is so crucial because if they can hold this and chain the next hill, that's a certified win.
Yeah, what's really good, what Viben is doing is they're even putting in those last second challenges for that scratch time. They're only committing one play. If they lose that, fine, we've got rotations. And they're actually getting those spawn points. They're actually putting spawns above points, if that makes sense, but still managing to get points.
Absolutely, but they're managing to keep the spawn for the time being, which is arguably more crucial than finding time on this hill. But as I say, that 3 go down, the full team push has to come through now from Nixa, but unable to do so as the spawn's still being held. So this is pretty good stuff, but they are chipping away at that lead 1 second at a time.
So it is about a 40-point difference, actually 40 on the dot now as the time ticks away, but it's still very much anyone's to win at the moment as that hill does go vacant, and it's going to be Vitals who tries to push, gets a great kill, gets 2 kills, Java killing his teammate in Vitals.
Well, something spectacular has happened here. If you look over at Mr. Enigma, he's in such a cut-off zone. They are looking for him, but they managed to find him. But on the pop anyways, it's going to be Viben in the hill. They only need 16 seconds, and they have the close spawns. And if you are in the shoes of Nixa, you are desperate. You're throwing everything you have at the hill. This is where you got to be coordinated. Wait for your teammates. Don't single push, which is exactly what they do, and they're being punished for it.
Bevs challenges mistakenly, and that's going to leave Mage a lot of work to do on the flank there. And it's 5 seconds on point. 3, 2, 1. That is going to be game.
I'm convinced that there was a contest there on the last tick, but the game says no, as Viben come out of the gates frying 250 to 196.
What a start to the game, guys. Viben having taken that first map against all predictions, including mine and Trout. Even if he says it wasn't his prediction, it was his prediction.
Don't do me like that. But yes, they did exactly what I said they had to do. They shut down those SMGs, and they did a fine job. I mean, Bevan ended that match negative, which is not what we were expecting. They shut down the star players, especially players that are comfortable on that map, and you pull out the win. Chain together hills, hold the defense like Viben. Crucial play, perfect hardpoint.
Did you notice that not as well? It sounds harsh, but I mean this as teamwork. But they played so well as a team that not a single person was shining. Like we're obviously seeing Bevs that was doing that in the previous games. They played so well as a unit. Everything, they're a unit.
Absolutely. Like every player doing their job to the T. Vital's getting 2 pieces in and around the hill with that Volsham Javier. He makes a couple of star plays. And I mean, they just managed to deny Nixa at every turn. And then when it comes down to the end of it, like it was there, Nixa starts running at the hill, hoping to be the hero player. Like we said they were going to do in a panic situation. Got punished for it, lost the match.
Yeah, Bev speaking out a little bit too much there. He got put down and he could have got into sight if he just waited a couple more seconds. Teammates were flowing in. But maybe the team comms came in, challenge, we don't have time, challenge, we don't have time. And that's where panicking does sometimes, well, panicking is never a good thing, but obviously in this case, that may have played a factor.
Absolutely. I mean, but that's where you get punished the most, is if you start falling apart in these crucial points, there's no ice in the veins, you're going to lose the map.
Well, against everything, guys, it was Viben Esports that took that hard point, and I want to say convincingly, it's so weird. Sometimes, even when the points deficit is massive, the game is more equal. But for me, Viben was on point. They owned that map from beginning to end.
Absolutely. They managed to chain together hills. They had players that got through the back. Enigma, for instance, he was always in the back. He always got that crucial kill to set up the pinch, get the hill back, and lo and behold, they won the map.
Now we're going to go into Search and Destroy very soon, but this is for me where Viben really does play well.
Absolutely.
I thought that, you know, Spartan was definitely going to be a foregone conclusion against Nixer, but Nixer definitely did well in that search and destroy. They played to the gun skill. Yes, it was very aggressive play, and it's going to be interesting to see on that aggressive play coming out from Nixer versus Vibin, who are very, very reserved in their approach to S&D.
But I think what makes Vibin so scary on S&D is their coordination. They just manage to get everything down to T. Pre-nades, you name it, they've got it down. They're double challenging. It's just those in-game decisions as well, like whether they know where the map control is needed and it has to be taken off of the enemy team and get the rotation, potentially go to the next map. But anyways, we do know what the next map is going to be. It's going to be Bow Cage, and we'll be going straight into it. Our second one of the day in S&D. Will Vibin continue their momentum?
They did extremely well against August yesterday, and they are going to want to win this. I think that they will feel that, okay, hard point we've got. If we can take S&D, controls neither here nor there. That means that we need to win either another hard point or another S&D. They've given themselves the advantage here in what is traditionally Nixu's extreme strong point. Now we're going to see what happens on S&D.
Well, it is going to be the boys over at Vibin on attack here. Pushing on forwards.
If you are looking at the screen, the teams will just be, well, we actually have Shellbot, Enigma, Vitals, and Java. That is for Vibin on the left. And then on the right is Nixu and Mage, Bears, Premium, and Scorpio. But we do have our traditional standoff in the mid where no one is being killed.
Yeah, looking for that first pick to get a little bit of map control and then potentially get that bomb down. But nothing as of right now. They're just playing so slowly. But this is exactly what Vibin is known for, as they're slowly trying to get into the game here.
Bevs will draw first blood against Enigma, and that's going to be for Vibin. And you can see the blue of Vibin now showing above Shellbot, Enigma, Vitals, and Java. But, I mean, we've seen a lot of change. How do you actually go from the momentum of a of a hard point to slowing down so much?
Well, I think that's just the key, and that means that's an adjustment that they had to make. We spoke about it last night. Their HP was what let them down, but they managed to clutch it up here. They're going to get the bomb down for the time being. Absolute giant cojones being shown by Shellbot there as he plants the bomb in this 3 versus 2 situation.
Sometimes that's why you save those nades, because you can just push out that point as he will get shut down. Vitals will take out Mage, and that's going to leave Scorpio to 1v3, turned around here by Vibin in what looked very advantageous for Nixa. Scorpio trying to duck, dodge, and weave. Not going to happen. It is Vibin who take point number 1.
And they do it in style. Well, they managed to wind it down to a 1 versus 3, but a 0 versus 3 at the end, as the first round goes the way of Vibin, staying true with their absolute calm, collected plays
And it's so easy when you lose a player to say, oh, you know, now I'm going to have 2v1s. But, I mean, look, Vitals and Java, that ice coming through, Shellbot did his job there in planting the bomb and obviously made that stick. Obviously, and they could have changed that pretty quickly, but it's not. It's what happens that counts.
Absolutely. And back on the attack now is going to be Nixer with some nice free fire. Seems like that's Wallhack zone number 1. Unable to find the kill, though, as it's just information at this point.
Oh. Java, well, that was actually crossfire with Enigma. Java did manage to get a couple of hits. It was Enigma that finished off Bevs. So we do have advantage for Vibin. Roles reversed from the previous point. Java's going to be pushing up on the flank now. Just might be caught out. No.
Well, Scorpio's there for the trade. He is, in fact, caught out. So 3 versus 3 at the moment. No bomb to be planted just yet. But no real sight control either for the attacking side. I think that's what the issue is at the moment. It's just Premium to potentially find a pick here onto Shellbot. But as of right now. Guys, everyone in the chat, we are aware that the overlays are a little bit backwards at the moment. They are swapped over. At least you can see where Vibin is and Nixer. It's just the colors that are a bit funny.
Yes, so when you do see the actual codcaster announcing that either Nixer's one, just reverse it in your heads, but we'll make the right calls out on the map so that you will be kept up to date. So listen to the voices and listen to the kills, as it's going to be Vibin picking up yet another point.
Well, that was a nice. You see, this is what we were talking about. They are so deadly in S&D, and they are doing it to the T, finding that first pick, getting map control.
Look at that team cohesion. Vitals coming from on top, and then just absolutely mowing them down. They didn't have a chance there.
Absolutely. They knew exactly where to sit and wait, and they did a fine job of that, securing them the round, and now 2-0 up in this first to 6.
don't write off Nixu just yet. It could be a quick change for, well, on the Search and Destroy. We did see them dominate in the Search and Destroy in the previous game against Spartan, but Viben, again, you cannot write them off in anything, so it seems, but very, very strong in S&D.
Well, again, typical run-of-the-mill, find that first pick. Maybe a Kobe from Enigma, we might get lucky here. No, it's going to be Vitals with a gun, drawing first blood, and placing the advantage over to Viben Esports.
Bevs with a 1 for 3. They're just not opening their accounts. You can see there, Shellbot on a 2 for 2, or 2 for 0, rather. Enigma on a 2 for 2. Vitals on a 3 and 0. Java on a 2 and 1. And we have Mage on a 1 for 2. Bevs on a 1 for 3. Premium on 0 for 2. Still has to open that account. And Scorpio on 1 for 2, as Scorpio makes that a 2 for 2.
And he trades it on up, evening the life count, so 3 apiece. Bomb is yet to go down, but the entire site is in control for Viben if they wanted to take it. But no, they opt to go for a rotation and play the game at TDM as they need to pick up the bomb with 29 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something, and they're going on a very, very long change. Yeah, it's a bit strange coming out from them. I think they're just trying to make sure that they're not going to get flanked. It is actually a very good thing. Oh, Shellbot with the snap. He'll manage to get that kill against all odds. He's going to go for that challenge. He's going to get that kill. Now we left on a 1v1. Shellbot Premium.
Well, now he needs to find the play. He's got to look for this kill because he doesn't have time to plant, and I think it's going to be Nixa who knows that as they find their first round off of a technical clock burn down.
That was very well played there. I mean, that got turned around so quickly. Scorpio with a vital kill and Vitals, I believe. And now we're going to be switching sides. It's going to be the team of Nixu who's going to be on attack, as we have got, well, the lead is still double Viben 2-1.
And looking to continue it now is going to be Viben, or rather slow down Nixa to continue their momentum from the previous rounds. And at the moment, first blood still being searched for.
Yeah, we'll have that typical standoff. We do see Shellbot. He's backing off, just looking for a kill there at the moment. He's actually just holding that off to see if there's going to be a push through. I mean, they are in defense, so it's to be expected. Enigma in a little bit more of an advanced position could get himself in trouble, but we are going to have a shootout on Mage, and he'll take out Enigma.
Well, that was a nice quick trade there, and that has placed the bomb in such a tough spot. Shellbot gets away with his life, and the bomb should be secured.
Playing the recovery, he is going to recover back to 100% health. The one unrealistic thing about COD, because theoretically I think that 16 should stay, but it is part of the game, and it is something that Shellbot did utilize well there. Managed to recover. Vitals doing the same thing. Between them, they should both be dead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but it is an arcade shooter, and at the moment it's going to be Bevan still looking for these kills. As he does find it onto Java, giving the advantage. Now they will be able to get the bomb down on A, which is exactly what's going to happen. But Shellbot with poise to find the kill, but unable to do so. So all of a sudden, what looked like a Viben round is going to be a 1v3 for Vitals to clutch up. And we've already seen it once on this map. Can he repeat it? What Bed said.
Oh, okay, he's got one. The challenge is going to come, but he hasn't. Oh, is that through the wall?
He doesn't check his corners. He doesn't check his corners.
He was there.
Well,
skiing past each other. Now we go level pegging, 2 for 2, Nixa Viben.
That was a nice little bit of a clutch coming through there, but he didn't check his corners, which is also crucial. As Bevan says, thank you very much, I'll have your back. Welcome to the club, Julius Caesar. And
Et tu, Trouty.
Anyways, round number 5, even Stevens, Viben on attack.
So Shellbot doing extremely well here on a 5-for-1. It's going to be Enigma to pick up bomb, as it's going to be Viben on attack, and they are going for an AB split. Do we have? No.
That would have been a nice bit of team coordination coming out there. It was a rain down of nades, but nothing to be found of it, let alone information at this stage.
Yeah, not even a hit marker, unfortunately, but such it goes. Premium still to open their account, but a Premium actually getting himself into very good positions, just not being able to convert.
Well, still stalemate at this point in time, and Viben all the way pushed back. Not extended enough, in my opinion, to potentially find that first pick. And now it's going to get close, as it's less than a minute to work with. They don't even have any map control whatsoever. They're going to slowly start rotating over to B here. But Premium poised to find one for himself.
Enigma just taking a bit of a hit there on a nade, but they are going to have to do something. 35 seconds, they're going to leave it as a rush. They almost have a control. They are looking from spawn to see if they are going to get hit there, but a decision needs to be made, and quickly.
Well, 24 seconds now. And Bebs poised to deny the plant, which is exactly what you want to do here. We might see a bait out from Enigma to see if they can't get some shots out of it.
Has he got that audio cue? He did get that audio cue, and as he ran there, Scorpio taking out Enigma, so advantage now firmly planted for Nixu as we got 6.4 seconds, 2 lives down. Shellbot should go down. Java last left alive, and he's got a 1v3 clutch, and not going to happen with no time on the clock. And that's going to be Nixu going into the lead for the first time in this game. It is 3-2.
Well, great stuff there. A nice, calm, cool, and collected, denying the bomb plant for long enough that the time bleeds out. So now Knicks are doing a fine job at countering Viben, where they couldn't do it in the first 2 rounds. But I mean, it seems like every S&D game starts off very strongly with 2 rounds. The opposite team makes the adjustment, and they're doing a fine job at that now, taking the lead. As Knicks is saying, that first map isn't what we like to play like. Let's see if we can get back in this S&D.
Yeah, they're going to just have to re-coordinate themselves at Viben. They left themselves with a lot of work to do in a little bit of time. Great shots by Enigma on it to Bebs. But now it's going to be, well, Nixu at a bit of a disadvantage because they've still got a plant, and we do have a Java looking over to A. We have got the flank coming in from Vitals onto B, so both sites are accounted for. But Java, ooh, as I say that, shot by Scorpio, that was from a distance as well.
Absolutely, and that was the player that was looking over A, so little did they know that they might have found a bit of possession of the site there, but Shellbot poised to deny it. As again, it's going to be the clock beating down, and no one is really committed to a bomb site, too scared to put the bomb down at this point, and that might end up costing them. I think Shellbot might have spotted him there.
I think Shellbot did, and he's waiting for the push to come in. Is he going to get the audio cue from downstairs? Enigma holding that off angle onto B, and they're going to push here, and I think Enigma might be able to catch them out.
Well, enough to slow the push even further, as they're not sure where the other players are, and the bomb yet to go down, but Mage says, thank you very much. Now's our time.
Yeah, I just had nowhere to look there, Enigma. I mean, if he looked out the window, he's going to get shot as Mage gets taken up by Shellbot. Brilliant, holding on that angle. That's going to leave a lot of work with 7 seconds to go. Scorpio tries to get that kill, doesn't manage it, but Premium does take out Shellbot. Vitals left, last alive, 1 second. Scorpio's bomb, not going to have time to plant it. We even Stevens at 3 apiece.
Well, it got close there for a second, as it was 0.2 of a second that would have allowed him to get that bomb down, but he was still in a 1 versus 2, so it gets a bit technical, but fantastic stuff there from Viben as they clutch up and go blow for blow.
Yeah, he just needed to run away towards towards the end, but sometimes running away is the hardest thing to do.
Oh, well, especially when you feel like you've got to get that bomb down. But anyways, let's go back onto Nixa here on attack, or defense, excuse me. Who is that who's pushed all the way through? Java, he finds the first as he's getting super, super aggressive. And it was enough to open up the round.
Well, they could honestly breathe on each other, Java and Bevs. They are so close to each other. They know it. Well, they don't know it. We know it.
If only they had COD caster vision, am I right?
Yeah, I think they would kill for that.
Anyways, it looks like we're going to be waiting. Again, first blood drawn by Viben there.
Bev's going to lie down in the position. They're basically both looking at that angle. If Bev's could be patient enough, if he doesn't get out-rotated and he can trust his team to have his back, it is a 4v3, so it's going to be a little bit difficult. Does manage one. Should get traded out, surely.
Oh,
no, he gets the double.
This is the Bevan we know. He fights for himself in the round. And a brilliant individual play there from Mr. Bevan himself, giving Nixa the lead.
That was so cool, calm, and collected coming out from Bevs. They managed to get that first kill, didn't overextend because, I mean, I face it, if it was me or you, we'd go out searching for that second kill. Had the presence of mind to say, okay, cool, he's either in this position or this, gets a kill. Maybe got lucky on that third. I mean, there was no way of him knowing that he was on roof, but still manages to get that 3-bomb.
Yeah, well, that's where the team coordination comes in right there. Vitals would have been called out there, and the third kill was gifted to him. Regardless, it was a beautiful 3-piece to close off the previous round. Let's see if they can carry that momentum as he's going to try and get in super aggressive here. And it's going to be Scorpio that finds first blood.
You guys would actually be surprised if you don't play COD or play COD at this level. The amount of callouts that these teams have, they got callouts for pretty much every single angle. Sometimes they would disguise it for themselves or have their own form of callout. Some are global, but It's so interesting because, as you say that, yes, he's on the roof, but that's a specific call-out, and he literally looks straight there.
Well, the deny is there from Shelbot. I couldn't agree more as he's pushed up in an advanced position. Java finds another, but Mage is for the trade. 2 versus 1. He needs to find 2 of these players and get that bomb down.
It's going to be difficult, but he might just catch Vitals. Sorry, Vitals. That would be a bit hard, as Vitals would have to come back from the grave, but he'll get taken down. And are we back on even Stevens?
Yes, indeed. Viben trades it back on out. And these two teams are about as evenly matched as it gets in S&D, because one player will do something the one round and then the team will do something in the opposite round, and they just haven't really run away with it, which is what you expect at this level of Call of Duty, where it comes down to the fundamentals, bleeding the clock, finding that 3-piece when you need it, and they're doing a fine job at that, that being both teams as we go into a round number 9. It's looking very strongly for a round 11.
Yeah, I mean, these things generally, especially when we get to semi-finals, finals, losers finals, grand finals, any type of finals, we generally do see map 11 when it's teams of these caliber. And on 4 for 4, it's looking that way to be again, as Scorpio will mince down Enigma and give the advantage to Nexu.
And this is a crucial round for either team, because this is the one that you need to deny to stop them to getting to map point. But if you are Nixer, I suppose the pressure is a little bit more on you, as the side of Viben has already found themselves one map.
They do trade out, though. Java does come out to Bevs. And, well, Java comes gets the kill of Bevs. Mage in a very dangerous position. If Vitals pushes, he opens that. That's going to alert Mage. He'll get that kill nice and free. Still had to obviously make it. Good job there by Mage.
Well, the trades are still coming through, and eventually it's going to whittle down to a 1 versus 2 for Shelbot to clutch on up here.
He should get shot in the back.
He shall indeed. As Nixer find that round, get themselves to 5-4 up, looking to get straight back into the series off of that hardpoint defeat.
Yeah, good job there by Mage. It always looks so easy to do that, but just one wrong movement of the... You got to be so ice cold in those situations,
Absolutely.
and all of these guys are. They make it look so easy.
Yeah, there is no other way of putting that. They do make it look so easy, and it makes us feel a little bit bad. But anyways, so having said that, Mage was in a position I didn't even know you could sit in, so you learn something new every day on the maps that you feel like you play every day. And now Nixer poised to take this map, and opting for a B as the whole team is huddling for a quick chat in and around Barn.
And they'll hold that angle. Still no kills coming out for either team. But, I mean, we've seen this happen, and then obviously it just becomes so quick.
Well, at the moment, still slowly making their way on forward.
And they'll carry on pushing Mage, looking for something to happen. He might just catch Vitals. No, obviously we got X-ray vision, but they don't. So they'll be pushing, still looking for that kill. This one, again, time whittling down. It's going to be Mage with the bomb. And, ooh, Mage getting shot down. Did manage a couple of licks himself.
Unable to finish the kill, though, so still 4 aside. 30 seconds to work with. The bomb has to go down, but Mage pushed up in an advanced position here. Sound Q would be out.
Yeah, they would obviously know what would be happening on that side. I mean, these guys listen so intently. I mean, this is where sometimes equipment does come into play, because you do need every single advantage. Just Shelbot slides.
What was that? What was that?
They slid past each other. Bevs does manage to get the kill as Shelbot went for the... I always say the melee.
The melee, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. Vitals left now in a 1 versus 3. Bomb is down, so 1 versus 4. Technically, he gets red. And Nixer closed it out 5 or 6-4 in the end.
So now Nixer has made a comeback on a map that we thought might go Viben's way. So roles have been reversed a little bit as we welcome you guys back to the studio. If you have just tuned in, it's 1 to Nixer and 1 to Viben.
Yeah, so clawing back into the series is going to be Nixer, coming off of that defeat in hardpoint, obviously. But that's exactly what you got to do. If you get taken out in your strongest game mode, it's best for you to take back your weakest game mode. And they did a fine job at that, as it was going to be 1 apiece. And it looks like the series is very, very likely to run the distance.
It could. I mean, now we're going to go into control. And, I mean, yesterday Viben proved that they can do anything.
Absolutely.
And this is such a hybrid type of game that it's going to incorporate gun skill, it's going to incorporate incorporate rotations, is going to incorporate bravery just to stay on the point when maybe you shouldn't.
Cap while you can.
Cap while you can. That's got to be the saying for the weekend at least.
Absolutely, but I think what's important to note here is we're going to be going to a different map that they played on yesterday. This is going to be Tuscan Control, which is what we got to see 3 rounds of in the previous map before.
So something different again.
Well, technically, no, same map, different shade, and it's going to be a very, very tough one for either side, depending on who has defense. And we spoke about it before, but we'll speak about it again. How important is defense for your first round?
Defense is going to be everything. I mean, we saw what Spartan did to Nixa in the first round where, I mean, Nixa at so many points it looked like they had control of control, but then it was completely switched around. And that is what's so nice about control is that theoretically, you could be 5-0 up in the S&D variety and it basically goes 6-5 just in the space of a second.
Absolutely, and I think that's what makes this the third game mode for competition or Call of Duty absolutely perfect. I mean, we've run through the mill of things. We had domination to start off competitive Call of Duty, then it went to capture the flag, then it went to gridlock, or believe it was called uplink in the advanced movement cards, and then
Capture the flag.
Capture the flag, back again, and then in Modern Warfare, which was the first real launch of next gen, and it was domination, and I mean, I just personally didn't like it.
Domination was such a horrid game in the fact that, like, basically a team could literally, like, you get to a certain point, and we know mathematically work it out in time versus points. You could just sit there, chill, and know that you're going to lose, which is not how any game should be played. Control changed that, especially in, obviously, Vanguard, which I think was such a pleasant surprise for all of us.
I mean, because for anyone who didn't know that Control was a Treyarch exclusive, but they managed to bring it back into this title, even with the different spawn system. But I mean, the reason why Control is so good is because it's a perfect mixture of domination, hardpoint, S&D, there's lives involved, there's this fixed spawns. It just feels like the perfect comp game mode and a brilliant one for the decider because it normally sets the tone for the series.
And also, this is where all your different, as exactly like you say, as all those different tactics get melded into one. And if you haven't been practicing it, then you're in trouble because this could be the decider.
Absolutely. But I mean, from here, we're going to be going into Tuscan Control as I believe we're going to be loading into the map. We are indeed. So, what is your prediction? Who gets defense is the question.
I don't know. I cannot. I need to say Nexo is going to take this, and then Viben is going to come back on the hard point, which I just see Nexo getting stronger as this has gone out. I think that hard point might have been a big wake-up call for them.
Absolutely.
But I mean, what was it? It was 4-6 in the end, so that's not a blowout at all.
Definitely not. I believe that the teams have swapped over again. Sorry about that, chat. It is now going to be left-hand side is indeed Nixa and the right-hand side being Viben. It'll be all right.
We will call it out for you. You don't have to stress. Listen to the audio, watch the visuals. We'll keep you updated on the score as it's a big opening for both teams as they pretty much just mowed each other down. But they are on the point at the moment. Scorpio has to do some work here. And he's going to back off. He's trying to flank. Oh, he's going to do a good job of flanking. No, they're running around each other. Does manage to get a kill. And he finally gets taken up by Shellbot.
Well, there was enough commotion over at the B side to allow his teammates to fly onto the A side and they'd be able to find that first tick. And, I mean, the first set of kills didn't really go either way at the moment. But here it comes from Enigma as he finds a two-piece that definitely shouldn't have happened. Enough to relieve the pressure as Java is there to clean up. And that third tick denied for Nixa as Viben really finding something. But Shellbot on the flank, yeah.
Well, we do have Mage and Bevs on point, but nowhere to be seen. And that means that Shellbot's going to have to double back. And he's going to look straight into the sights of Bevs and Mage. Oh, Bevs might get shut down here. Does. But now we got that full rotation. Sorry, we do have Scorpio on site. He's going to manage to cap that surely quite easily as a Shellbot will go down. So that cap's going to come out. And now we're going to see all the defense for Viben stretching to B.
Well, I mean, there are one tick down there. Well, technically, there are 4 ticks down in total in this best of 5 or first to 5.
Well, it's going to be Viben who has to control this and make sure that they win on this defense because, as we know, it is a lot easier to defend than it is to attack. But, I mean, Spartan showed us just what they could do on attack. So, I mean, obviously, if it was a foregone conclusion, why play the game?
Exactly, but now life advantage given over to Viben with 4 lives. That's a full set of respawns, and of course, it's Vitals. He's the one leading the lobby at the moment at 5 and 3, and he's just getting those kills. Java's there, Enigma. Now it starts to get a bit scary for the side of Nixer as the spawn trap is beginning to develop now. They need to watch out that they can get out, and Java just says, not today, as he finds a streetwise 2 and slows it down even further.
Oh, it's like last night, the burger of juiceness. I can't remember. Burger of juice. It's absolutely fever pitch at the moment as these teams are gridlocked in 1-1. This is going to be deciding who takes a lead, but not the actual, well, call it the loser's bracket to advance into the finals, but it is close.
Well, there's a quick 2 down now for the side of Viben as Enigma has to hold strong at the back of the map here, but Bevan says not today. They're into the site. Mage finds
Shellbot, big
another.
job.
Shellbot and Vitals going back to back, enough to relieve the pressure for a little bit longer, and Shellbot finds 2.
That's a
slows
good
it down
clutch.
pretty much completely.
That's a good clutch, because what's that allowed? Now you can see that Shellbot as well as Java are going to push into an advanced position. 18 seconds, so only when the team of Nixu lands on the point will the clock stop. Now they're even pushing even further. This is so brilliant by Viben, because this is just cutting down time for Nixu to be able to get on site. It may, as I say that, it may, I was going to say might just burn them, but it didn't. If they can take out Scorpio, it's GG. Don't need to take out Scorpio.
And they take round number 1. Well, it was Viben that take first round there on defense. They did a fine job at that, but it was a little bit crazy to start it off there. I mean, it looked like it was going to go either way, but at the end it was the clock and lives that were the downfall of Nixer. And defense, crucially won.
I think that chaos is actually defined by the skill of both players. While it may look chaotic to you, these players are out-rotating each other. They are constantly listening to audio cues. They're listening to team calls. It seems like it might be broken play, but in actual fact, they are playing against what they think is going to happen, so it's very structured.
Absolutely. Now here comes the... As it's Shellbot to take out Bebs as he thought he was going to do something, and the full team is going to be stacking this B site. They're looking for that first take, potentially 2, but the scramble coming out of Nixer at this point.
What would be good now is if Java actually pushes towards A, but he's going to have to take out Premium first. It looks like he's pushing towards B. They did manage to get that first full tick onto B. Now they can push towards A, which is exactly as they've done. Shellbot, it's going to be a big job here for Premium. He's going to back off, not in time. That's going to be a kill for Vitals. Vitals with a double onto Scorpio. Now they get the first... No, I can't see him going colorblind, but they're going to be able to get the first tick now.
They have gotten the first tick, but look at your mini-map there. It is going to be Bebs with a huge flank play potentially, but he gets spotted out. So now a pinch beginning to develop here as the first player goes down, followed up by Scorpio. Vitals is there for a premium trade, and just like that, pressure relieved for the time being.
Now look at Shellbot. Oh no, Shellbot, why? You're about to prove me right by going straight on to B. You've just lost on A, and you could have immediately gone and started ticking on that. Just keep the opposition guessing all the time.
Well, they're not doing a fine job at that. As they're just looking to find something here. Finally, a little bit of composure being shown by Viben as they have to find something. 3 go down now for Nixer. Onto the site they fly. Bevan with the huge 2-piece and slows it down even further.
Yeah, but look, exactly what I said. You're going to see Enigma on the point, and that's going to cause a massive rotation. Going to have to come out from Nixu as A should be capped.
Oh, not if Scorpio's shooting like that, looking for 3! Oh my goodness, it was very, very close. So A is secured by Viben for the time being. But now, with 1 point to work with here and only a 3-life advantage, Nixer is poised to set up a bit of a spawn trap here.
Well, they can do it, but Bevs needed to get a kill there at least, which would have allowed Mage to push up further. Unfortunately, Java, for him at least, Java will take him out. Good for Viben as they're going to be pushing onto point. They're going to have to structure beautiful there by Premium. This is going to be so close.
Well, Bevan going big on the other end of the map. They're slowing it down a little bit further, but Vitals is there for the trade. But Mage is opting to do something, but last one alive, pushed up for the side of Viben was Java, but his teammates now finally beginning to join him.
Yeah, he's going to need some support here, is Mage. Or as Bevs gets taken down, also Premium's just trying to push, well, trying to hold at an angle. He might just be able to rotate on it to Shellbot. Shellbot in a dangerous position here. Gets 1, gets 2.
But Premium finds a crucial double for himself, but he gets traded in the end, and onto the site goes Viben Esports here, looking to see if they can't complete it, as it is just going to be Vitals pushed up, and he goes big. He's found 4 in a row now for himself, I believe.
They need to cap this, otherwise all of that work was done for absolutely nothing. All those kills from Shellbot, that rotation coming in, they had to jump off site to get the challenges in, and they managed Vitals with a double. Scorpio just even things out, but if Vitals can get onto point here, can he cap it in time? He cannot.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's still a 1 versus 4 for Mr. Scorpio to clutch on up now. 11 seconds. He just has to deny these players off of the point. This is what we were talking about. Why control is so chaotic. Here they all come, flying onto the hill. He finds 1. Not quite, actually, just tags him up at the moment. And it's coming down to the wire. They're onto it. 5.7 seconds. He has to make a move.
This is too big of a job, unfortunately. And it's going to be, because it's switched around, it's going to be the team of Viben who take the second point.
And that was an attack that is crucial. They won their defense. They won their attack. And I think what it came down to was just slaying, right? They managed to whittle down those lives to the point where they had a 1v5 situation, and all they had to do was stack the point.
Well, the thing is, and that's also the mistake that we make here, is you forget about the lives and how important lives, those lives matter.
Absolutely, and Viben doing that down to the T as they go back onto defense, and it's going to be a very tough one now for Nixa as they feel like sort of demoralized because that was in their bag. They had the life advantage for the whole game until the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, and that was literally just swapped on its head. Scorpio's looking for a kill here, but we do have the double cap coming in here, and that was almost free on A.
Well, Mage finding a quick double there and creating enough noise to find 2 ticks.
Yeah, but they're going in 1 at a time at the moment, which, I mean, they're going to have to forego A here. It was given up very cheaply, which gives them a full 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and this is looking very good for Nixnu.
Absolutely, they're doing a fine job of that there, and they have the life advantage. Only 1 player has dropped away as opposed to the 5 on the side of Viben Esports here. So they might have left themselves a bit of a mountain to climb as they have to get something going here. As Java's coming on the back, and he's going to win 2 that he definitely shouldn't have. Lee Java, with the help of Vital, single-handedly stops that push in its tracks. And look at them, they're hunting for those spawn kills now to see if they can't find something in the other end of the map.
Enigma almost getting there, but not quite. There was Premium. Scorpio now getting a kill onto Vitals, but look how far they are away from site. But Mage is in a very advanced position. He's going to catch Vitals off guard. Java onto Bevs. It is chaos at the moment, but Nixon needs to get on point here.
Well, they have still got a life advantage, and it's going to be Viben.
Shellbot with a little sneaky, I kill you, I run away, and just to kill you again.
Exactly, a little bit of a bait and switch with himself. oh, so effective as finally Viben is trying to hold something here, but they are down 4 lives, which is crucial, as you know how crazy it can be, Evan, trying to work his way around that.
Yes, but if you think about it, game starts with 3 minutes to play, and it is 22-17, whereas you have 30 lives. So actually, yes, 30. Yeah, it would be 3 minutes if you cap the 1 point. So theoretically, unless they go more hectic, which they always do, it shouldn't fall to lives. It should fall to time.
Well, Vitals
I say should.
It should, you say you should, but Vitals is just absolutely mowing everything down with the help of Shellbot. Another push stopped, but Mage, the last beacon of hope to see if he can find something on this push here as the lives are beginning to even up.
Oh! Oh, Bevs getting taken out by his own teammate in Mage, and how much will that cost him? Because Mage was in an advanced position. He was managing to get some kills. Bevs with a huge kill onto Enigma. That is going to count a lot. As we do see, it's Java. Sneaky. If he pushes, that's going to be Scorpio down.
Well, Scorpio with immediate trade rather, and he finds 2 for himself. That's enough to get them onto the point for the time being.
Oh!
But Nade's coming out. There's something I'd have to point out. In Vanguard, they are the most lethal tacticals I have ever seen in my life. I have seen more tactical kills in this game than all other CODs put together.
Yes, because we know that grenades developed in 1939 were more explosive than grenades in 2020. Yeah.
You love to see that. You love to see that indeed. But still, once again, denied by Viben. They're holding so strong here. 5.5 seconds. Vitals and Shellbot. They might have done it. They might have done it.
I think they have. They will, and that will push the time reach limit. It says Nixu, but that is a Viben who take the first 3.
Well, another one of the upsets in Respawn, where normally it is Nixa who come out dominant, but a little bit lackluster. 3-0 in control.
That was so well choreographed by Viben Esports. They did so well to control. I say control, but I actually mean the word control. They controlled that so well from beginning to end on all 3 points.
Exactly. I mean, they won their defensive round, which also came down to the wire. Look, it's not to say that these rounds were runaway rounds at all.
No,
It always
no.
came down to the end there. But the first defensive round, won by Viben. Attacking round then followed up, which is very, very difficult to do.
Yeah.
And then to clutch up at the end there, using the clock to your advantage, even though they were down in lives. So clinical respawn being played by the boys over at Viben Esports.
Now, guess what, chat? We are going to be moving to another hard point. And if you were tuned in, it was such an awesome play by Viben Esports on that first hard point. It's going to be Nix who have to take this or risk being knocked out.
Well, out of all the maps that I've seen Nixa play very, very well, we're going to Berlin. I did have a peek at the maps before we got back into
You
this.
sneaky.
So I know that Berlin is
I
the next one.
underestimate the sneakiness.
And Berlin for the side of Nixa is where they go to make dreams die. So I think that this is a crucial one for them to win because they have lost both of their respawns, which is not something we were expecting.
Yeah.
And their ball of chaos seems to be losing a bit of momentum here and picking up for the side of Viben.
Well, Viben is just making a play to their advantage. They were waiting on angles. They were very patient, and that counted. And you could see, like, I mean, you can't see desperation in a game, but they were getting a little bit more desperate every single time they had to push because the clock was against them and the kills were against them. Everything just started to run against Nixu.
Absolutely, but I mean, it's simple things like the whole team gets taken out on the side of Nixa, and then immediately Viben push up on them. It doesn't get them many kills, but it slows the push a little bit further, that then it starts forcing single pushes out of the side of Nixa, and then you can't take on the whole team as much as you want to. So it's just fundamentals being countered by structured play. I mean...
Sometimes tactics over goes skill, and well, I can't really say that because I mean, Viben's, it's not like they're unskilled players; they're very skilled players.
Absolutely.
They're all skilled players. It's actually going to be like I can't see chat, but what's it, 50 cents for a thought? I would love to see what's going on in chat and how the Viben boys must be beside themselves.
No, I mean, absolutely. They've just got such a huge following, and I mean, both of these sides, Nixa as well, they've got a huge following to their side. I mean, I can't imagine that there will be either side that the fans aren't going to be raving at the moment. But I mean, now if you're the side of Nixa, you 2-1 down. Now you're going to put on a show after being taken out thanks to a DQ. The pressure's on, you know what I mean?
100%. But they can turn it around, and that's the point. That's COD. It's not over till it's over. You cannot rest on your laurels. Viben Esports has to keep the pressure, especially in this. If they can just re-emanate what they did in the first game, it should be a lot easier. But Viben Esports, I mean, I think they found the surfboard riding the wave.
Absolutely, but I mean, now we get to see the veteran behind the AR, that's being Lee Java on a map like Berlin,
Yeah.
where the ARs are so dominant, and Vitals with that Volkssturmgewehr still keeping it going throughout all of the maps. So it's going to be crazy. For anyone who's wondering what Volkssturmgewehr actually means,
Yeah, every time he says it, it's the Volk.
I must tell you, you know how Volkswagen means the people's like car in German? Volkssturmgewehr is the equivalent of the people's gun. So the Germans keeping it cool.
Nice. World War II.
Exactly.
You've got to go for it. But I mean, I would pay an exorbitant amount of money to sit in the Nick's new locker right now to hear what the captain is saying, to say, okay, how are we going to rally the troops? Is team manager going to be coming in and saying, hey, calm down, you guys know that you can do this. You just got to convert.
Absolutely. I mean, they've done it before. They've done it against August. I mean, arguably the best team in the league. Well, clearly not.
Two teams that argue with that.
Yeah, I agree. And they are fighting each other right now. And it seems like Viben is coming out on top. So anything that you want to talk about going into this next hard point here?
Well, I would like to, I mean, there's nothing to talk about in the fact that it literally just has to be played and we have to get that result. But honestly, my Viben heart is beating because I just want to see them pull through. But on the same turn, everyone loves to see a mini reverse sweep and Nixu just to come out guns blazing and so obviously go up against Spartan in the finals and to say, hey, we're here now, this time it's over.
Well, we might just be able to see what the result is going to be as we jump into Berlin HP. Map number 3, 2-1 up to Viben. Oh, the pressure is on, and we can all feel it.
Yeah, we can feel it from irrespective of where you are in the country. These guys are playing from everywhere in the country, but it's going to come down to this. Nixu need to win this to make it 2-2, and then we're going to a map 5 if that happens.
Well, I mean, realistically, we were expecting a map 5 for every game, right?
Yes, this is true. This is very true.
Don't worry, chat. We know that the teams are backwards, but it doesn't matter. The overlays won't be, as we'll be going straight into this P1, which is normally Pandemonium. Let's jump on board with Bevan to see what he can do.
Yeah, unfortunately, the cardcaster function is not the friendliest function in the world. I think no one can attest that more than Trout and myself. It's like a third fight.
Oh, absolutely. And at the moment, Java with that AR in hand challenges the heal like he has an SMG, but he gets cut down in the end. But Enigma, he finds 2 for himself and secures the point for the time being.
Yeah, as you will see, Nixu is getting some momentum, but it is Vibin on the point at the moment, and they are going to get a lot of those points, as I think Nixu will just decommit from that and say, it's fine, you can have that scrap. And that's a brave decision to make early on, because you can see there's no challenge coming in for that, and that was a good 20 seconds, and respect for Nixu for saying it's fine. We're going to go for next, but they have to hold it.
Well, they have managed to, well, they've rotated out, but it's still like they don't have a semblance of control here. As if you look over at your minimap, it's going to be Java in such a crucial spot here to start cutting off these players, as time is ticking over to the side of Nixu here. And this is where the collapse has to come in, and it has to be almost perfect from the side of Viper.
Well, they just managed to get pick after pick. That was Bevs and Mage. Vital does manage to get one. Java manages to get another, but he hasn't seen the man under the staircase. Or was my X-ray failing me? No, it wasn't. It probably was.
The Harry Potter play seems to be working out at the moment, as the hill is uncontested at this point in time. Mage and Bevan back to back now. Enigma and Shellbot looking to make a name for themselves here, as it's Shellbot who finds the 2-piece and secures the kill. And
make that 3, by the way. That was 3 kills in a row there for Shellbot. As his streak increases to 3, he does get more time on that point there. Ticks to 9, 40 to 42, but Nixu will increase the lead. But that is only scrap time, and now they did do well enough.
Absolutely, but that came down to Enigma being able to secure those spawns on the next hill, as it's going to be a big win for them to break, as this hill is normally a money hill for the side that secures the spawns. But as I say, that Scorpio and Premium go huge in the hill, holding it for the time being. Mage is there to follow it up. All of a sudden, it's just Enigma left in the spawns, and it's just going to be time going the way of Nixa.
Yeah, Nixa doing very well here, but I mean, we've seen how quickly these things can be changed out. We will have Vitals looking for a kill. They just need to take a Premium, which it does. Gets a double into Scorpion Premium. He'll get onto the hill. Nice amount of points left on the table here, but oh, Mage going big. Java does manage to take out Mage and gets onto that point. If he just got that last kill, would have ticked more.
Absolutely, but still time going the way of Viber now for a change. But Scorpio says not today. Help of teammates, they break on in with 20 seconds. And look at your mini-map. It's going to be Nixa already up on the next hill. And this rotation is so crucial because this map is giant. And if you get caught out, which is exactly what's happened here, this could be a punishment.
Yeah, and they're gladly going to take those scraps of Ivan. Even though it's close, they have still got to call a My City bus to get to the other side of the map and be able to make the challenge. And you can see Nixa's already set up beautifully. Bevs with the kill and that structure paying off. But we do have the flank coming in from Enigma, but he's going to have to wait now.
Well, Shellbot managed to snip the net at the back. They flip out the spawns. That was as perfect as it comes in terms of a rotation.
Wow.
If you lost it, into the point there go Bevan trying to find something, but amazing play coming out of Vibrant Esports there to convert this hill back in their control.
Well, I don't think that Nixa will be too upset because 64 to 93, they still have the lead, and Viman have yet to actually get on the point. I think Vitals just might reverse onto it. No, he's going to wait. Oh, as Java got onto the point, he just gets minced. Vitals the great kill, and that's going to give Shellbot another. How?
Yeah, he just gets away with it. Well, trades and trades and trades and trades. 10 seconds now going the way of Viban here. But as you say, it's so interesting that they didn't actually get onto the point there, even though they had full control.
Yeah, they had everything. They had full control, didn't get onto the point, but I don't know why they were staying back there. I mean, I guess as soon as Java did push, he just got absolutely slaughtered, but doing some slaughtering of his own. He gets 2 Vitals, getting in a 3rd. Mage with the kill onto Shellbot, they're trading, and now Java's going to be looking for that pop to make that match.
Well, it seems like the side of Viben is playing some seriously unconventional hardpoint here on Berlin, as they're trying to get a lot of time on this normally chaotic hill as Enigma gets blown up.
That is the most awkward thing to happen. You literally look right, you see a grenade, you try to exit the room, and just, yeah, it's over.
The teams aren't really seeming to control the hills. It's looking like they're trying to get set up in and around. And as I say, that Mage, of course, is going to be the one to make me eat my words, as he's finding a good amount of time now and extending the lead even further. as it is still about 20 seconds or so between these two teams at the moment.
Can you see how much of a role reversal this is from map 1, where it's actually Nixu controlling the momentum and they're dictating to Vibe and how many points they are allowed to have?
Absolutely. I mean, they're keeping them off of the point even though they have control, which is perfect hard point at the end of the day. But Vitals finds a quick two-piece for himself, is eventually traded. As now, finally ticking over and looking for some semblance as Scorpio absolutely rips that kid off of a heady. And doesn't matter though, as the time now looking to even up. But if you look at the mini-map, Mage with a huge flank, but he gets caught in the teeth of Vitals.
Oh, that was a good shot there by Premium onto Enigma. Scorpio take out Shellbot. Vitals with a big double on to Devs and Scorpio. Premium with a shot into Vitals. And Java says, not today, sir.
Well, Java is playing out of his skin in this hill specifically, but not overall, as he is still 9 and 16. But he does enough to secure the scrap time here as the rotation will be coming in. The first initial kills being won by Scorpio, but then Enigma and Vitals to follow it up. But Vitals turns away, assuming that the kill was there.
Yeah, that's something we've all done it. You literally hold it in, expect the player to be dead, but what actually happened there was he got a first couple of beats there on to the tank, which obviously was not going to do any damage, and paid the price for it.
Well, Bevan trying to go big here for his team, but unfortunately finding Shellbot in the interim. As the trades are coming through, Mage coming out on top for the time being, but Enigma with a huge two-piece to secure the hill and continue their lead. It seems like there's been a bit of a role reverse here, like you were saying.
Ooh, this could... Well, Nixa immediately gets onto the point, but it's Viper Nixa, as they literally just swapping out. Java's waiting, Shelbo with a big double, and that's going to allow them to get onto the point, but immediately Mage was there. He gets taken out by Enigma, who gets a double onto Premium, Scorpio onto Vitals. Chaos.
That is no better word to put this hill other than chaos at the moment. But if you look over at your mini-map, the rotation is in. They can give up these 15 seconds. And up in the back is going to be Vibrant Esports. But they had this in the previous set of rotations. Will they get broken again is the question.
Well, they are starting to, as a Premium and Bevs will get kills onto Vitals and Shellbot respectively. But a really good job there by Java.
I agree, it's just chaos, but the initial set of fights won by Vibrant Esports here as they hold it for the time being, but eventually Scorpio and Mage trying to make their way into the hill here as Mage is securing some time for his team and looking to get back into it themselves.
Java on the rotation, he just might catch a couple of players on behind. He does manage to catch out Bevs, but his position is now known to Premium, who should take him out and does.
Well, this is a perfect example of how to manipulate the spawns in Vanguard. They are keeping Vibrant Esports in the back and killing them as they spawn, holding the time as well. That was a fantastic hill there for the boys over at Nixa. And if you look at your minimap, the rotation is going to have to come on in and heads-up play from Bevs as he's going to go get set up on the next hill.
Ooh, and this is not good for Vibrant Esports, as not only did they lose all that scrap time, it has been Mage who's making an absolute nuisance of himself on that point, and he's just gone 3 up.
Exactly, and his team has secured the rotation on the other end. 1 second to come here, and it seems like Viben is just being outmaneuvered here at this point. And when they get the rotation, they're getting broken.
It's just those all-important final kills. I mean, Mage has got a couple there as an example where theoretically there was about 18 seconds of scrap time that he could have basically let go, but Mage said, it's fine, I'm going to hold you, and he did so well to hold it, and that's the difference now of the odd 43 points.
Well, Nixa just eclipsed the 200-point mark now, but all left alone is Scorpio, is Java with some nice shots to secure the spawns, and they're doing exactly what they didn't do in the previous time they had this hill, is actually sitting in the hill and collecting some time.
Well, I mean, this is how quickly hardpoint can get turned around, especially a points difference of 40 seems like a lot, but I mean, it's 60 seconds per hardpoint. Ooh, yeah.
Almost from Java, but Scorpio reads him out, and it's Vital still keeping it going. He is really trying his heart out for his team, but still lead in control for Nixa there. And we will be going to the next hill, which is Pandemonium. And at the moment, it is going to be an absolute gunfight to see who gets the first.
Scorpio onto Enigma, that's a good start. Bevs needs to get one. Oh, but this is almost a team wipe as we're going to see Shellbot coming in there. He's going to be man alone. The whole team is back. Oh, but Bevs literally, I mean, he had all the time in the world to make that kill.
That was a lot of utility to go wrong there for a second for Bevs.
I saw that as well. I'm like, did that nade bounce off the tank?
Well, regardless, Mage is there to still play out of his skin, and he's holding his rotational kills. He might find the second here with an SMG in hand. as time still going the way of Nixa here. Unable to win it, but it will be damn close. As if they get all of these points, it will be 249. But as I said, that Shelbert finds a quick 2-piece securing the time, stopping the bleeding, if you will. But look at your minimap, the rotation. Number 6, it's going to be Bevs in the back to try and make something big.
Well, Bevs has got to hold on here if he wants to make sure that his team can win it from this, but he doesn't, and that was so important for Enigma to get that kill, because the scrap time is going to Nexu, who only needs 15, make that 15 points. I thought he was going to jump onto that hard point, and now it'll tick away for Viben, who literally cannot afford to give any time to Nexu.
I agree. This has to be some perfect hardpoint being played here by Viben Esports. But Shellbot pushed up, waiting to see if he can't find these players. Of course, Knicks are checking their corners. They're doing a fine job at that. He gets away with his life, almost getting the kill. But 2 go down. Streaks are in. Scorpio, all 4 down. And only 14 seconds needed for Nixa.
This is going to have to be an absolute perfect retake, which I don't see happening. They're going to stay on the side there, be able to whittle them down from the side. It's left to Vitals, who can't. A Shellbot will go down. That is going to be the game.
And Nixa coming back in the best map. 250 to 198 was not a walkover. And we're going to that game 5. What are your thoughts?
Rinse, wash, repeat of last night. All the stress in the world. Nixa making sure that they did take that hard point. I mean, Viben were definitely showing some really good promise in that, but Nixa managing to cinch that out, taking us to another search and destroy.
Absolutely, and I think that came down to the end as they managed to get their team pushes and coordination in perfectly. For an example, to break that last hill, they had all of their players get their kill, plus a streak, opens the hill wide open, and then it was just as simply as walking in, getting the last little bit of time there, but from the side of Viben, they just couldn't stop the bleeding enough.
Yeah, Viben did extremely well, but I mean, that was so perfectly done by Nexu to actually save those kill streaks to use them. I mean, they couldn't have been more perfectly used. Viben was so well set up on that hill, and then they weren't.
Yeah, exactly. So they just say, this is our hill now, and they simply walked on in as they do in the typical fashion, but that is their best map, and we will be going straight back to the same map on S&D. So, I don't know what to say. This is what we want to see, though. Game 5 is what everyone is here to watch.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we go to a Game 5 is where, I mean, both teams will feel hard done by if they lose it now. Because, I mean, Viben, this is almost like that star victory or that dreamy type victory where you've been knocked down and now you beat August last night in order to advance. You went 2-1 up. You could have won it there. Yes, it was close. Nixon making it 2-all now. Oh, man, this is like what's that, Cinderella?
Yeah,
Cinderella.
Absolutely. I mean, what more could we ask for? This is top tier Call of Duty, and this is what we wanted, because normally it's like, it's going to be the fight for second place, but now it's really up in the air. Any team can win this.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
which is the first time I've said that in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, what did we say? It was always about who's coming second this weekend, and these 3 teams have proven that they have the mettle to, again, stamp themselves as the number 1 team. Imagine being able to say, I'm the number 1 team in the country. A lot of people obviously argue against it, say, yeah, but it's got to be more consistent, but you're only as good as your last game.
Absolutely, and I mean, your last tournament, and this is certainly a big one, that being worth 25,000 Rand up for grabs here. I mean, who doesn't want that?
I play COD.
Exactly.
Sign me.
Let me go pick up a controller right now. But yeah, thoughts for the S&D. What do you want to see different from Nixa?
What I want to see different from Nixa, I mean, they did win the first S&D. It was obviously well dominated in the end by Nixa, but I mean, Viben did really well. What I want to see from them is just calm down a little bit. As soon as they have a little bit more structure to their play, that's when they do well. As soon as they overextend, push past the line, that's when they're getting shot in the back or the sides and the crossfire comes in.
And I think that it's important to note that Berlin is a completely different map compared to Bouquet. You cannot play as aggressively. You will be punished.
Yeah.
So now's the time where it really starts to slow down, and we get to see that in person as we go into a Game 5. Nixa versus Viben Esports. We're running the distance. Very, very lucky for round 11. Mr. Woot, it has been a pleasure. Let's get into the next game.
Don't say it like it's over. We're not in the Titanic.
It might be for one of these teams.
It's fine, but we still stay. You stay. Guys, it is a fever pitch at the moment. If you have tuned in, it is 2 apiece. The winner of this will go through to face Spartan in the grand finals. 25,000 Rand to play for. It is starting now. It is 0-0 on map 5. Are we going to point 11?
And we have the teams on the right side. It is a miracle. Here we go into the map. And of course, it's looking like it's going to be B favored on this map.
Oh, it's going to be interesting, but no kill coming out just of yet, but we do have Viben in a very advanced position, and we do have the teams on the right side, so the cardcaster did decide to play along for this. They knew how important this game was.
Apparently not, but
Oh, it's not. I'm looking at the top. I'm not seeing the right thing there.
Regardless, Nixa.
Thanks, cardcaster. You proved me wrong yet again.
Still, no first blood as of right now.
It's amazing. 45 seconds left to go. This is gonna go down to the wire again.
Here comes the push into the point. It's going to be Bevan who finds one and stays alive. That's how exactly what you want to be doing. You might be able to find vitals here, but enough to deny the plant for the time being. 30 seconds. The retake needs to happen and needs to happen now.
They have switched colors. So I was looking at the purple, but Vitals there. Java and Vitals left alive. Only Vitals left alive, and he pulled away. He didn't finish that shot.
Well, regardless, Nixa taking the first round there, and it all came off of the back of Bevan, right? He came in, he got in there, played his life, quickly got away, and managed to find a two-piece out of the round, and that turned the tide.
Very well done there by Nexo, who go 1-0 up, but it is still a long road, even though these games are much shorter than you would think. I mean, this must be rushing for them. This must be over so quickly. There's a big difference between basically watching and playing, because it just ends so quickly.
Absolutely. For some people, it might seem like a long, slogging battle, but for these guys, it's over in a blink of an eye. As it seems like this round might be over in a blink of an eye, as it's going to be a full A commit coming out of the boys over at Nixa.
So we do have Bevs. He's going to be looking for that Kirby. Not going to happen. He cooked that grenade a little bit too much, I think, in order to try and get that Shellbot. Will draw first blood. Shots there by Bevs to trade out Bevs in purple onto Shellbot.
I just love that confidence from Bevs there. He's like, I'm going to go out, look for this play, and completely commit to the kill, even though he was being shot from the side. Manages to do exactly that, and all of a sudden, three apiece, and no real map control for either side.
No, and literally there has been no map control. I mean, we're only in our second point, but there has been no map control. It's all been kind of a rush towards the end, and they're playing out kills.
The game of TDM with the brand of S&D as Bevan pushes on up, but he's just playing his life. He gets the kill! Again for the second!
Finally gets traded out.
It was close, but Bevan with the confidence to secure them the site, and they can get that bomb down now. So crucial.
Oh, he will get shot in the back, and that's going to leave an unfortunate 1v2 situation for Premium.
But he gets shot down.
Oh, I was looking, I'm like, did he just double?
No, he did not. It was Viben who come out on top. As you expect, this map is going to be...
The legs go off.
You love to see that.
Where is he? He's everywhere.
One apiece now, and it is going to be blow for the remainder of this match, I do predict.
Okay, guys, we are going into the round number 3, or point number 3, where these teams are fighting it out to face Spartan in the finals in the ROG Invitational number 4. Man, it has been so exciting today already. I don't think I'm going to have a voice on tomorrow.
Absolutely not, but it's going to be so worth it. As again, Bevan pushed up in the bomb site. They know where he is, that they have spotted him out. So he might not be able to do as much damage, but still looking to commit very, very strongly over onto this B site here, that being Nixa.
Well, Java running around with the pistol, maybe going to find... No, he's in no man's land at the moment, going up towards mid. Who's going to find action first is Vitals. As I say that he gets taken down, the action finds him, and that is a result of Bevs. So advantage for Nixa at the moment, who have got a 4v3.
I think this is the Bevs that we like to see, right? They knew where he was, and he still got the kill. So he's really beginning to liven out. It's a shame that it's the last game of the series. But regardless, now advantage for the side of Nixa, and Shellbot and them have to do a serious retake here.
Yeah, they're going to have to do some proper work in order to try and get this across the line. I mean, but Java is on a long rotation. If he can take out Premium, this is going to cause issues. Oh, the X-ray. He's running away. Oh!
Well, this might be perfect timing here from Java, as he might be able to catch 1 or 2 players with their pants down to see if he can't find the pinch. He does exactly that.
He
finds
gets
the first
one.
pick.
He needs to look right, though. He's going to get taken out surely, but he did enough to cause a 1v2 situation. At least Shellbot will get the plant down. He will have time for that. No, he won't. He gets taken out.
There was even a TK in there, and Nixa came out on top. So that was a clinical round there. Java almost making the play, but not able to really check his corners effectively. He gets cut down, so that is going to be 2-1 up to Nixa.
Nixa will be rallying around this. They're going to be saying, come on, guys, just 4 more to go. And they're very capable of it. But Viben are going to be in their camp saying exactly the same thing, except the number changes from 4 to 5.
Exactly. So a slight advantage now in terms of round count towards Nixa. But can they continue? It is the question there. But I do doubt that. As onto attack they go to see if they can potentially find A. As we have yet to see a bomb be planted this game, actually, I think.
A Shellbot came the closest. But unfortunately, no cigars. Bears will be looking for Enigma. What? That was dirty.
Just gives him a fresh haircut, and that haircut being his entire head as Bevan is keeping it going. And he's looking for more kills. He doesn't even care. He's pushing on forwards.
They will be pushing. That is absolutely insane coming out. Shellbot does manage to get that turn into Bev, so Danger Man out for at the moment. He was on 6 for 3. I don't know if that actually built up towards a streak, but it doesn't really matter as the bomb is going to go down. Mage going to sort it. No streaks at the moment, just Mage building up to one at the moment.
Vitals finds Scorpio in the midst of that plant. So a 2 versus 2 retake here, and Mage is poised for some perfect timing, but I think Vitals might have spotted him out there.
I think... No, he didn't! He manages to get the kill. He gets hit marked, which means he's going to run away and just make me a little hee-hee-hee as he runs away. And he's going to recover to full HP here, but Java with a big job on a 1v2.
Oh, goodness. The shots aren't there for him. 14 seconds. I don't think he has enough time to get the kill. He can't even find Premium. What is happening? Oh, goodness. I can hear him choking from here, and he's going to be kicking himself for that round as it's going to go 3-1 up to Nixa.
Nixa definitely in the advantage now. Shots coming out there from Premium. Premium, unfortunately, was a player that disconnected in that first game, but showing that better now than ever.
The best analogy I can give for that is, you know, like when you're getting like falling asleep and you can hear that mosquito and you just want to swat it, but you miss it by a centimeter every time. That's exactly what Java must have felt like as he couldn't quite close off that kill.
Yeah. That's why you get Doom.
Exactly. Doom being your teammates, and at the moment you didn't have any in that situation either.
Yeah, the can was out. Vital's going to be looking for a kill here onto Mage. They might be able to team this. They do. Shellbot, no, it was Shellbot actually drawing first blood on to Mage, but Enigma pulling one. Bevs does manage to trade, but the advantage on the side of Vibe and Esports is they're going to 3v4. They do have bomb. They have planted. Now it is the 4v2 that we allude to.
Or 3 versus 2. Bevan and Scorpion need to make something happen here. Bevan just, I love his aggressive play. He's like, I'm going to quickly open this door, then move, and then you'll just never be able to guess that. So he just plays so quickly at such a high tempo as holding together, which is another thing. He's playing at such a high tempo, but he's managing to do it with his teammate, which is exactly what you want to do in these sort of clutch situations. The moment you start single challenging, that's when you start leading over and giving the rounds away.
Well, the fourth to which I was alluding was the bomb, who seems to be the winning player at the moment.
Absolutely.
Alluding. But Scorpio gets one into Shellbot, but Bev's going for the defuse.
Goodness.
Lost the live Vitals.
Doesn't matter though, the time wasn't there for them, and the condolence kills coming through from Vitals. He's looking for Bebs, but the round going the way of Viben. As like you said, it was the bomb that won ultimately.
Yeah, they did very well there at the end there, but Nixie leaving themselves with too much to do. That is a very explosive, shaky final kill. They're coming out for the bomb.
And another round, but this is where it's going to start finding a little bit of rhythm for Viben potentially, as they've managed to get a good 2 rounds under their belt. And this is where Nixa needs to continue their momentum and hold the lead, as this is often where you start to see the pendulum swing and the teams just go back to back to back, and no team really taking assertion.
No, both teams, well, I mean, Viben just need to obviously get this one. They're going to be on defense now, but doing well already. Bava, who's like a Java, takes out the Bevs.
As Java finds that first pick, giving the advantage over to Viben on defense here, as the casters are slowly deranging, it seems, as the bomb is yet to go down, and Scorpio looking to see if he can find something for himself.
He's going to try Kobe here. If he can get that knock off, he might take out Vitals. It does! He gets that perfect angle, which basically knocked the grenade. He stood up. Vitals too late, and he's all over.
Well, the bomb does manage to get planted thanks to that absolute Kobe there. Actually, a bank shot as he's bouncing it as best he can, playing a game of pinball. Yes, he finds the player but can't find the kill as Enigma trades him out.
I mean, that was extremely difficult for Enigma to do. It was advantage there for... It was Scorpio, wasn't it? No. I can't even tell anymore, but...
It doesn't matter, man. Just
doesn't
find
matter.
2 pieces like that.
Java in trouble.
Nixa.
Turn and get burnt.
Nixa on attack, on defense, it doesn't matter. They get the bomb down, then they simply play TDM as they go 4-2 up, as things are getting a bit dire for Viben Esports.
Yeah, they protect their attack, but most importantly, Nixu back. It is going to be we're going to have to calculate here, the 7th round, and Nixu just 2 away from going to that final Viben and needing to do something here.
Well, I think this is where they need to stop that round. And this is, like I say, every time, if they allow them to get to that round 5 advantage, it's going to be very, very difficult, because then you have to play perfect S&D. There is no room for error. And I think Nixa is gunning for that, as you can see in the mid-map there. They're just waiting for those players. And of course, Bevan waiting to see if he can't make a stupendous play coming on the back here.
Yeah, but we've had a lot of COD timing, both advantageous and disadvantageous for both the teams, as Vitals will manage to draw first blood, and Viben are going to need this one. They do not want to leave basically four game points on the side of Nixu.
Well, that was a fantastic sort of pinch denial there from the boys over at Viben, as they found the 2 players flanking. And now all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2. Shelbot trades it out 1 versus 2. It's just crazy. So Scorpio in a bit of a tough position to clutch on up here with 30 seconds to work with.
Can do it though. We have seen stranger things today. Scorpio needs. He's got a little bit of time. Not
Parkour.
Enough.
Nice little bit of parkour coming out there.
I heard something else.
But anyways, he's tagging up the players. But again, clock just slowly bleeding out. He needs to find these kills, and he needs to find them fast. Viben doing such a fine job of denying it for the time being. But 7.5 seconds defuse time, and he's not going to get it, as Enigma says not today, and they find the round when it is ever so crucial. And Viben clawing their way back.
Why do you sound disappointed?
I'm not disappointed. I thought that there was a fantastic play from Enigma there.
Scorpio doing extremely well there, but it is going to mean that Nixu does have to win 2 more, Viben has to win 3 more, and guys, this is really going down to the wire.
Well, it's very, very likely like a round 11, like we always say. But anyways, on attack now, back in Nix's court, picking up that bomb. Will we see the bomb go down is the question.
Bomb, well, I mean, we don't see it go down very, very often. It's extremely difficult for the players to be able to get the bomb down when they're being shot at all the time.
Well, at the moment, both teams pushed up quite far. It seems like the majority of the resources in the back there. But Shelbot is in the position to find a 2-piece here. Look at him. He didn't even see him. But he finds the kill regardless.
In the face.
that was an interesting turn of events. But the first blood being drawn by Viben here.
Now, if they can keep this, what they did well in the last rounds where they get that advantage is Bevs will trade out for Java. So as I was going to say, what I was going to say is that if they can keep that man advantage, they can play buddy system for the trade, and that goes unanswered.
Vitals pushed up so far here, denies the plant, almost finds the double. He does exactly that. Vitals with the hero play to deny the plant. And all of a sudden, it's Scorpio left in a 1 versus 3, and this position is known.
Oh, he will get taken out, but he has done enough. He's left it up to his team now. He said, you go on without me. It's going to be Shelbot and Enigma to take on a Scorpio. Almost a rinse, wash, repeat with a different player.
Absolutely, but the bomb now has been denied, so they know where it is. And Scorpio is sort of like reeling. He doesn't know where to check. He's checking everything he can.
I also would have shot, buddy. He had to look at that body twice, but he's getting hit marked, and he will get a traded. Well, not traded. He'll just get finished as we go for a piece. Map 11.
Map 11, round 5, right? Anyways, it looks like we're going to go evens, and finally, Viben finding 2 rounds for themselves. And now both teams poised to take the lead and potentially the series. It's like, it is blow for blow. This is perfect S&D being played, and a simple hero play coming out of Vitals there, where he finds a 2-piece, denies the plant, gets the 2nd kill, which definitely shouldn't have happened under normal circumstances. So, regardless, Viben playing out of their skin.
Yeah, Viben doing extremely well. I mean, there were 2 rounds down. It's easy to get bogged down and to overthink things. But just doing simple things right. But as I say, that Bevs will open the account, but there's an immediate trade. Beautiful by Shelbot.
Well, that's the most perfect play that you can have for both sides there, as it has been even up a piece with a quick trade. And a nice quick rotation coming through to B. I like that. That's not something you often see. Normally the teams commit to one site and one site alone, and that might have been able to get them through. They might be able to get the bomb down here.
Well, that'd be a refreshing change, as it is a 3v3, and we look like we have Nixu completely stuck on A. The rotations are going to have to be very quick, but I would also be second guessing myself if I was Vibin. Like, is it really empty?
Well, I mean, this is a fantastic play here from Java as he almost gets the kill, but the bomb is now down. 3 versus 3 retake, and they can just drop back. This is the reason why most teams are used to favor the site is there's so many ways you can plant the bomb and look at it from a very far distance, exactly like this. And that's such a small little pixel angle that you have to try and take back. And I think there was a bit of a misread there from Nixa, allowing them complete control of B and getting that bomb down.
Yeah, it was a big mistake. They should have at least had someone in window, as Shellbot will...
Shellbot!
Collapse 2 in Premium and Scorpio, but it's going to be Mage, but it's not. It's going to be Vibin, who are 1 away from going to the grand finals.
And well, that was a simple blunder from Nixa there. They completely committed to the one site, and that in-game decision from Vibin to rotate over 2B as quickly as they did, I mean, that secured them the round, and then a 2-piece from Shellbot. I mean, what more could you ask for? Match point! And I think this is where Vibin's going to try and close it out, right?
Well, I mean, if I was Vibin, I'd want to obviously close this out as quick as possible, but do not. I mean, it's so easy now to get carried away by emotion. Just say, no, let's just push and try to get the kill. Let's try to do this and just finish this. No, keep to what you were doing. It's clearly working.
Well, here we go. A nice aggressive push coming out of Nixa with a pre-nade, potentially catching someone. Not quite. As a
Shellbot would have felt that from behind, but he is not going to die on that point. He is going to be staying on point A, as we do have a good setup here for Vibin, who are trying to protect anything against the plant.
Well, they're doing a fine job at that, as no one is able to even get close to the bomb as Shellbot is there, and here comes the challenge from Mage. He's going to lose it.
How?
So now first blood drawn by Vibin, advantage. Bomb down in the site. Really, really tenuous position now for Vibin Esports.
Well, it's going to be very, very desperate for Nixa, as we are going to have them on a 3v4 situation.
But I think it's crucial to point out that the bomb is still down there. They need to retrieve it with 32 seconds to work with. Premium trying to be the one with the bank shot here. Gets it! Nice little nade. That allows him to go collect the bomb.
Yeah, but he's not going to know it's free. Well, it's not, but he manages to get something. Takeaway, Enigma. He will manage to get that kill. Turns us into a 3, but there's... Oh, man, there's just so much happening.
A 2 versus 2. Bomb is now down. Absolutely hero play coming out of Premium there. And he's watching the flank. Java might walk right into the TK. He does exactly that. Vital's left in a 1 versus 2.
Well, Vitals can clutch us, we know, but I think we are going to be going. He gives his position away. We are going to that all-important 11.
Round 11. And I think at the rate that these two teams are playing here, it is going to be a 1v1. It has to be, right? It would be an injustice if it wasn't. As Nixa pulls something out of nothing and force the round 11.
This is going to be so interesting. And I honestly think both teams could take away from the fact that whoever wins deserve to go through.
Absolutely. I mean, this series has run the distance for a reason. Both of these A-class teams here facing it off. And here we come to the penultimate moment of the series. Round 11, 4 versus 4.
Well, it's going to be Vibin on attack, and it's going to be Nixa on defense. So what can they do, as we have Bevs, who's just watching down the flanks. And we do have a small little push coming out there from Java, but nothing yet.
Well, I like the way that Vibin is playing this. Generally, what they did in the previous SDM in round 11, they got super aggressive, but now slowing it down, looking for that first pick as Premium says, hold this Java, and gives the advantage to them.
Yeah, that's going to be a horrible way to go. Now you have to literally sit and hope that your team is going to pull it through for you. Shellbot, Enigma, and Vitals.
I think we're good.
Well, the second trade coming through now, potentially from Mage, as this bomb is yet to go down. 2 players, that being Shellbot and Vitals, trying to make their way on through on the right-hand side of the map here.
Oh, Shellbot is going to be looking for Bevs. If they can find each other, this is going to be a massive standoff, as we still do have... It's going to be Scorpio, rightfully so, on the other side of the map. He'll be able to give information, but soon he's going to say, guys, there's just no one here. Mage Enigma! Oh, 3 the Enigma, and that is going to be Nixa advancing to the finals. Wow.
That came down to the wire completely there, clutched up by Bevan's nice little 2-piece. And I mean, I was at a loss for words at the end of that series there, but regardless, Nixa clutch on up. They say then, we're not out of this, and we're going to go have a rematch against Spartan. And what are your thoughts? What can we take away from the series?
I think what we can definitely take away from the series is that COD is no longer a single team dominated sport. We have got 4 teams that are equal in skill, they're equal in ability, and it's really refreshing.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
It is the ASUS ROG Invitational number 4. Republic of Gamers here with Metal State and Intel, our partners. We'll talk about them in a moment. I have no words for how tight that was. That was unbelievable. 2 teams pushing each other, 5 matches in all the way to round number 11 as you wanted. Got what you needed. It's just so phenomenal to see 2 teams so closely matched.
I couldn't agree more, and I mean, they complemented each other perfectly in both respawn and non-respawn, but unfortunately, it was going to be Vibin that went down, but nothing to take away from Nixa. Their ball of chaos came back at the end, ignited the flame, clutched up, and taking the win.
Now that means that we are going to have a grand final, which is a grand final rematch, which is something that we do see quite often, but I think Nixa is going to have a point to prove. They are going to be aggressive.
I was about to ask, like, they must be feeling, after this morning's DQ and a disconnection from one of the players in the first match, that's what sent COD Spot through to the grand final in the first place. Nixa must be feeling now that, like, okay, we sort of steamrolled the first 2 maps of that game. We're going to show you now. This is set up so nicely. I love when a narrative weaves itself, because today, this is going to be beautiful.
This is going to be beautiful. Oh, man.
But I think that it's important to note that I think that Nixa now is going to be firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
They are warm. Bevan really started to warm up in that last series again. So it's just, they just need to keep it going. They need to keep this tempo up, and they need to meet Spartan at the rip, and then they can keep it going and potentially even see a 3-0. If we see a 3-0, I'll eat my hat, but it's most likely going to be run the distance next
I'll get him a hat to eat.
I was
It'll come live.
ask, considering how well Vibin played in that, and as a team, I mean, you didn't see someone sort of running away with the kills and carrying the rest of the squad. It was very evenly spread throughout. I think Vital's had a really, really good entire series.
100%. I mean, he's been playing so well, but that team collective, you can only play as well as your team lets you, because I mean, no one can 1v4 clutch every single time. But yes, he's done so well, and the tactical play that comes out, it's just so good to see, because the guys are honestly playing like you do in the majors.
I mean, they really are. I'm watching this and I'm like, how do these guys have guns with no recoil? I know when I try to play this game, it looks very different, right?
Yeah.
It's so good to see people performing at this level. And I'm really excited for the way this final is set up today. For 25,000 Rand, I mean, this is what you want from COD.
Absolutely. It's going to be running the distance most likely. And like you said, I mean, these 2 teams are at the top tier completely. And they put hours and hours into the game, and it's really paying off now. And they were so evenly matched. So it's no more teams are deserving than Nixa and Spartan in the finals.
Well, we will be back with Nixa and Spartan. Nixa playing COD. We're going to say goodbye to Vibin. They've been really, really good today. But Chloe is standing by. We're going to go chat to some players.
Hi, Scorpio. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Hi. Yeah, I'm feeling quite chuffed now. Quite happy about that win after the unfortunate match before that.
Right. It has been quite a roller coaster of emotions for Nixa, especially. So what do you think worked in your favor in this last match? It was very tense. I was sitting here on my phone, biting my fingernails. So it was quite interesting for us to watch as well. What do you think worked in your favor?
I think at the start of the match we were a little bit down, but the thing about Nixa is we have the passion. We rebound hard. And so I feel like once we start taking maps, then it just rolls on. And I think our teamwork in our S&D is just always in our favor. I feel like we have one of the stronger S&Ds, and as long as we win our S&Ds and clutch out, I think we always make it.
Right. So your S&Ds are your strong point. What would you say is your weak point then?
I feel like for our respawns, mainly control at the moment. We are just running around and we're not really focusing on trying to work together to, break those controls, because I think the past 2 controls we played, we got 3-0 twice. So it does need a bit of work, and I think that's our weakest point right now.
Right. And going into the finals, you must be excited. Are you nervous? What are you going to take into the finals? What do you think is the most important thing to take into the finals?
I'm not nervous at all. I'm keeping a cool head. The thing about the finals is just treat it like any other match. Keep your cool, keep your composure. I think we'll make it as long as we just keep our heads on. We're gonna do fine.
Fantastic. I wish you the best of luck. It's getting very exciting here. So I hope you guys are going to manage to play your very best. And I definitely, as long, as with everyone here, we're definitely looking forward to seeing that. So good luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're going to go to an ad break now, guys. So thank you for tuning in and make sure to come back for the finals.
Welcome back to the 4th Invitational, ASUS, the Republic of Gaming, Intel and Metal State. We're playing COD this afternoon. It's been amazing so far. We are into the grand finals. It's going to be a simple best of 5, the way we've done all day today. The teams are in, they're ready to go, and we're going to see who's going to walk away with 25,000 Rand. Massive, massive shout out has to go to ASUS and Republic Gamers for putting all of this together. And I know, Woot, you're a big fan of this stuff. You've been playing with all the latest toys.
So yeah, I mean, I get sent some of the latest and greatest technologies, and funny enough, the advert that just played, I got sent. It's a G733Z, and I mean, those things are starting to perform like desktops. I'm not going to bore anyone with facts and figures, but basically the CPUs can be measured against Cinebench, and it's literally performing like a desktop. And I outperform some of the desktop benchmarks that I've done. So it's really cool technology that's come in. And also Intel's done a fabulous job on 12th gen. That is a laptop that has 14 cores on a laptop. It's insane.
Yeah, it's wild. And we're so grateful to have ASUS as well as Intel on board with us today. ROG, just massive shout out for making all of this happen. We're into the grand final. There's 25,000 Rand up for grabs. It's a bit of a grudge match. We're going back to where we started the day, and then there was an awkward disconnection and a disqualification, and we saw Nixa go out, and now they're back, and Spartan COD is waiting for them. And this is going to be a big, big, big game. How are we feeling?
I think all the pressure is going to be on Nixa, right? They got taken out in a bit of an argy-bargy, which is completely fair. And then they're going to be thinking, okay, we were down, even though we lost one map, we certainly weren't out of that series, and they're going to show that, and I think they're going to come out of the gate like a demon out of hell.
A demon out of... I mean, not to put too finer points on it, that's
exactly
you're
right.
expecting this is going to be wild.
100%.
Yeah, I completely agree with Trout. I think that these guys are... They evenly matched in skill. I think Nixa's got a bigger point to prove. I do believe that Spartan would have done their homework. They would have been watching the game. Not that you can really add that much value. I think you could possibly overthink it if you're going to be watching the team and trying to adjust your tactics. But they're definitely going to be coming out of the gate firing both of them. But I just want to see if the same thing's going to happen, where it's going to take Spartan a couple of games maybe to warm up.
Because we did talk right at the start of today, and it sort of played out during that game. Right at the beginning, we were saying that, you know, Spartan, we were expecting a little more structure, and Nixa to be a little more, as Trout called it, rolling ball of chaos. Do we expect that's what's going to happen again?
I think it's going to be the bread and butter. I think it's going to be a repeat, and it's just going to be who can do their best on the day, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
I think that there's not going to be much of a play style change. I mean, it would be a bit funny all the way at the end now to see something
Yeah.
different. If we've seen Nixa play 3 different, this is going to be their 3rd game on the day, and they have played the same for the first 2, so I doubt there'll be a change.
Okay, well, we are just about ready to go. Very quickly, gentlemen, predictions. What do you think is going to happen? This is grand final time. This is 25,000 Rand on the line. This is a grudge match. I love this.
Okay, so I'm going to go with Nixa, it's not Nunu. Nixna, and purely for the reason that they got that point to prove.
Okay.
Fair enough. I'm going to go with Nixa as well, but it's not going to be an easy one. It's going to definitely go down to round 11, map number 5.
Well, that is it. ROG in the Invitational number 4. Let's play some COD.
Right, back on board with the casters. We just spoke about our predictions. Who
Yeah.
do you think is going to be the players that we have to be looking out for?
I think all of them.
That's a good answer.
You can't put it down to a single player. If it does come down to a single player, it's grossly unfair on that player, because they can't be carrying. But obviously Bevs, we can't say. But oh man, there's just too much talent. I mean, it used to be previously that we could identify a player and say, okay, cool, watch out for them. He's going to do this. He's going to do this. But it's just so unpredictable, and in a good way unpredictable.
Absolutely. In other words, in layman's terms, these teams are pretty much as evenly matched as they can get.
Yes.
And
yes.
and I think that we're going to see a representation of that. I think that Nix is probably going to come out of the gate hot, like we said. And I think I'd like to see Spartan come out not flat, even though they have had this bit of a break now between matches. So obviously Nix has been playing continuously, and the break has been for Spartan, like we said. So do you think that's going to affect the gameplay at all?
I have absolutely no doubts. It's going to affect both teams in the fact that there might be a little bit of, do they have the stamina to go all the way? Are they going to be a little bit lethargic when they start? And that's on the side of Nixa. And on the side of Spartan, it's so easy. I mean, whenever you get into a game, if you play a game, doesn't matter if it's Formula 1 or COD, there is a little bit of a gap that you have to fill in order to be able to just get up to warm, feel the lines, feel the controls. And I think if they haven't been keeping warm, it's definitely going to play.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've just been told that there's been a bit of issues with the lobby, so we're just going to keep it going. Yeah, I think that now with this delay, it might actually be causing some issues for Nixa. They might be cooling down, if you will. So we're going to see how that plays out.
I don't think so. if you know Cardival, he's probably on the phone like with them saying like, no, he's keeping them going. He's probably on the same Discord as them, if not literally on top of them, busy saying, no, guys, we're gonna do this. And it's really cool to see passionate play coming out of them. But I believe everything has been sorted, guys. We are gonna jump in. If you didn't know, I'll tell you, this is the grand final. It is only gonna be a best of 5, one best of 5. It's all to lose and all to win.
Well, we go straight on to Tuscan, which is where we started the day.
Under the Tuscan sun.
Indeed, under the Tuscan sun. So we're going to have to wait and see if it can be replicated by the boys over at Nixa. And what are your thoughts? Do you think we're going to see a carbon copy or not really?
I don't think so at all, because, well, if Heroes is right on his his flatness, I think that they're going to. I mean, it was a bit of a wipeout on the first, where it looks like we're having disconnect. So we'll come back to us, I guess. But they said that they were a little bit flat, so they're going to. This is a grand final. There's no excuses. There's no reason. You can't say, okay, we are lost because of this. No, you're lost because the other team is better on the day. Yes,
absolutely. I mean,
everyone's going to have good and bad days, but stamp yourself. This is the time.
And I mean, this is where it's going to be most crucial. 25,000 Rand up for grabs. That's, I think, arguably the biggest prize pool that we've seen in COD today.
It's the biggest prize pool I've seen for sure. And that's, again, it's so nice to see it. COD has been, I'm just putting everything plain, but COD it's really seen investment, and it's so nice to see that ROG and Intel have actually said, no, we want to invest in the community, we want to grow the community, and everyone actually has to take a step back and understand what this means, because there's so many elements. I mean, like, if you think about it, they cared so much to bring arguably the best cardcast in South Africa, fly him up to Joburg, and then me as well. So it's really cool to see that investment.
That's not necessary and not true in the slightest at all. But thank you very much for making
this going red.
But yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. But anyways, back to the game. Let's not do that. What are the talking points can we talk about here? The maps that we're going to see. We're going to be seeing the same map, and whether or not it's going to be the side of Nixa, they're going to show up again on that ball of chaos technique that they use.
Well, we'll see what happens. It looks like we are. I'm hearing the clock count down in my ear, but we'll see if we're gonna transition across, and this lobby's going to be okay. Obviously, all the players are going to want to make sure the ping is right. You're not experiencing any issues, because this is where you do not want any technical difficulties.
Absolutely not. Looks like the lobby has managed to load its way on up, and I think things are ready to go. We're finally going to get into this best of 5 in the grand finals. Winner takes all 25,000 Rand Woot. It's going to be a banger, and I expect it to run the distance.
Me too, but it's Spartan going to be able to take this hard point. As we were saying before, while the map was loading in, it was a little bit of a blowout in the first round, but Spartan definitely did wake up towards the end. But it's all to play for now.
Well, as per usual, the first set of bloods go out the way of Nixa. It seems as Bevan starts off hot with 3 for himself and Scorpio to follow it up. So time immediately ticking over into Nixa's pocket as Bevan is still going as he starts off with 4 in a row for himself.
That was an absolute killer of the start, and if they can continue to emanate this is very early days, so it'd be unfair to say, yeah, oof, as I say that. Who was that premium blown into 2 pieces? He doesn't get 2 respawns of that. He's going to have to come back and fight his way in, as it's going to be Spartan who takes a point, and they're going to be able to get pretty much the same points if they can hold it for the duration of this hard point.
Well, that was an electric start there from the boys over at Nixa, but answered back almost immediately by Spartan, and they have won these rotations, so it's looking like a little bit of a different start compared to the first map, as Heroes is up there, but he wins his 1 onto Mage, and effectively securing the first little bit of time for the boys over at Spartan.
Premium with a little bit of a trade there, but they're going to have to do a little bit more. It seems like play is broken down a little bit as they are trying to find their feet, but this is exactly what we want. And look at the score, 30-27, as close as you get.
Yeah, absolutely. Premium finding a nice little double there, relieving the pressure for the time being, but close spawn still over for Nixa, so they can get close to the hill as Pete's is trying to make something happen, but Mage just finds 2 for himself there, and the lead brought up to 10 seconds or so.
And a lot of these players actually would have played with each other under different umbrellas, which, you know, I'll leave up to you to decide who and who, because, I mean, these rosters do mix, but it seems that they've got, both of them have got really good team gelling.
Well, I think we missed something crucial there as the scraps are going the way of Spartan here, and they won their ones at the back. It's going to come down to Latos at the back of the map here to see if he can win his one and secure these spawns for his team, as Heroes is going big in the front. So that's 3 down now for Nixa, and into the site go Spartan. No contest off the rip.
Well, the new heal will have started 9 seconds ago. Kind of contested at the moment. It's going to be jumped on there by Frosty, as you can see there. He's got that, but he gets shut down as 3 kills come straight in. Frosty does manage to get, it must have been like a afterlife nade.
Well, I mean, the trade's going down at the moment. Still a lead in favor of Spartan here. Scorpio goes huge with the help of Babes there. Sorry, Nixa, as they're beginning to really warm up here. The pre-fire comes on out from Mage, as now it is going to be even going into the next hill with rotations already in the back of the mind of Nixa, as Premium is there first.
See, and that's a typical example. If Major got a kill there, people would say, no, that's very, very strange. But you see how he got that kill, immediately turned onto that angle, started shooting at that. There was no one there. But that is just the presence of mind to know that's where the next player is going to come from. That is where I'm exposed. And that's the difference between these players and, I guess, us, me.
Well, as it's showing, as Premium Scorpio and Scorpio again simply kill all of the Spartan players, control the hill, and are looking to eclipse the 200-point mark here as they've secured the spawns. And of course, Premium in an advanced position here to see if he can cut these players off. They're not going to check their corners. He finds one, looking for the second, but Frosty says not today. But Mage is there to follow it up.
Heroes are going to kill there onto Bears. He's trying to wallbang. Not going to find anyone on the other side, but the score at the moment is favoring the team of Nixa at 101 to 57. But it's a lot closer than we started when these two teams pitted up against each other 3 hours ago, 3.5 hours ago.
Well, I mean, pretty much even, as you say, as the spawns flip out once again, and it's going to be the last little bit of a push here onto this hill, as it looks like it's going to be held for the last little bit by Nixa, as I eat my words, Jar Jar Binks secures the last 2 or so seconds, and onto the rotation we go. But guess who's there first? Nixa are out rotating once again.
It's Beats. Jar Jar Binks.
Jar Jar Binks.
A couple of kills coming there. As you can see, Heroes does manage to take out Bebs, but if we look at the KDs at the moment, it's pretty averaging out, except for Premium there. He is sitting on an 8 for 9. Obviously, he's going to have to contribute a bit more, but this is what I said. If at least 3 out of 4 people are contributing, then you could say it's a good game.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's not 3 out of 4 people, it's absolutely 4 out of 4 people, as they're holding this hill somewhat perfectly, finding the first 30 seconds uncontested. Finally, Heroes and the boys trying to make something happen here. Lots of opening it up with a quick 2-piece, as a little bit of pressure, stopping the bleeding, if you will, gets happening. And the rotation is on. Foot race to the next hill, and it's going to be won initially by Frosty.
Well, the score, as you can see, it's going to be Spartan who are going to pick up a little bit of scrap time there in purple. But the challenge does come in from Mage. He says, nope, no scrap for you, so that he will take that all into the kitty of Nixa, and they will end on 146 to 83. And it's starting to look really good for Nixa.
Here come the first set of streaks. I believe it's not going to find anything other than information as Frosty gets cut down. Heroes last one alive on the point, but he finds 2 absolutely massive play happening there.
But both teams doing extremely well at the moment. As you can see, Bevs does get a kill onto Hero, Lateeb on to Bevs, but the score starting to even out.
Slowly, 1 tick at a time, as Jar Jar Beats and King Frosty himself managed to secure the point for the time being. Rotation going to be crucial at this point, and as you can see, 2 players already committed from Nixa.
Well, if Premium can get a good push into this hill, which doesn't seem likely, as I say that, Lateeb just absolutely pummels him, headshot killing him, and that will even out the scores a little bit more. I think they should be about 10 short if they manage to pick up all of the scrap.
Well, Heroes manages to slip the net, get himself in the back, and finding a crucial kill that might have actually turned the tide here. But as I say, that the spawns are still close for Nixa, as they finally push their way on through Heroes. He's just playing. He's just playing his life perfectly. He's being that irritating player and slowing the pushes ever so. Wow, that was almost a win by him. But Scorpio comes out on top, and nothing much to convert from it, as the teams have managed to even up the score completely.
Well, I think Heroes are staying true to his word. They did come out flat in that first game, as they are about to take the lead 4. Nope. They just one short of having taken the lead or actually gone even. But really well done by them. And as I say that, they're going to lead.
Well, Beats is there to clean up after everyone, but this is going to be the point where Nix has to decide how much they're going to commit to this hill, whether or not they want to give up the scratch, which looks like they're going to do exactly that. But Premium already on the next hill, but the spawns go awry. I thought they would have spawned a lot closer to that, but it does not appear to be so, as we see some streaks coming out from Beats himself.
And to no avail. No avail. A couple of those coming in, but 3 kills coming in there for the team of Spartan. Premium does manage to break that as Frosty says, okay, cool, we're going to try again. Hero says, and this is starting to look really good for Spartan.
Absolutely, they managed to chain together hills as you need to, but Bevan says no, Scorpio helps him out, the flip comes out again. It's almost as soon as anyone gets a bit of momentum, the other team steps up to the plate as Nixa bully their way on in to the point and secure it for the time being.
This is classic CDL hard points. This is exactly the way we like to see it going. 15 points kind of, well, except for the beginning, there's really been nothing between it from the two teams except when it was Nixa who was in a considerable lead, but it's been closed off by Spartan, who are now in the lead, 187, 188 and counting to 165.
Well, 16 seconds or so now, again, poised in a difficult position is going to be Nixa deciding whether or not to rotate, as the scrap time seems to be going all the way of Spartan, and they have rotated. So all of the players are set up like a net to collapse onto this next hill, but Mage finds the first pick, which might be crucial.
Well, Mage does get that. He gets a secondary onto Latif, but Bevs will take out Frosty. So looking good here for Nixa as they go to 172. They'll be trying to close that gap because as soon as you see a 200, you know that it's starting to get towards the bitter end of the game. Yeah, I saw that as well.
That can't be happening at this level of Call of Duty. That might have been the nail in the coffin of this hill, as simply bullying their way into the hill is going to be Spartan, and they're looking to eclipse the 250 point mark from here.
It must be said that they can win from this hill, but it is contested now, and I think that now they cannot win from it.
Yeah, they can't win anymore, but they are still winning their ones in the hill for the time being, so the rotation is going to be crucial, and they can opt to give up this time as they only need 20 seconds to close off this first map.
Well, what Spartan have going for them here is they are forcing Nixa to break and to actually push, which means they should be able to get those rotates out. You can see Scorpio maybe a little bit late and might get beaten by Heroes to the point, but Heroes is holding a very fine angle and hesitant to push.
Well, I think I like the play there from Nixa. He waited for his teammates instead of challenging by himself, but Hero says, I'm going to take them all on with the help of Beats. And last player up is going to be Bevan, and if it is ever going to be a play to make the play, it's going to be Bevan, but he gets taken out by Latif. So 12 seconds. All of this has to come out from the boys over at Nixa. They need to throw everything they have at the hill in a coordinated manner. 5 seconds. Here comes a push.
Well, Mage going down there, and that is going to be them on the point. It is contested. This is going to go down to the wire, but Nixa managed to hold on just. We did have a push coming in from Latif, but he goes down, and I think that Spartan GG might just want to say, it's fine, have this heal, we'll set up a next, but they look like they're setting up a trap.
No, I think they're going to push one last time onto this hill to see if they can't clear it or not. They do exactly that. 3 players down. It's only Mage alive. He's not going to be able to get it done. Map number 1 going the way of Spartan, 250 to 206.
Wow, what a start. Completely opposite to what we saw in that first game of Spartan versus Nixa. And I'm going to give you post-breakdown.
Well, I think what happened there was Spartan came out frying, and then they managed to chain together heals really, really effectively. Even when they were out-rotated once or twice on the map, they managed to break their way on in. And there were a couple of times, especially when Nixa had won the rotation, for instance, when they were going to P3, I thought that they'd won the spawns in the back, but then the spawns went all awry, and it opened up the mid-map completely for Spartan to make their way on through, got the kills, and secured the game.
100%. And you can actually see that Spartan made use of the opportunities and they capitalized on the mistakes made by Nixa. But not to say that the game wasn't close, it actually was, especially towards the beginning. Nixa was basically dominating a little bit, but Spartan came back, and it's about the points at the end that counts, and that Spartan 1-0 up.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a couple of crucial things that they did differently to Nixa there. Towards the end, when it got a bit frantic, like we said it was going to, Nixa started to single push a little bit more, and then it came down to that one huge play from Mage, unable to do it, and then you're just going to get punished.
You can't leave everything down to a clutch moment. Sometimes it does work out, but 99% of the times it doesn't, and that's unfortunately what they had to do. But Nixa is going to come steaming. They were very successful in the search and destroy against Spartan in the second game, and then we're going to go to that ever elusive full game of control of these two teams.
Yeah, well, absolutely. But I think onto S&D we will be going very shortly. And do you think that Nixa should continue their momentum and try to just keep playing what they're playing? Or should they try and change up just maybe a little bit to counter the structured play from Spartan?
No, the thing is, if they change their tactics too much, it's sometimes trying something new, unless, you know, you have to throw the kitchen sink at it, you're about to lose. I don't think that they should change too much. Maybe some finer adjustments. What we saw happening there, maybe a little bit of luck going the way of Spartan, especially on some key hills that did see quite a few, at least 30 seconds on the hill. And 60 seconds seems like a lot in points, but it really isn't. It changes so quickly.
It's just one good hold, right? One perfect hold, and then you're back in the game.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it was the side of Spartan that managed to get 3 or 2 perfect holds in a row, and that was just the decider. Because I mean, every time what would happen is they'd rotate and get the majority of the time on the hill, and then Nixa would pick up the scraps or vice versa. But it was just that one extra time coming out of Spartan that secured them the map.
Yeah, and we're going to be moving into Search and Destroy. Hopefully all the players do have all of the good ping, and we will see Nixa taking this one, making it a 1-1. I think that everyone in chat and everyone watching and supporting does want to see this go all the way. Well, probably don't. They want to see their team win as quickly as possible, but it doesn't work like that. It's about who is playing better right now, and that would have been the team of Spartan on Hardpoint.
A completely different game mode now to open us up into map number 2, that being S&D on Bocage. And like I said, this is Bevan's stomping ground, but I've also seen Kyle Frosty do some amazing things here. So let's see what they can do.
Well, it will be the team of Nixa on attack, and it will be a mage with the bomb. So Heroes already take out mage.
Oh, premium. Popcorn.
It was. No, sorry, it couldn't have been. It was actually Cobbs. Cobbs got that popcorn last night. But again, now we're seeing a second popcorn, a double on a Search and Destroy.
Well, I mean, talk about lucky nades, am I right? I mean, the statistics of 2 players on a whole map being close enough together to kill them with 1 nade, especially in S&D, is unbelievable. But regardless, there was another trade in the interim, so it's Heroes and Latif versus Scorpio and Premium. Bomb yet to go down, though.
Well, bomb is going to have to go down. That kind of is the point of Search and Destroy. Otherwise, you will just be searching and nothing will be destroyed. But it is a 2v2 situation, and the bomb looks like it will go down, and that has been left open. You can see Heroes is trying to correct himself, and he does correct himself by pushing, and it's going to be a 1v1!
Spartan, with the ice in the veins, clutching up that first round. It came down to a 1v1. Premium couldn't quite get the snap, and just like that, it's going to be Spartan 1-0 up.
Well done to Spartan. I mean, that could have gone either way. It was really well done by Nixa to come back from a very precarious situation and basically having lost 2 players to a nade, which is extremely rare. I mean, even losing one kind of happens every maybe third point. But we are going to go into the second one, and Spartan really backing themselves. They're proving the point that they were flat in the first 2 games.
Well, yeah, they're coming out with the fire, which is exactly what they needed to do. And I mean, a little bit shocked, if you will, being this Nixa side. I don't think they were expecting the kind of pushback that they're receiving. As, again, stalemate, looking for that first blood. And it looks like Mr. Frosty has pushed on all the way up onto the day side.
Well, if Bebs pushes out there, Latif is going to be caught in a very bad situation. But we have seen them snap from worse angles. But it looks like things are starting to heat up. Everyone trying to get wallbangs at the moment. Nothing doing, but it is Scorpio who is looking on sight. And is he going to be able to get that kill? No, he's going to get taken out by Latif as Latif came around from the flank.
Well, the trade is there immediate from Premium, so still a 3 versus 3, and the bomb is yet to go down. But it's looking like it's going to be a B as Mr. Kyle Frosty has worked his way on over, but Beat's finding Mage, so 2 versus 3 at the moment. The bomb should go down, but it's going to be Premium. He can deny this plant. If he checks the bomb, he doesn't check the bomb. He doesn't check the bomb. Now he's going to get shot in the back.
Oh, he's running fast enough, but he will get taken out, and that is going to be game. Spartan going to pick up another point, and Nixa have left 2 points on the table unanswered.
But I feel like that's a lack of spatial awareness. I mean, he knew roughly where 2 of the players were thanks to comms, and then he could have, by some form of a reason, at least just checked the bomb, but he just ran straight past it, and just like had to get shot in the back, and 2 quick rounds for Spartan. But if the previous S&Ds are anything to go off of, one team will always take 2 rounds quickly, and then it's blow for blow from there.
Yeah, and hopefully we do see the same thing, but Premium doing really well there on a 4 for 2. A little bit of carrying, but that just means that Bebs, Mage, Scorpio just need to maybe just wake up a little bit and get into this. Obviously, it is a a drastic change of pace from that, and they might be licking their wounds from that first hard point.
Well, still just utility being used at this point. Lateeb almost finding that pick there. If he had a second earlier, he would have seen the
COD
head.
timing.
Yeah, COD timing at its finest.
Oh man, if he only knew, he could trap Bevs here, just waiting for that pixel movement, as you say. But Bevs will draw first blood with a nade on to beat. But it is Spartan who, now for the first time, a player down as Lateeb will get shot at, but manage to survive as we are starting to whittle down to the last 40 seconds of this. A Scorpio will take out Heroes, and then Mage with another quick one onto Frosty.
Well, all of a sudden, it's the team left in a 1 versus 3. The bomb is coming over to A.
Well, this is a free plant in essence.
Well, the plant is done. If he'd thrown that a little bit earlier, maybe, but now he knows roughly where at least one of the players are, but it's going to be a bit of a tough one if you ask me, because he's going to have to try to find 3 kills and a defuse, and
4 kills.
Yeah, 4 kills effectively, but very little information to work off of here.
And maybe you should just go for 1, maybe 2 kills, and then just bring that streak into the next and survive. But he's definitely sound queued. Oh, no, if that was ever in doubt, that's gone through. But he does manage to pick up 1, and will get absolutely minced.
Well, 1 isn't enough as Knicks to secure their first round here, and it seems that the S&D gods are blessing them with the classic game of 2 quick rounds, then followed up by blow for blow.
Well, it's going to be Nixa that need to take a couple here consecutive. Just start to get some confidence back, some momentum back. I mean, that hard point must have hit them because, I mean, I'm sure they were thinking to themselves, well, we're just going to dominate them like we did in the first, and Spartan had none of it. They definitely were soda streamed up.
I will admit that it sounds about right. Anyways, jumping into round number 4 here. As very aggressively Spartan pushed their way on up, get the first pick onto Bevan, and now almost have complete side control.
Well, we're going to see what Mage can do here, but he's going to have a big job ahead, and he has managed to pull these clutches. Looking in the right direction, or is he going to get taken out? Ducks. Obviously lowering his profile, but he's going to have to look left here. Closes.
The ninja.
We got it.
He gets red.
I think as soon as he closed that door, it was a little bit obvious, but Lateeb does take out a Mage there. Now it's going to leave Premium in the sewers, and he's going to have to rise above it. Not going to happen. Spartan managed to take another point. It is a 3-1.
Yeah, I think that was the most clinical round of S&D we've seen Spartan play. I mean, they managed to get the first pick, get control of the site, get the bomb down really quickly, and then look at them. They fan out on the map, have all their angles covered, and I mean, they really seem to be working into their momentum now, and this is the first time I'd say that they're playing the best Call of Duty that we've seen on the day.
Well, they're playing some really good COD at the moment, and they're going to want to take this. How do you think the mentality of going down 2 points when you were the ones that actually put 2 points on Nixa, that's got to have some serious mental repercussions?
Well, absolutely, but I think that if you are in either one of these teams' shoes, you've got to put what the past behind you and try to do what you can in the moment. And at the moment, it's got to be Heroes opening up the score as per usual. Followed up by Lateeb, and again, just Spartan playing some better S&D at the moment.
Well, that's going to be 2 down for Nixa and 4v2, and they are in real trouble here. Premium and Mage, 2 very good players, but that's going to be Lateeb taking out Mage as Mage tries to go through the window. Not going to happen. We should see that kill. Premium does manage 1. Position will be given away. Are they going to close him in? They don't need to.
Yeah, the bomb's down in the middle of the map. There's no need for them to throw lives at it unnecessarily. They can just burn the clock. Again, just Spartan. They are playing better S&D. It's like a different team in the S&D field.
Well, they're definitely doing a much better job at the moment, but that can be turned around quickly by Nixa if they can just stay alive, and he goes straight into the open. He'll get taken out, and Spartan are going to win, and that is going to be 4-1.
Well, I mean, now this is like where things are on the side of Nixa, you start panicking, right? You're 4 rounds down, you only have 1 round to your name. If they win 1 more, you have to play 5 rounds of Call of Duty perfectly. So I think that if they're going to turn something around, it has to be now. And I think that starts off with everyone just taking a deep breath and finding that first pick and then playing off of that. Because at the moment, they're just being first-blooded every time. They can't get anything going.
Well, the thing that I think having to do 5 perfectly would be even worse than having to do 3 perfect games in a row, because that will mean that Spartan just have to win 1 more game, and they will definitely have a nice cushion to play from. And if we know COD, reverse sweeps do happen, but they are rare.
Well, for the start of this round with Heroes and Latif going back to back like that, it's looking very dire. But as I said, that Bevan finds one, giving
Gets the kill. Close the door.
Says that's all for today.
Yeah.
Looking for the pre-nade here, might be able to find something.
I love the physics of that. Lying down still manages to get a nice high trajectory. Got things, but it doesn't matter. Bevs can use it to his advantage. As Maze will get a kill on Heroes, and we have a 2v2, but traded out by Latif. Now we have a 2v1. Now we have a 1v1.
Well, 1v1 in a situation which is so dire for Nixa. They need this round more than ever. And of course it's going to be Mage.
Of course it has to be.
He comes around the back and finds the kill when he needs to. And finally, Nixa no longer scrambling, looking to set their feet now.
Well, it's only one round. Theoretically, Spartan do have double. It is going to be 4-2, but a much-needed one there and provided by Mage.
Well, yes, he got the perfect COD timing there, managed to shoot Frosty in the back. Ooh. But they are very far from being out of the woods.
No, they're very far from being out the woods, and we have got a lot of COD still to go. If Nexo obviously wanted to be able to take this, we've got a lot of COD to go. They do need to take the search and destroy, I do believe, but I mean, they still theoretically obviously can afford to lose it, but I don't think they're going to want to. I know I'm stating the obvious here.
I don't think any team wants to go 2-0 down quite quickly, especially not in the grand finals. But Bevs nearly takes himself out. Unfortunately, the nade not working with him as he would like, as again, still playing for that first pick.
Well, that nade actually looked perfect to me. Again, those physics are not playing. They sometimes work for you, sometimes they work against you.
Mage is pushed up here and opting to see if he can't find something. But these two are basically on top of each other here at this point in time, as Bevs and Mage trying to play off of one another. But the challenge is there, but just information given, that should be enough to potentially allow them to get the bomb over to that A site.
Oh, did they see Premium there?
Oh,
Oh, they stun themselves. These nades are just not playing out. As you do have a 3v4, Mage does need to get in some form of cover, and they do need to trade out. Bev's in an advanced position, but will get taken out, and that's going to be by Frosty. Now, it's going to be 4 game points if it continues like this. Bomb needs to go down. 20 seconds clock.
1v4 for Mage with 16 seconds. Make it a 0v4. Spartan make their way on up to map point. Not what we were expecting in this S&D.
No, especially again, we've probably mentioned this 4 or 5 times, but the way that Nexa came out in the first time that these two went up against each other in the winners final, but now it's being turned on its head. Is a reverse sweep in order, or is Nexa just going to turn this S&D around?
Well, look, they're going to need to play some absolutely perfect S&D from now if they want to get back into it. I mean, that's 4 straight rounds in a row. Not impossible, but at the way that they're just unable to really get control or find that first blood, I think it's very difficult. And I like what the boys over at Spartan are doing, is they're going to be pushing straight on through. Again, this is the way that they played their perfect round. They're pushing on up. He's not even going to find the first pick. And again, just being punished for rushed plays.
Yeah, there was no reason to re-challenge that. He didn't have the angle. He had a search for the player, and then Beats was able just to pick him off and immediately puts his team at a disadvantage, which I don't need to be, and that's going to be Mage going down, but at least 1 got traded out, 2 gets traded out, and we have a 2v2.
But Bomb is down 29 seconds to work with. Scorpio and Premium, they need to do something, and they need to do it quickly. So Scorpio's just trying to see. I mean, in these situations, it must be so difficult because you have to check so many angles. You've got no idea where the other players are. I mean, there's no form of information. A little bit of gunshots coming out now.
Premium is about to meet. No, he tucks back into the building. Oh, as I said, that Latif does manage to take out Scorpio, and we've got a 2v1 situation, and it has been traded out. We've got a 1v1, and it's going to be Premium for the clutch on it. Heroes needs the clutch. Has he seen him?
There was no time, Woot.
Oh, what is going on?
It was the clock that won at the end, and map number 2 going the way of Spartan as they are quickly 2-0 up in a dominant S&D. 6-2 is somewhat of a trumping, if you ask me.
That is a little bit of a tramping, but the thing is, they just could never get any momentum in that game. They were choked off by Spartan from beginning to end. They did manage to get 2 rounds, which was well done to them, but it was just Spartan who had so much control.
Absolutely, and this is what we were talking about. I mean, Spartan hasn't changed the way they play. They've just stuck to their guns, and they're doing it so perfectly. And I mean, they're really, at the moment, outplaying Nixer at every turn. First bloods, and then retakes. Once they get the bomb down, they have the map control that they need. Nixer's just like flailing at the moment, if you ask me.
They just need to pull themselves towards themselves. If they can just manage to they need to take control, obviously. Otherwise, we're going to have a 3-0 final, which is nothing I don't think anyone would predict and put on anyone, because it's just not fair. But I mean, the way that Spartan are playing now, they're playing extremely well, and we did see that they pretty much were going to win that control against Nix in the first round.
Absolutely. So that's where they've started finding the momentum, and they've managed to keep it going all the way for the first 2 maps as well. Nix coming off of a quick win on, or not a quick win, an absolute slog of a win actually, over on Viben there. But I mean, it seems like maybe they are burnt. It's possible that they have used all of their willpower on the first 2 maps.
I wouldn't, yes, it's definitely probable, but I mean, no one wants to go all the way from when this started in March, or 4th of March, if I stand to be corrected, but going all the way from the 4th of March to now, like, I think they can summon some willpower and fight back.
No, I mean, absolutely, and they have to. They're 2-0 down. The only way for them to get back into this is a reverse sweep.
Well, and they're going to have to start that on control, which is going to begin shortly. As we see here, they are going to be warming up. Hopefully, again, we pray to the ping gods for good ping for them. But Nexa has got to do something. They've got to change something. Again, not too drastic, because, I mean, a lot of the times we weren't seeing it was 4-0s, 4-0s, 4-0s. It was getting close, but they were just giving their lives away, peaking unnecessarily.
Yeah, rushed players are going to be punished, and they need to learn to slow down a little bit. I know that they're in a tense situation, but they're going to keep being punished. As on defense, it's going to be Nix. They've been gifted this. If they can hold this off the rip, it'll be perfect as Spartan fly on over to A side.
Well, it's only going to be Premium who's going to be holding that angle, and he's going to have to give up. As he's going to be peeking through, but the progress is starting on A for Spartan.
There we go. And the first set of trades going through. Spartan coming out hot as they find a quick 2-piece for themselves and 1 tick over at A. And Premium being the last one alive to try and make something happen there. But not at this rate, as everyone at Spartan is absolutely beaming everything in moves.
Well, they just capped A in less than 0-0. This is Max Verstappen off control.
Well, exactly right. They're managing to do the impossible here, and they're looking for the 3-0 quite hectically, as they have the life advantage of a full set of respawns and a good amount of time. 2 minutes! Oh my goodness, I thought the Heroes was going to do that to Bevs. Luckily not, but still, Bevan slowing the bleeding for the time being. Looking onto Lateeb, but Lateeb getting super aggressive. He's finding Bevan looking for the 2-piece. He does exactly that. Lateeb turns it around from the first series here, as he is the one that everyone's eyes should be on. Is he still going?
He does get shut. No, he actually is still going. He's on a 6 streak, so he's going to want to continue this. I thought he was shut down by Beats, but not. Well, that would be impossible. That'd be his teammate. I meant Bevs. But here he goes again, and finally Premium is going to shut him down. Beats will take out Premium, but also takes out Mage. And
well, that was. I just wanted everyone to know that there was 3 back-to-back 3-pieces there. First from Frosty, then from Beats to clear the point. So now the life advantage completely stretched by Spartan, as they are a whole 7 lives up, or make it 8 lives now.
Make it 9.
Still going. They are just absolutely dominating in the life department, except for Bebs and Scorpio, just trying to slow it down a little bit here for their team. But they're unable to do so, as Heroes are still staying alive.
Well, they're going to have to shut down Heroes, and no answer to that yet, as he's going to have to reload. If Premium pushes right now, it'd be perfect, and does. Manages to get that kill, so he'll be able to get on Titan, undo that pressure that was built up. But Jar Jar needs to... Yeah, Jar Jar needs to push, but now... Oh, if the team can get a kill... Oh, no, he's not going to get one. Scorpio's going to take him out, but they are starting to cap that point. They do manage to get the second tick. They're halfway on the third, and this is going to be so tight.
Well, it is a 1v14.
Left alive.
It's a 1v14. I mean, that was a perfect round of control coming out of Spartan. They got the first tick, the first point within 15 seconds, had 2 minutes to work with, completely dominated in the slaying field. I mean, now, if you're going to start off your control on attack and win, that really sets the tone for this map, and I think that they really need to get something going here, being Nixa, because now the mentals, this is where the test for mental is coming in.
Yeah, Knicks are definitely going to have to gather themselves, because they are in a little bit of trouble here. Nothing that they can't do, but still, it's not about what you can do, it's about what you do.
Exactly. well, Beast. Just trying to make his way on up, but Premium finding 2 for himself. But Heroes on the back finds 2. Lateeb is there for the trade. And it's just Scorpio alive, but he gets taken out himself. So again, pressure relief, and the team is pushed up again. He is having a series of his life. He's 12-3 and still staying alive, being that pest, slowing down the pushes. He's just perfect control being played here by Spartan.
Well, all that momentum is being undone by Frosty as he'll just hold on that point. We do have a push coming in from Premium. He does go down, and it's like they are so lucky that Mage managed to stay alive there, wasn't taken out, because he might just be able to get that second cap. But as I say that, he can't, and there's going to be 2 players rushing in here for the team of Spartan, and they are both undoing the work in Carl Frosty and Heroes, and that's going to be Premium down, Scorpio down, Nick's in trouble.
Absolutely, they have yet to pick up a point here, or even more than 1 tick, as there is 45 seconds to work with. But I really like the aggression coming out of Spartan. They must be feeling themselves. They're challenging everything. Frosty is taking long-range fights. It's unbelievable. This is not the same team we saw in that first match that we watched. I mean, he's challenging with a pistol. Who does that?
Yeah, they definitely got all the confidence in the world, and Frosty is the man that did that, yes.
And he finds a quick 2-piece to follow it up. He can do it all. Give him an AR, give him an SMG, he can do it all.
Absolutely playing out of his socks here, and Bevs is on a streak, but he can't again do it by himself as he challenges and will find only the bullets of Jar Jar Beats, and Jar Jar getting another one, also having an awesome game here, 12-7 on a streak of 2 at the moment. He won't be able to get that third, and that very unlike him, but this is trouble, Nixa.
Now they're going to be caught in a bit of a spawn trap at this point in time. Kill feed all purple at this point, 8v13, 19 seconds. It's beginning to get dire here for Nissa.
Next is going to have to... But the thing is, I still don't understand why they haven't tried to change. They're constantly going towards A and it's not working. Maybe at least get a distraction onto B. If you get that lucky kill, maybe start capping B, and that's going to have to force one of the Spartans to go. We've got 5 seconds left, and this looks like it's going to fade out to another win for Spartan, but...
Well, they do manage to secure A, but they have 4 lives to Spartan's 10, so already in a very difficult position as 3 go down. All of a sudden, it's Bevs left in a 1v9. I'm going to go ahead and say that this is impossible. He doesn't have the time nor the space to do it. So, again, it's just Spartan is playing structured chaos. They are playing aggressively. This is not what we expected, and they are just clutching up in the moments. They've won their attack, and now they've won their defense assertively both times. Like, if there's going to be a reverse sweep, it's going to start like the ultimate reverse sweep, because they need to win 3 rounds of control and then another 2 games after that. Well, at this stage, it's just looking very unlikely.
It's looking extremely unlikely, as we are literally, guys, let me put this in perspective, if Spartan wins this, it's over.
And then 25,000 rand in their back pocket, and all of the effort running from losers bracket after a DQ would have been for nothing from Nixa.
It was an FF.
Well, a forfeit, whatever you want to call it.
But a kill coming in there from Scorpio onto Lateeb. So Scorpio at least with a couple of kills here. But, oh man, they are struggling at the moment. But if they can just regain a little bit of control, as just look what Spartan are doing. Here is busy capping the point at 11 for 11, at least on a nice 1-to-1 contention. But they're in no man's land. The only person doing something at the moment is Scorpio, who's trying to go for a flank.
Well, here comes a full team push from the boys over at Nixa. Scorpio finds
Beautiful.
5 in a row, so this is exactly what you need to see. They've seemed to flick some form of switch as they've gained themselves 4 lives in the advantage, and Scorpio almost finds streaks, but he gets cut down in the end. But having said that, lives almost even up again as Jar Jar almost wins his 1, but the trade is immediate as onto B goes Spartan. And now the scramble coming out of Nixa as the stack is going to come on through. They almost have 2 ticks here, Scorpio, and the first person to draw blood.
Guys, this is close. They literally need to get 1 more tick to take the 25,000 rand in the ROG Invitational 4. But Nixa are not going to give up. They're going to be pushing till their last breath. The lives are actually favoring Nixa at the moment, so if they can just get there, they can make a count.
Well, they have just gotten there for the time being. They're going to be starting to push all the way up onto the map, looking for these kills as they have to play the time. And they have a slight life advantage.
And excuse me, they didn't get the second tick. It looked like it had gone full through, but it's not. It's still only the 1 tick.
Well, again, Bevs and Mage really showing up now, but Beats in the back, he manages to find one team on the other end. If Beats finds his kill, that would have been huge, but it is Scorpio who comes out on top, and he slows the push even further.
Yeah, they're going to have to make sure that they're going to follow this through to a win for them and put that point on the board. Then obviously do something really special in attack, but that's going to be another kill there for Frosty up to Scorpio. Premium does manage to take out Latib. Mage on to Frosty, but it is 9 lives to 14, but at least they're on point.
But you remember the last time Spartan was in this exact position, they clutched up with a 4v11. So it's certainly not impossible as Mages, wow, he wins that fight. The headshot multiplier is crazy, but he is traded eventually. But again, it's just going to be Nixa playing the clock and a game of TDM as they just slowly start bleeding the lives, and potentially the second last push coming out of the boys over at Spartan.
Well, what they've done is they've gathered themselves extremely well to be able to push, and they've actually capped 2 players. Well, that's 1. They've actually overextended, which is really good, and that's allowed at least a trade. But now, really good plays coming in there from Scorpio to be able to change that. Mage taking out Latib, Jar Jar trading onto Mage. They're going to run into that point just to try freeze it. 18 seconds left.
Well, it's a 4v8. That's important. No more respawns. 3v8. Frosty, Latib, and Heroes. Can they do it in the end? They're a little bit further away from the point than what they would like. As it's going to become frantic. Scorpio reads the play, and I think it's going to be a 1v7. No time. Make it a 0v7 as Nixa finally get back into this control.
Well, that's, I think they are trying to prove to everyone rather, that they are not giving up, that they are going to be fighting every single life. And I mean, after those first 2 rounds, they are proving a little bit of a point, but they're going to have to do a lot more in order to make sure that they advance that reverse sweep on the cards. Reverse, like you said, full reverse sweep, 3 points as well as another.
Well, I mean, now back on defense is going to be Spartan, and they were so dominant on the defense in their previous round, so I think this is where the Knicks is going to actually have to make their mark, because if they win this attack, it's going to be a big one.
Well, immediately, so that full push to A, which has kind of been on the cards, they're seemingly doing that, pushing as a team. It's going to be a very important battle. That is who's going to win that one. Either Scorpio Heroes is going to be won by Scorpio. So good kills coming in there for the team at Nexa. And we do have immediate push, but we do have Lati pushing by himself. No, he backs off.
But he finds 2 pieces of it, so that's enough to slow down the tick for the time being. He almost finds the 3rd, but he is eventually traded with Heroes. Heroes, again, being the hero of the story, as he single-handedly stops the tick for now.
Yeah, that is 2 full ticks at least there for Nixa, so if they do push, they are not going to have that much to do. Still obviously a lot to do because they've got to get that tick and then obviously transfer on to B, but we do have a TK coming in there for Latib.
Well, Frosty finds 3 and then gets killed by his teammates. You already know he's yelling in the comms because he was looking for some more there, but it was enough to slow it down. And look, Jar Jar Beats in for another potential spawn trap here as he finds 1, looking for the 2nd.
Well, he's going to back off here, but I mean, he's really making a nuisance and they don't know where to look, as a point A will be capped and the time will be extended. That's going to give Nixa a little bit of more relief, or a sigh of relief, but they're going to have to push. But we saw how well Spartan did on this point last time as well.
Slowly making their way on through now, trying to work their way around the back of the map is going to be Spartan or Nixa rather at this point, as they've committed the entire force to see if they can't clear out these spawn kills and then jump onto the hill. That might not pay off for them as of right now, because Heroes, he's in a bit of an off angle. This is somewhere where you normally wouldn't check. He does get conked though.
Yeah, he'll take up that rifle and he'll get hit, and that was brilliant by Scorpio to actually, I mean, obviously he had no way of knowing that that was going to get a hit marker, but for checking that as Beats will take out Bevs, and this is going to be problems for Nixa if they can't push, but there's a lot of broken play coming in.
Well, Mage pushing on up now. He's going to find 2 for himself, slowing it down even further as the spawns are not being so favorable. If you look at your mini-map, it is going to be premium.
Don't you love that? Mage, okay, he does go down now, but he gets on the point, and what that does is it forces Spartan to go look, because they'll know that a player is soon, well, sorry, close. Then he goes on the wraparound, didn't manage to convert it though, but clever play.
Well, this is even more clever play from Mr. Scorpio, as he stayed alive for pretty much 30 seconds or so around the back end. He's still going, eventually gets cut down, 14 to 11, 30 seconds to work with, but yet it's got to be the boys over at Nixa who have to get onto the point now. They haven't been able to convert it too much, but as I said, premium hops onto the hill, but Heroes is there for the potential trade.
Oh, and he will get shut down, and this is going to count down. This is going to go down to the wire, as they're going to be so desperate. You can see Scorpio's by himself. It's almost a complete reset. So good on him for staying alive and getting that kill on Latib. Maybe a little bit dangerous, but waiting for his team to help him to push on. They've got 8 seconds to get on the point. It is do or die time. They've got to convert this full B, otherwise it's going to go to Team Spartan. They're going to be pushing. Oh man, this is going to go so close.
But I think it's going to be Beats who draws the final blow, as there's no one close to get to it, and the game ends 3-1 and a 3-0 in the grand finals. I think every single person in this room is as shocked as me.
Yeah, jaws, if you do look around, I can tell you that jaws are open, and it is quite a serious final that has just happened. But well done to Spartan, who do English, come out on top and are our winners for today. Yeah, what an exciting final.
Well, I mean, an exciting final straight out of the
Straight,
back.
I mean final as in all the games today.
Absolutely. But I mean, just hats off to Spartan. They were the top team. They came out of the gates hot in the HP. They chained together hills. Then they were so dominant, playing structured in S&D, and then they converted that into the control and took it in the 3-1 fashion. So a complete polar turnaround between the first game that we cast today, between these two teams, where Spartan came out on top and are uncontestably the best team in South Africa.
Well, they definitely will take that mantle, and well done to them, guys. It has been so fun, and thank you so much to ROG. But, geez, like, I honestly don't know what to say, because it has been... Oh, man, we're gonna switch over to Rob, because I think I need to eat my tongue.
Yeah, look, it's been... That was massive. That was a little unexpected. I don't think many people saw that coming. These two didn't, definitely. I think both calls were next to before the game started. And just an incredible grand final. So congratulations. Spartan COD, you are officially the best Call of Duty players in South Africa. You are 25,000 Rand richer. Massive congratulations for winning the ROG Invitational number 4. It's brought to you by ASUS, the Republic of Gaming, as well as Intel and Metal State today. And just... such a performance, such a turnaround from where we started the day, and just watching the team settle and just be so actually methodical at the end of it. They rotated well, they won the clutches when they needed to, they won their one-on-ones when they needed to, they were looking in the right areas. It just felt like such a polished team performance.
Absolutely. I think there was nothing but a statement from Spartan. They came out, and they came out assertively.
Well, Beats did say that they were flat and they were going to win, and I think now that cannot be in any form of doubt that they were going to win. They honestly just polished Nixa off. Yeah,
I mean,
successfully.
Yeah, it's been such a good day's worth of COD. And if you look at that final and the way it's gone down, I mean, if you're vibing or if you're Nixa at the moment, you sort of got to go away and have a look at how the entire tournament has gone. Both teams have done incredibly well. So massive congratulations to them for getting through to today in the first place. We had all the drama last night with, the preeminent team on the entire scene falling by the wayside. And now this is sort of Spartan's opportunity. You've stamped your authority in one grand final. Now going forward, you need to maintain this momentum and build on it, I suppose.
Yeah, you're definitely going to have to. They can take this, and they can take this into so many tournaments. And this just gives them so much confident to be able to go into the next tournament, and they've upset the status quo. I think Nixa, Vibin and Spartan can say that they've upset the status quo. They've changed COD for South Africa in a really good way, so that it becomes exciting for all, because, I mean, I don't want to get into COD because I know it's just lose.
Yeah, it's such a massive performance. We're going to jump over to Chloe quickly. We're going to have a chat to someone from Spartan COD and find out what it feels like to be the champion.
Hello, heroes, and welcome back. We are chatting again, this time under different circumstances. Congratulations. How are you feeling now? I know the first round was a little rocky in terms of how the win happened, but how are you feeling having won the 4th ROG Invitational?
Oh man, I'm so happy. I'm so stoked. I can't explain. I really can't.
Amazing. Congratulations. You and your team must be absolutely ecstatic. And again, you know, this was sort of your chance to actually play through and get to sort of prove yourself as the deserved winners of the 4th ROG Invitational. So
100%.
congratulations. How are you guys planning to celebrate before we talk about the game?
I don't know. We actually live quite far away from each other, so we won't be able to celebrate together, but I'm pretty sure the boys will go out and celebrate accordingly, but no plans have been set.
Discord party.
Yeah, Discord party.
Awesome. So Heroes, tell me about the sort of attitude you adopted going into the finals. We did briefly talk about that, but what did you really implement that took you guys to the win?
Use the Volk.
The Volk.
Use the Volk. We were running full Volks that whole series and they couldn't touch us. So use the Volk.
Amazing, amazing. So, Heroes, I want to ask you a bit of a deeper question since we are here at the end of the invitational today. How do you think this is going to, what are you going to take forward in COD South Africa from this win and from holding this title?
Oh man, I'm just stoked to have gotten this win, and obviously the boys are gonna keep grinding for every tournament to still come, and all I can hope for the scene is that we keep growing. I mean, shout out to you guys, Metal State and ROG for hosting this tournament. It was freaking awesome. But yeah, all I can do is hope and try and support the more tournaments to come.
Absolutely awesome stuff. And Heroes, what is next in terms of your and your team's COD career then?
I wouldn't say we have any huge plans. I mean, we're just taking it day by day. When the tournaments come around, then we get on our grind, we get the practice in. But yeah, I haven't got really any huge plans yet.
Fantastic stuff. And Heroes, outside of gaming, who are you going to tell about this win first?
Probably my mom.
Yay.
Probably my mom.
Awesome stuff, Heroes. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time. I know you're probably quite excited to get off and chat to your team and your mom, as you said. So thank you for chatting to me. And we are going to go back to Rob.
Sorry, I just want to say again,
you.
sorry, I just want to say thanks to Metal State for hosting this tournament. You guys are freaking awesome. Keep doing what you're doing, and shout out you guys.
Oh, thank you, Heroes. I'm sure that's much appreciated by Metal State and ROG. Thank you. We're going to take it back to Rob.
And that is it for the fourth invitational from ROG, from ASUS. Thank you so, so much for bringing all of this together. Intel, we love you a lot. Metal State, thanks for putting all of this together. To all of the teams who played today and all the way through the competition, starting all the way back in March, it's been amazing to watch all the qualifiers and all the clutch games that have come through. Big, big, big congratulations, Spartan COD. You are officially the best team in the country. Go off, celebrate it tonight. Have yourself a good time. From myself, Rob Forbes, from Woot and Trout, from Chloe in the back, and the entire Metal State team, thanks very much for watching.
I'm far from home, no place to go, but I don't feel cold. I've been so blind, just lost my mind. But all I have lost, I find. Your face reminds me of these games. The memories don't